This man with a face full of scars is our protagonist. Zeke. Zeke Drake. He is the first direct descendant of the Dragon Slayer clan. But he failed to awaken, possessing the talent of a healer instead of a swordsman. As a result, he was kicked out of his own clan and now he is about to die. Because of some mysterious treasure, he was currently cornered by a group of bad guys into a cave deep in the snowy mountains. Looking at his miserable appearance, one of the guys in the group also laughed mockingly. "You fool. Do you think you can escape from the encirclement? Where is the ancient artifact hidden?" As they spoke, they looked at Zeke with eyes filled with warning. In front of them, Zeke had both of his arms severed during the battle. However, his face still had no fear at all, no, even mocking these bandits back. "Idiot. If you were me, would you say no?" Hearing this, a hooded man couldn't contain his anger when he saw that Zeke didn't realize his situation. This arrogant bastard. He spoke up, and seemed to want to rush over and stab Zeke a few times. Fortunately, the teammate beside him still kept his sanity, so he immediately reached out to stop him. "Let's go. We need to contact the main team first." After saying that, he also took out a communication stone and spoke to the person on the other end of the line. "We have captured the Northern Ghost. Please confirm our coordinates." In response to his words, a sound also came from within the stone. "Coordinates confirmed. We will arrive soon." After contacting his teammates, he also had to praise Zeke's stubbornness. "You are really unbelievably stubborn. I can't believe you are still trying to hold on even though both arms were cut off. Why did the Northern Ghost also target the relic that the Emperor was looking for?" he asked curiously without waiting for Zeke to answer. Then the cap-wearing teammate beside him spoke on his behalf. "What other reason is there? He is just trying to cause trouble. We have put up with him for a long time. Let's have some fun before the main team arrives to repay all the hardships we have gone through. You should prepare yourself, Northern Ghost. We won't stop until you desperately beg for death." As he spoke, the bad guy calmly drew out the sword at his waist. And at the side, the cap-wearing teammate also thought of something and excitedly suggested, "Let's decide who goes first. There's no time left." As he spoke, he also took out a coin and immediately flicked it into the air. "All right, then if it's heads, I'll go first." The cap-wearing teammate laughed. And while both of them they were still focused on the coin in front of him, Zeke wouldn't sit still and take it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he immediately opened his mouth and bit down on a severed arm beside him and attached it to his wound. Then a miracle happened. When at this moment a beam of light suddenly emitted from the wound, causing the two parts that had been separated to recover at a visible speed. "I won't let it end like this without being able to do anything. The first failed awakener of the Draker clan is me. Zeke Drake. Because I was born into the great Dragon Slayer clan with a body that couldn't use crow energy. I failed to awaken, which should have been obvious for a knight who was treated like trash and kicked out of his family. So I did anything to become stronger in order to survive. Someone once said, if you only pursue power then you will end up with nothing. But that's nonsense, only the strong can say that." Zeke said to himself in his heart. And as soon as his right arm recovered, he quickly picked up the sword on the ground and rushed forward at a speed that tore through the wind. Not knowing this, the two bad guys were still happily checking the result of the coin. "Delicious. Heads." The hooded guy happily said a sentence when he saw that he was the one who would be the one to deal the final blow to Zeke. But as soon as he saw the result of the coin, Zeke's sword had already passed his neck and directly cleared the way for this guy's head. Everything happened so fast that the teammate beside him didn't have time to react. Then after about a second of being stunned, he hurriedly grabbed the sword in his hand and was ready to fight. It was just a pity that this didn't make him live a few seconds longer. When at this moment Zeke, right after defeating the hooded guy, he turned around and rushed towards him. And with just a simple swing of his sword easily cut the sword of the robber in front of him in half, leaving a deep wound on his body, causing the robber to go to hell before he could even say a word. Looking at the corpse that was still bleeding continuously in front of him, Zeke also reminded himself, the weak will be crushed by the strong, and what belongs to them will be taken away. This is the truth of this world. At the same time, outside the cave began to sound countless footsteps, which caught Zeke's attention. The person who just arrived was the comrade of the two who had just fallen. Seeing that he was surrounded, Zeke also picked up his left arm, attached it to the wound to heal and clicked his tongue. "TSK. Maybe I can't escape." In front of him, The bandits saw Zeke reattach his arm just like that. They also looked at each other in disbelief. What? He just reattached his arm. An abnormal person. How disgusting. But anyway. He will probably be finished if we cut off his head. Whispers began to ring out. Then, enemies meeting each other. There is no need to. What's the use of saying too much? It's useless. Right after that, both sides rushed to greet each other with sword strikes. Who knows how much time has passed? At this time the battle has ended. On the ground, there are the corpses of each robber lying in a pool of blood. And Zeke himself has countless swords stuck in his back. And at this moment, even with his extremely strong recovery ability, he knows that he has reached his limit. Damn it. It seems like I will soon go to hell. Even if I can't take revenge. I was able to steal the relic that the Emperor is looking for. Maybe I have also achieved something. Thinking, Zeke took out from his pocket a piece of purple crystal with the shape of a dragon carved on it, tightly holding the stone. His hand also became trembling as he apologized. I'm really sorry, Alicia. Thinking of this, Zeke's eyes also slowly closed as if preparing to say goodbye to this world. Hey. At the same time, the blood on his forehead also flowed down the tip of his nose and fell straight onto the stone. Then, at this moment, the stone suddenly burst out a fierce energy, accompanied by a mysterious figure also appearing behind him. The soul of an ancient dragon was deeply engraved into the will of the persistent person. The emergency measure was activated. Zeke Draco. Do you agree? Back to Zeke. To him these words were meaningless. Meaningless words when he was about to die. Shut up. Do whatever you want, he said in a low voice. And as if he had received his confirmation, the sound continued to ring. The agreement of awakening had been confirmed. An irreversible promised power was being activated. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time quickly passed. At this moment, the childish Zeke was looking at himself in the mirror and stroking his chin. Thinking about everything that had happened. I look like this. So I have returned to the past. It is hard to believe. I can still clearly feel the feeling of being stabbed in the stomach by a sword. This place is so familiar. This is the Draker Clan Training Academy. The Cradle. The Draker Dragon Slayer clan is one of the 3 great and outstanding clans. Originating from Tarakan Draker, who was the hero who saved the entire continent by killing the evil dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded the current Draker clan. Perhaps because of the descendants of the dragon slayer Tarakan Draker. All descendants of the Draker bloodline are blessed with light chi. Can easily awaken high-level light chi and become holy knights. Except for me. Zeke mocked himself in his heart. Before that mechanical sound rang out in his head again. The management system is starting up. The awakened person's soul has been identified. The awakened person's soul has been confirmed to be complete 100% match. The soul of the old awakening has been selected. Accepting the will of the ancient dragon and completely integrating has been confirmed. You have access to part of the system. Nice to meet you. Zeke Draco. Activating the status window view. Opening the status window. Low-level administrator status window. Name. Zeke Draco. Profession. Rare healing wizard. Title. Person blessed by the ancient dragon. Healing sect skill. Com. Restore vitality. Enhance senses. Skill. Low-level E rookie precision stab. Rookie E slash. Rookie D critical hit. Dragon skill. Cannot be viewed. Needs 10 points to unlock. Current causality points. None. Back to Zeke. The screen that suddenly appeared made him a little curious and observed it a bit. There were a lot of things like magic videos. An ancient artifact had been activated. It was possible to pass through this like a magic video and could navigate in a similar way. In addition, professions and skills. Dragon language was no longer used in modern times. Master also said, ancient people classified themselves into professions depending on what they were good at. Each profession would train a specialized technique called a skill. Since his profession was a healer, so he could use a skill G is called healing. Remembering these words of his master, Zeke couldn't help but tremble as he remembered the feeling of training with his master in his previous life. After awakening, she trained him to the point of almost dying. But anyway, according to the status window, he was a healing wizard. Let's see if the status window is right. The moment he became a healing wizard in his previous life was when he was in his 20s. Right after the Ether Hall was unlocked. If that's the case then. While thinking, Zeke started to close his eyes and focus on feeling the energy inside his body. Then, right after that, his whole body started to overflow with energy, and looking at this, Zeke couldn't hide the joy on his face. I knew it. My ether hall has been opened. With this I understand. Although my trained body is no longer there, I have returned to the past with my skills and memories. Compared to before the regression, I'm currently in a much more advantageous position. And in order to take advantage of this, I need to find out what I have in hand first. Having said that, Zeke focused on studying the system screen again. But before he could find out anything more, a man's voice rang out from outside the door. Young Master Zeke. I'm coming in. It's useless to pretend not to be here. The familiar voice made Zeke jump in surprise and panic, trying to find a way to turn off the system screen. No good. I haven't finished reading yet. But how to turn this off? Outside, the strange man didn't wait for Zeke to invite him in before directly opening the door and barging in. I'm coming in. I can't believe you're not ready yet. What are you thinking? This big old man dressed like a butler is Zeke's personal servant. Decker turned towards Zeke, seeing that Decker had no abnormalities. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Perhaps he didn't see the window. Fortunately, thinking about it, Zeke also asked, Prepare. Prepare for what? In response to this question, Decker's voice had become angry. His eyes also flashed a dangerous light as he harshly asked the protagonist, Are you asking me seriously? Young Master Zeke. This extremely normal sentence came from him. But for some reason it made Zeke's whole body feel a shiver of fear. Thinking back, he was really afraid of Decker when he was young. Even though he had the mind of a 32-year-old, he still couldn't forget the fear that was deeply engraved in his body. Just thinking about it, his whole body was also trembling nonstop. Until this system sensed his agitation and automatically activated the sect skill. Calm down. Only then did Zeke's mind become clear again. Sect skill. Calm down. The user's mental state would not be affected, fluctuating no matter what the situation. They can maintain their composure. Turning back to Zeke, their anxiety disappeared in a flash. This is also a skill. It's really convenient that it's automatically activated. Zeke nodded in thought. But without knowing these things, Old Man Decker also spoke up. I've said it many times that this is a very important event. Are you listening, young Master Zeke? In response, Zeke also smiled. Of course, Decker. You're talking about the park ration evaluation test, right? Speaking of that assessment test, it's a pretty cool tradition. All Drakers have to go through a training system called the Cradle. Starting from the age of 7. For 5 years from then on, they will have to go through rigorous basic training. The instructors will evaluate the new students every year through swordsmanship competitions as well as pancration sparring without rules. The opponents will be chosen by the instructors. But there are times when the students will choose their opponents if both agree. Because there are no rules, there are people who end up with injuries or even no life. But because this competition is what selects the class that the students will attend in the academy, the children have no choice but to use everything they have to fight. The scene changes to a large arena. At this time, a group of children are gathered here to prepare for the pancration assessment test. Above the field competition, a grown man also spoke loudly to the group. As everyone knows, today is the day of the pancration competition. I believe all of you know that this is the end of the evaluation, right? Yes. The children below shouted in unison. Hearing this brown-haired guy also continued to speak with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that everyone's spirit is very high. Then we will start now. Get ready. He is the head instructor. Pan Mark. Inside the group of people, Zeke was also present. And around, the remaining children also looked at him with disdain and judgment. It's Zeke. He was humiliated last year and he's still standing here this year. If I were him I would have run away. How could he be a direct blood relative? How pitiful. Hey, I heard everything. Zeke groaned in his heart. But he didn't bother to respond to these words. Turning back to the arena, Pan also started to read the names of the first people. Aaron. Gotta. Come up here. Yes. Both candidates responded and quickly ran up to the arena. Then, waiting for both of them to get into their prepared positions, Pan also shouted loudly. Ready to start. The sound just ended. The brown-haired Gata had already rushed forward like a leopard to gain the advantage of attacking. However, before his fist could reach his opponent, Aaron had kicked him straight in the chin, causing his brain to shake nonstop, and he immediately fainted. Up in the stands, Zeke witnessed this scene and also yawned out of boredom. That match was over. That's what happens when you don't get into a proper defensive stance, Zeke muttered. And sure enough, just as he predicted, after receiving just one hit, Gata couldn't get up. Gata couldn't continue fighting. Aaron fought win, Pan loudly declared. Just like that, the matches slowly took place, and the more Zeke watched, the more bored he felt. I think when I was young I was scared to death. But these guys are nothing. After saying that, he covered his mouth and yawned loudly again. But whether he noticed or not, at this time, in another stand, there was also a kid with a freckled face looking at him with eyes full of excitement like he was looking at prey, to the point that his two hands couldn't stop shaking from excitement. Then very quickly, Zeke's turn came. And coincidentally, his opponent was that kid with a freckled face. Zeke, Leon, are you two ready? Yes, sir. Both of them replied. On one side, Zeke saw that his opponent was this Pancration guy and also rubbed his eyes boredly. Meanwhile, Leon also looked at him with eyes full of contempt. Look at you. You're back again. It seems last year, you weren't taken care of well by me. His words reminded Zeke of last year's competition, when the weak Zeke had to kneel down and beg him to stop. I'm sorry, Leon Conrad. Please forgive me this time. Back to reality. At this moment, Zeke didn't have any concerns towards him at all. Well, whatever. He was always my opponent every year anyway. I was sure he had done something behind my back. His family would say some nonsense like one had to overcome such dirty tricks to become a true dragon slayer. Why would such trash be my cousin? In my previous life, my 4 direct bloodline siblings never had the chance to meet. However, there were dozens of cousins who were always ready to bully me. Thinking of this, Zeke also revealed an indescribable smile. On the opposite side, not knowing what Zeke was thinking, Leon continued to let out these words scorn. I have to give you credit. Zeke Draco. You sure are brave to come back here after getting beaten to a pulp last time. Or maybe you just didn't learn your lesson because you're too low. As he spoke, the brat smacked himself on the head. And for this provocation, Zeke also had a little anger in his heart. But it was also immediately erased by the mind skill of the energy. It had been a long time since he had heard such silly insults. Zeke sighed and glared in warning. Hey, I won't go easy on you if you call me that again. In response to Zeke's words, Leon went over to pat his head and provoked. Then what are you going to do, you lowly bastard? Hearing this, Zeke no longer intended to use words to persuade him. In the blink of an eye, he swung his hand and hit this idiot straight in the face, causing his entire body to fly out like a torn sack. At the same time, the system also gave a notification, activating the critical strike skill. A D-rank critical strike skill that deals critical damage to the enemy. It can be counterattacked in case of a failed attack. In front, Leon started to hold his face and scream in pain like a dog small. His face, he said tremblingly, while Zeke himself was also a bit surprised by the power coming from his fist. I only intended to knock him unconscious, but my skill was activated when I punched normally. I really couldn't control my ability well. Speaking of the head instructor Pan, seeing Zeke suddenly attack, he also questioned. What are you doing? Zeke Draco. You attacked before I even declared the start. In response to this, Zeke also sighed at the teacher's naivety. Who would say to prepare for battle on the battlefield? The one who attacks first will have the advantage. Having said that, Zeke also revealed a sly smile that made Pan in front also feel an invisible danger enveloping himself. What I just felt was bloodlust. He asked himself a question in his heart. Meanwhile, Leon at this time had also suppressed his pain and spoke. I'm fine, teacher. Please start the match. I'll deal with that lowly bastard, Leon said with a face that looked like he was already furious. While Zeke also had a sarcastic smile. It seemed like he was the one who was too stupid to learn a lesson. Standing at the side, Pan saw that the two of them couldn't see and wanted to rush in and bite each other. He had no reason to stop them. Then prepare to start. As soon as he finished speaking, Leon put strength into his legs and rushed forward at an arrow-fast speed. However, when he looked at Zeke's calm face in front, for some reason he felt a little scared. What? I was scared because of that punch just now. But its punch wasn't enough damage. If I'm on guard, it's nothing. What I need to guard against is its left-hand counterattack. It's too obvious. Thinking of this, Leon also chuckled and immediately sat down to dodge the punch came from Zeke. At the same time he also reached out with one hand to tightly grab his thigh, while the other hand reached out to tightly grab the protagonist's waist and started pushing him forward to make him lose his balance. Damn it! You lowly bastard! Leon let out a loud cry of joy as if he had seen his victory. But a second later, he suddenly felt his body suddenly stop. And when he looked back, he saw Zeke sitting a few meters away from him. What the hell? What just happened? Leon wondered for a moment before he could even realize what just happened. But unlike him, the head instructor Pan, who was standing by the side watching, had witnessed everything. And it was because of this that he felt dizzy. Are you kidding me? This is the combat sense of a 12-year-old kid. The moment Leon avoided Zeke's counterattack and was about to wrestle him down, he thought that Leon would definitely win. However, Zeke had punched Leon's chin and escaped from his embrace. It was Leon's fault for letting his guard down because he thought he had Zeke. But Zeke was too calm. Regardless of the failed counterattack, the concentration and precision needed to deal such effective and precise damage. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? Pan wondered in his heart as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of him, turning towards Leon. At this moment a dizzy feeling was still enveloping him, making him unable to act steadily. Damn it! Like this I can't do anything. I have to increase the distance first. Thinking of this, before Leon could even retreat, Zeke quickly rushed forward and threw a powerful hook kick straight into this guy's thigh, causing his whole body to collapse a bit. Damn! He's so small. How can he be so strong? Leon was shocked, shouted in his heart. Then, he also regained his posture and threw a punch straight at Zeke's face. You lowly guy. How dare you? While speaking, Leon still confidently thought, okay, this time and then I can control the power. On the opposite side, Zeke started to activate his sensory enhancement skill, causing all of his senses to temporarily increase. At this moment, following his gaze, Leon's fist that was rushing over suddenly became extremely slow. It felt so familiar. Now that I'm used to controlling ether, then I'll end the match. Thinking, he gently blocked this fist. But it wasn't over yet. Right after that, Zeke immediately put both hands on Leon's arm and performed a blow that crossed his shoulder. The blow was so strong that Leon's body, when it collided with the floor, had caused it to crack into countless pieces. However, Zeke still didn't intend to stop. Right after that, he activated his precision stab skill. Precision stab is a skill that hits the enemy's weak point to cause fatal damage. At this moment, only to see Zeke's elbow hit the idiot's sternum stupid, causing his bone structure to start showing countless cracks. Then, Zeke started to sit straight on top of him and raised his fists. Even an idiot like him could learn a lesson from this. Just try it and you'll know. Sweating a little will clear your mind. I can recognize the people here. Stop looking around. If you have anything to say, then come down here. While speaking, Zeke looked out to observe the weaklings above with a provocative gaze. In response to his words, a young boy with reddish-brown hair arrogantly said, Zeke Draku, I chose you as my Pancratian opponent, because as you said, I have something to say. Hearing this sound, the main character also noticed him and realized that this guy was Jakin Vardek, and he was also his cousin. Thinking, Zeke also calmly accepted. Okay, but it's boring to have you alone. Liam Stone. You join too. As he spoke, Zeke stared at the big guy right behind Jakin. He was Jakin's servant. I think this way the match would be fair. Zeke also let out a disdainful smile, causing Jakin to grit his teeth involuntarily. Did you just insult me? He gritted his teeth and asked. And in response to this was an extremely cute face from Zeke. That's right. You idiot. He said in a low voice full of playfulness. But this only made Liam even more furious. Zeke Draku. I will definitely kill you. Jakin said a sentence in his heart. Next, both of them also walked down to the competition stage. And before the match started, the head instructor Pan also worriedly reminded Zeke. Don't do anything before I give the signal. Zeke Draku. Yes, yes. Zeke nodded in response, while focusing on the big guy in front of him. It was interesting to see him here again. The mercenary King Liam. Even in his previous life as Jakin's servant, He had also attended the Cradle and Academy. But because he was a distant relative, he was left behind in terms of education. He begged to attend advanced studies at the Valhalla Academy but ended up joining a knight order in a small country called Baranal. And after Baranal fell, he finally became a mercenary. During the chaotic period, people flocked around that strong man. And after a long time as a mercenary, he became a Red Knight and established his own stone mercenary army. He unified the 3 largest mercenary guilds and was quickly called the Mercenary King. With the Empire's higher, Liam's stone mercenary army participated in the Continental War, and he and the Northerners confronted Liam as an enemy. However, this time it might be different. Zeke secretly said a sentence in his heart. Not knowing these thoughts in Zeke's heart, Pan saw that both sides were ready and also spoke. Preparing to start. The words just ended. This Jaken suddenly launched a lightning attack. His punch was so strong that it made the air explode. However, this punch was still not enough to trouble Zeke. His fist was caught by Zeke in his hand. I said let's charge together. Didn't I? Zeke said with a cold expression at the same time. A dangerous aura was released, causing Jaken's face to sweat slightly with anxiety. You think I'll fall for your cheap trick? As he spoke, he kicked his leg again and aimed straight at Zeke's head. However, immediately after, he felt a not small amount of pain running straight into his brain. The reason was because his kick just now had hit Zeke's elbow. Look carefully before kicking, Zeke teased. And also because of this injury, Jaken was temporarily unable to launch an attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity when he was paying attention to his leg, Zeke immediately rushed over to ask about his health. Where are you looking? As he spoke, he balled his fists into a ball to prepare to launch a move. Seeing this, Jaken also immediately raised both hands in front of him to block. However, this was just Zeke's feint. It seemed like he was a bit too scared. Can't even see the fake attack. That's why I said let's charge together. You alone are not enough. Said. Zeke also conveniently kicked straight at his knee, causing this guy to stumble and lose his balance. Seeing that, Zeke turned to the other side and threw a punch to the ribs, causing Jaken to vomit blood in pain. There was no other way. He realized that his weak strength had no effect on Zeke, so he immediately had to ask for help from his subordinate behind. Liam, kill this bastard. The puppy yelled loudly, and this time, facing the future mercenary king, Zeke also withdrew his disdainful attitude. He is also 12 years old like us. The most annoying thing when fighting him is that his attack range is too great. If I let him attack first, then I won't be able to do anything. I have to take the initiative. Thought. Right when Liam was about to swing his arm to attack, then Zeke quickly dashed forward and threw a straight punch, blocking his attack before it could be launched. Then, Zeke also activated his slash skill, the D-rank slash, which was a skill that launched a series of attacks at the opponent and obstructed their vision. At this time, only to see Zeke's body suddenly split into countless purple figures and continuously launch attacks aimed at Liam's body from all sides, leaving him with no choice but to curl up to defend himself. Looking at this scene, the expressions of the students who were watching also gradually changed. Crazy. What is that? They said in a daze. And among the entire crowd, only lecturer Pan recognized this skill. That's right. You guys must be very surprised. Because this is something you guys have never seen before. The Northern Fist fighting technique in Middle-earth. But in a place where swordsmanship dominates. How could Zeke know about it? Returning to the main character. The continuous launch of attacks also caused his body to endure a great deal of pressure. At this moment he was starting to curse his useless body. Damn it. My body was useless when I was young. Just like that, and it already hurts. Everything was going on. But leaving that aside, that guy's monster physique was the problem. No counterattack. No evasion. He just took it all in. He was even more fierce than when he was the mercenary king. And my body was about to reach its limit. Now I can see how strong his body is. However, I will break through his defense and take him down. Thinking of this, Zeke also took a deep breath and focused his strength into his right fist. On the opposite side, Liam's eyes also slightly narrowed as if he sensed Zeke's change. So he began to concentrate his mind to the maximum. Next, without any warning, Zeke's figure flashed and appeared right in front of him, at the same time throwing out his fist. But with a terrifying reflex, Liam slightly tilted his head to the side, at the same time slamming his hand into Zeke's bicep to redirect this punch. The failure inevitably made Zeke feel bitter. How could he avoid it? He couldn't even see the ether with his naked eyes. Everyone here possessed terrifying senses. He thought to himself. While Zeke was still absent-mindedly thinking, Liam used his left hand to tightly grasp his right wrist. Next, the big guy started to use his strength to throw Zeke's body like throwing a chair. However, the main character was not an easy one. The moment his body was thrown forward, Zeke immediately raised his leg, used the force of the throw and kicked his knee straight into Liam's head. After that, he also activated his enhanced senses skill to increase his perception speed and used his two legs to tightly clamp Liam's neck. No matter how strong the body was, if the brain didn't have enough oxygen, it wouldn't be able to do anything, Zeke thought to himself, at the same time increasing the strength of his legs. However, Liam didn't intend to sit still and take it. Right now, he started using his left arm to continuously punch Zeke's ribs, causing him to spit out blood. This crazy guy. Alright, then let's see who will win. He gritted his teeth and endured. Just like that, the two sides began to compete with each other in endurance, and in the end, the one who lost was Liam, when he had already passed out from lack of oxygen. On the other side of the stands, another kid saw that Zeke had won and also revealed a smile full of delight. Very good. I expected at least that from you. That's what it takes to bring you down, Zeke Draker. Time passed quickly. The scene changed to Zeke's private room. At this time the old butler Decker also asked him kindly. I heard that you were seriously injured during the pancration. Are you okay, young master? If it's not rude, can I check your pulse? He calmly asked. But how could this question fool Zeke? He immediately guessed his intention. He must want to check if he had awakened the light chi. Just like that. When he knew his purpose, Zeke also told him to wait a moment for him to finish dressing before holding out his hand for him to check. Seeing this, the old man also did not forget to say thank you. Thank you, young master. After saying that, Mr. Decker also gently touched Zeke's hand and slowly transferred his energy into his arm to check. But the moment he felt his energy moving inside his body, Zeke also couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. Wait. He's a blue knight. When testing whether a person has awakened or not, usually people just look at the dantian, but he's really doing it very carefully. Just transmitting the light chi into another person's body is already difficult enough. Yet he can control it so precisely. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They are classified based on their martial strength and proficiency in operating the light chi. The white swordsman is the basic level. Most children who haven't gone through the blessing ceremony will be white swordsmen. Next will be the yellow swordsman. That's the level when you awaken the light chi and open your dantian. All students in the cradle will become yellow swordsmen after the blessing ceremony. Once you learn how to control the light chi at will, you will be given the title of knight. The purple knight is the level where you can strengthen your sword with light chi. The blue knight is the level when you can use the light sword. And the realm of the transcendentalists. The realm limit of the mercenary King Liam that year and I had reached before my reincarnation was the red knight. There was also the black knight. But the entire continent only had a few monsters like that. So how could someone strong enough to be a commander become the one to take care of me? No, more importantly, he couldn't possibly discover my ether. There were only two people in the world who could use it. Zeke muttered in his heart. And just as he had predicted, after a while of checking, Old Man Decker still didn't discover anything and had to stop his exploration. However, his instincts still told him that Zeke seemed to be hiding something. Young master, is it possible that you have something to hide from me? He said while staring at Zeke with a sharp gaze. Hearing this, Zeke didn't answer but asked back. So what? So are you hiding something from me? Zeke's sudden question made Decker a little silent. Then, without waiting for him to answer, the main character waved his hand and said, I'm just kidding. Hearing that, Old Man Decker also let out a breath and turned to ask, why did you change so suddenly, young master? In response to this, Zeke also turned to look at him with a superior gaze. The question is wrong, Decker. You should ask why I only changed now. Many things will change from now on. Everything will return to its place, so all you need to do is follow me. On the opposite side, Decker was silent for 2 seconds after hearing this, as if he wanted to evaluate this statement. Then he nodded and bowed. Understood. Young master. I understand. I have prepared the practice room as you requested. Good. I really like the fact that you are always quick, Zeke said with satisfaction. Then see you again later. Young master. You can rest. Zeke waved his hand and quickly walked out of the room. At the same time, Zeke also vaguely guessed why there was such a strong person by his side. If he was ordered to follow me, then I just need to keep him by my side to extract information when I have the chance. The problem here is who ordered him to follow me. I don't think it's someone from my mother's family. It must be one of my brothers and sisters. Zeke judged in his heart. The scene changed to the training room. It seemed like this was Zeke's first time here, so he was a bit surprised by its vastness. Oh my. This is a personal training room. This family is indeed worthy of its reputation, he exclaimed. Before he remembered that he still had a system that he hadn't had time to study carefully. Before that, I should check what kind of system it was. He muttered and quickly opened status board to check. Next, Zeke also quickly realized the change in his status. His /skill had reached proficiency. It would increase as he used it more. The skill was naturally activated based on my actions. That means I already had it. If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill? What is the difference between skills and sect skills? They are activated similarly. And this one too. Dragon Man technique. I can't see it right now and need 10 points to unlock it. Thinking. He also tried clicking on the causal points button to check, and the system quickly gave an explanation. Causal points. You can get causal points by killing monsters. The current causal points are 0. After reading the description, Zeke's face also showed a few thoughtful expressions. Monsters. There are tons of them in the dungeon, but I need to at least become a purple knight to get there. Plus, I'm more curious about why I reincarnated into the past and what this system is. This skill and profession thing tells me that it is definitely related to that ancient treasure. But I have too little information right now. The more I think, the more curious Zeke feels. But right now I can't think of anything. So Zeke can only throw this problem to the back of his mind and will look into it later. Phew. Whatever. As long as it helps me get stronger, I will use it regardless of the system I'm using or a member of the Draker family. He muttered and struggled to lift the sword in front of him. But his whole body was shaking nonstop just from its weight. Then, while lifting the sword, Zeke also reviewed the knowledge of his previous life's training. There are 2 known powers in this world. The Knight's Light Chi and the Mage's Spirit Chi. The Knight strengthens the Light Chi inside the Dantian, while the Mage circulates the Spirit Chi with magic circles. These 2 powers are at 2 extremes. So if one awakens one, the other cannot be awakened. However, I was so unlucky that I couldn't awaken either the Dantian or the magic circle. So I was taken by the clan Denied and met the master during his wandering days. He taught me many things. But the most useful thing he taught me was about healing skills and ether chamber. Through the ether chamber, which my master developed, I was able to use the energy of nature. Ether. My master and I are the only #1 users in the world. While thinking, he swung his sword wildly to practice. Time quickly passed. 2 hours later. At this time Zeke was as tired as a dog. Pant. Only practiced for 2 hours but felt like he was about to faint. But it should be fine. While talking, he tried to support his body from collapsing with the sword. And to deal with his fatigue, Zeke immediately activated the healing and vitality recovery skill, making his tired body immediately become as cheerful as before. Healing was a very rare skill that he didn't even know existed until I met my master. If I used it in front of everyone, they would think I was a freak. That's why I couldn't use it in the match with Liam. I had to quickly heal myself as soon as I got back to my room. Now that I've recovered, I'll continue. With that said, he threw himself into training once more. Time quickly passed until evening. Only then did Zeke stop because his stomach had started growling for food. It's time for dinner. Zeke let out a soft sigh before looking at the floor that had countless sword marks and wondering how to explain this to Decker. Just like that. Time quickly passed. A week later. Scene changed to the Cradle's cafeteria. At this time everyone was also starting to gossip about Zeke's change. Hey, have you heard about Zeke? He's completely different now. Someone spoke up, making the person beside him slightly surprised. It was the guy that failure. Did that guy touch the black magic? Hope he will discipline the stronger guys. That's right. Another person agreed. The scene changed to a certain luxurious dining room. At this time there were also 4 young masters sitting and eating together. At this time, the young Reina Turuan was eating like a starving ghost. And on the other side, a handsome young man also spoke up to remind Leon. You may not have an appetite but eat. You need energy to fight swordplay. This handsome young man's name is Owen Zimmons. In response to this kind words, Leon clenched his fist and raised his chin and said, Are you trying to provoke me? I was just being friendly. But it seems that your inferiority complex is very bad. Owen's cold reply made this Leon unable to contain his anger and immediately slammed the table and shouted loudly. What? This slam of his table also caused the steak on Reina's plate to fly out. And Leon started to receive unpleasant looks from him. Eyes full of coldness that made Leon not even dare to face. Leaving this aside, Jaken also spoke up about Zeke. So everyone, what are you planning? Zeke Draku. In response to this, Owen's expression immediately changed. I'm not sure. The Pancration match was barbaric but also very impressive. However, he would be pathetic when switching to swordsmanship. What could he do when he couldn't even hold a sword? Hearing that, Leon on the opposite side seemed to find an excuse and also used it. That's right. He was so weak that he had to order a separate sword because a normal sword was too heavy for him. That's right. There's no reason for me to lose to that lowly guy. I believe everyone who saw it would know. He won against me in the Pancration match because of luck. Speaking of Reina, seeing those weaklings constantly making excuses for their defeat, he directly stood up from his chair. Luck. If you really believe that, then you guys don't have the right to become knights of the Draker family. Having said that, he also disdainfully sat with this group and immediately left the dining table. A sword fight. Unlike Pancration, swordsmanship was used and it was the cause of most of the accidents in the cradle. It was also where the skill gap between the students was clearly shown, and a month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony would be held. The event where the Draker family awakened the light. The scene shifted to the competition field. At this time the head instructor Pan also spoke up. Zeke, come forward. Hearing this, Zeke also carried a long sword and walked forward. The sword in his hand also made everyone feel strange. What was with that absurdly long sword? Did he think that using a big sword would make him stronger? The sounds of discussion started to ring out in the stands. On the opposite side, Zeke's opponent was that girl Reina. Zeke Draku. I choose you as my opponent, she said with a burning fighting spirit. While Zeke was not afraid of any of the fathers and sons, so he also sealed the deal. That sounds good. I accept this challenge. Saying that, he also pointed his sword straight at the opponent's face. Hearing this, Reina also calmly drew her sword and at the same time guessed Zeke's strength. He held a sword with both hands so easily. Now when facing him, I can say that this is no longer the Zeke I know. The one who can barely hold a sword anymore. Is it because he has grown up? His aura. The more I think, the more confused Reina feels. Then very quickly, this girl clenched her teeth and reminded herself. What am I talking about? I can't let myself be intimidated by him before the fight starts. I confidently accept. Speaking of Zeke, although he declared himself extremely confident just now, but in fact he doesn't feel that it's that easy in his heart, like I've always done. But fighting the Thunder Knight will be quite a tense matter. Reina Turuan. She is also known as the Thunder Knight. She was one of the knights who made a name for herself in the Continental War and was also noted as one of the strongest in the next generation of the Draker clan. As one of the ones who awakened the light before entering the blessing ceremony. She should have awakened the light a few years ago at this time. But she didn't use it in the cradle. She said that she wanted to improve her foundation. Zeke thought to himself. Next, the head instructor Pan saw that the two had stabilized their bodies and also spoke loudly. Begin. The voice had just ended. Reina's body flashed like lightning and she stabbed her sword straight towards Zeke. However, this attack was also used by Zeke to form the sword in his hand and deflected it aside. Seeing this, Reina immediately retreated to keep her distance. Then, she began to use her speed advantage to run around to Zeke's back and launched another powerful sword thrust. But this attack was still blocked by Zeke raising his sword horizontally. However, the power of the attack could not be underestimated at all, because Zeke's body was almost sent flying out of the arena after receiving this attack. She was better than he expected. Zeke praised in his heart. Meanwhile, Reina almost didn't give Zeke time to think before rushing over to attack in a row. Above the stands. That idiot Leon, who didn't realize the strength of both of them, also shouted. Stop messing with him. One strike to finish him off, Reina. Hearing that, Jakin, who was beside him, also tried to reluctantly explain to this pig-headed guy. How stupid. Doesn't it look like Reina is messing with him? Returning to Reina's perspective. While launching attacks to hold back Zeke, she was also thinking of ways to break through his defense. Although even though it was narrow, I could still feel the gap. However, no matter how quickly I tried to take advantage of it, his sword would touch mine as if to compensate for my efforts. And right after that another gap appeared. Yes. This was as if a training battle was being used to teach me. The more Reina thought about it, the more she doubted her own senses. Then, after another clash of swords, Reina's body was pushed back and both sides temporarily stopped their attacks. Because Reina's face was covered in sweat from the continuous attacks, while our protagonist didn't even sweat a drop. He even felt a little bored. So this was how the Thunder Knight fought back in the cradle. Her sword was straightforward, as expected of someone obsessed with her own fundamentals. But that was what held her back. Let's see how I won't try to help her break out of the cocoon, Zeke thought, lowering his stance like a cheetah preparing to sprint. On the opposite side, the swordswoman saw Zeke's stance and immediately became alert. An extremely low attack stance. He planned to close the distance in one strike. His speed was not ordinary. Come here, Zeke, Reina muttered. And immediately after, Zeke had already started to launch an attack. Only to see his body flash and he had already appeared in front of her. He was too fast. But as long as there was a distance between the two sides, reacting to his actions was not unstoppable. Reina thought to herself and hurriedly dodged the slash coming from the protagonist. However, she could not predict Zeke's next move. At this moment, she only saw him start to swing the sword in his hand diagonally, cutting across the floor and heading straight towards Reina. His strike dragged countless pieces of rubble along with it and successfully hit her face, causing Reina's face to be covered in blood. However, no had time to notice this. Reina had already hurriedly regained her posture. But Zeke had already taken advantage of the moment when she lost her momentum and rushed over, swinging his sword straight at the swordswoman's throat. I'm done for, Reina thought to herself. But then, by some miracle, her speed and strength suddenly increased unimaginably and instantly sent the sword in Zeke's hand flying. And around, the group of people who saw her victory were screaming like crazy. Zeke lost. Reina was indeed different. She also didn't use the light chi like usual. Unlike them, Pan, who had been observing from the side, had a completely different thought. No, the students didn't notice, but when Zeke's attack approached Reina, she used the smallest amount of light chi possible. It was such a small amount that it was almost undetectable. Reina, who had promised that she would never use light chi until the official entering the academy, he forced her to do so, he said while looking at Reina with a blank face on the side. Meanwhile, Zeke also took the opportunity when she was off guard and rushed straight to attack without any hesitation. What are you doing? The battle is not over yet. Saying that, Zeke immediately launched a strike aimed at Reina's throat, causing her to immediately bleed and kneel before him. On the other side of the stands, everyone saw his action and started to curse. This is the standard for sword fighting. We will not tolerate such a despicable attack. That's right. A knight threw away his sword. This is Reina's victory. You don't have the qualities to be a knight. How shameful. Curses started to ring out. However, Zeke didn't care much about these criticisms. For him, as long as he won. On the other side face, the girl Reina, after a few seconds of rest, also struggled to support her body to stand up. Seeing that, Zeke also asked again, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Hearing this, her heart also struggled a bit. I haven't lost yet. He was only able to hit because I was careless. Careless how? If he didn't use his bare hands but had a dagger, then I wouldn't have had the chance to stand here. Thinking about this, although somewhat unwilling, but Reina also spoke up to admit, I lost. Hearing her admission, the entire audience suddenly became silent. And Pan, as the referee, also quickly announced the result. The winner was Zeke Draker. On this day, Zeke Draker, who was called the trash of humanity just a few days ago, had achieved victory against one of the most talented children in a prestigious family. The scene changed to another place. In a ruined castle, There were currently countless corpses of soldiers lying everywhere. It seemed like it had just been attacked by a group of monsters. And while the others were still cleaning up, inside a room there were also two men sitting and drinking tea together. And the black-haired man among the two also looked at the person opposite him with an extremely miserable face. Abel. In this situation you can still drink tea. Zeke. They said this bastard I defeated Reina. He said while glancing at the letter placed on the table. And towards his question the person named Abel also gently shook his head. William. You are always so serious. How long is it before the blessing? We still have time until the next full moon. William replied. Then it seems like now is the right time to visit home. Abel said while calmly walking out the door. And his words also made William a little startled. What? You plan to go there personally? Yeah. It has stimulated my curiosity. I am interested in knowing what kind of awakening my youngest brother has experienced. Having said that, he also used his cold gaze to look out the window. Speaking of Zeke, although his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to the base and continued to train. Time quickly passed. A month later on the day of the Blessing Festival. At this time, Zeke was still immersed in his own training. And the more he trained, the more confused Zeke felt. I really don't understand how in my previous life with this body I could become a Crimson Knight. Opening the status window, he muttered. And immediately the information screen was displayed in front of him. After a month of non-stop training, Zeke's skills had improved significantly. His stab accuracy he had increased to proficiency. Critical strike had increased to expert level. Agile footwork had increased to expert level. Looking at the descriptions inside the screen, Zeke was also relatively satisfied. As expected, one of his skill proficiency had surpassed the proficiency level. The skill level up and proficiency had been reset. He even increased the proficiency of agile footwork, the skill he had received during the battle. Thinking of this, suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. And even without turning his head, Zeke could recognize who was standing outside. Decker. What do you want? He asked. And the old man also came to remind him about the blessing ceremony. We will set off in 2 hours. Decker calmly said. Okay. I will join soon, so prepare everything. Zeke nodded and replied. Just like that. After finishing the preparations, Zeke also got on a carriage and went to the main mansion where the blessing ceremony was taking place. Sitting in the carriage, Zeke also looked blankly in front of him and thought. It has been a long time since I was in the main mansion. It belongs to the Draker family located in the territory of the Duke of Troy. Although the main house is located in the center of the continent at the Four Seasons Fortress in Middle-earth, the blessing ceremony must be held in the main mansion, where the legend of the Dragon Slayer originated. The scene changed to the Draker family's main mansion, the Dragon's Lair. Inside the Great Hall, all the children of age had been gathered here to prepare for the ceremony. And while the entire crowd was standing solemnly, Zeke glanced left and right, observing the surroundings and assessing the situation. I had never noticed this before, but all the guests were famous people that could only be heard of through the continental newspapers. I was sure that the family also sent informants to follow me. No matter what their intentions are, once they see that I failed to awaken, I'm sure they will ignore me. Thinking of this, Zeke suddenly felt a gaze focused on him, causing him to pay attention and turn to observe. Then, when he saw the owner of the gaze, his face immediately became extremely angry. Why is that bastard here? In another corner of the hall, there were also two men shaking hands and greeting each other. It's been a long time, huh? Haha. It's really like that. Abel replied. Hearing this, the person on the opposite side also asked curiously. So what's the reason you're here for this blessing ceremony? Is there anyone in this class that has caught your eye? In response to this, Abel immediately waved his hand and refuted. No. I have another reason. It just so happens that my cute youngest brother is here too. Having said that, he glanced at him again close to Zeke below. This guy is the second son of the Draker family, the Sword Lion, Abel Draker. Back to Zeke. Although he was extremely angry when he saw the other party, he also reminded himself to calm down in the current situation. Butcher Knight. Abel. Calm down. There is nothing I can do now. In my previous life Abel would never come to see me at the blessing ceremony. Have my actions changed the future? If that is the case, then this might be my chance. Thinking of this, Zeke's hand also clenched so tightly that it trembled. And without knowing this thought of his, the voice of the master of ceremonies also rang out. Okay. Now we will start the blessing ceremony. Aaron. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Aaron replied and quickly walked forward, where there was a statue of a knight with a giant greatsword. In front of this statue there was also a giant bowl filled with water. Then, as if he knew what he had to do, Aaron immediately pulled up his sleeve and dipped his arm into the bowl of water. Next, from the palm of his hand also began to seep out a few drops of blood. Then immediately after, this stream of water began to emit a stream of light and ran up Aaron's arm to help him open his dantian. Through the blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker lineage would awaken the sealed light when they graduated from the cradle at the age of 12. Compared to ordinary knights who awakened at the age of 20, it was surprisingly fast. Among them there were a few rare cases where, along with the light, they would also awaken a dragon slayer trait called inhibition spirit chi. They would at least reach the level of a yellow swordsman. A few would even be on par with the red and black knights and undergo the awakening of the true blood. At the side, Pan saw that Aaron had already awakened and nodded. Okay. Next. Hearing this, the swordswoman Reyna had already started to step forward. And in her case, the light emitted by the knight statue was red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes also showed a look of great joy and immediately ordered a soldier at the side to get him a pair of gloves. To explain why. Because of the spirit chi suppression, all such people would be required to wear special gloves made by their family. Otherwise they would not be able to live a normal life. When a person proved that they were a descendant of the true blood, they would be given the surname Draker in their name. Along with that they would receive unimaginable support from the family and countless benefits. Just like that, each child went up one by one to awaken their own light, until it was the protagonist's turn. Because he was a direct descendant, so everyone was looking forward to what he would awaken. Oh, it seems like the main course has finally arrived. I wonder what kind of awakening he will experience. Someone curiously said. And another person immediately voiced his opinion. Of course it was the awakening of true blood. He had defeated Reyna. Turning towards Zeke, hearing the continuous chatter around him, he died laughing in his heart. I never thought I would stand before this damn statue again. The last time was extremely terrifying. Although the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me to overcome the cradle, I received a disgraceful title. However, this time things were different. Not only could I heal, I could also use ether. Above all, I didn't give up and started damn. I stood up on my own. So help me, you damn statue. Thinking, he also dipped his hand into the cool water. Next, the knight statue also trembled continuously. But just a few seconds later, this statue suddenly stopped without warning, causing the surrounding audience to look at each other in a daze. Not understanding what was going on, it stopped. This had never happened before. In another corner, Abel also looked at his younger brother with a bewildered and confused look. Turning back to Zeke, although he already knew the outcome, but when experiencing it again, he couldn't suppress the anger on his face. I knew it. I shouldn't have expected things to change. Thanks to that bastard I was overconfident. Thinking, he also pulled his hand out of the giant bowl of water and took out a towel to dry his arm. Around, the surrounding audience had already started looking at Zeke with doubtful eyes. What is this? Did he fail to awaken? That could happen. But why? It seems that the blood of the family head is not enough to suppress the cursed blood. Someone sarcastically said, but was immediately interrupted by the person beside him. Hey! Shut up. Then how could he have defeated Reyna? He must have used some trick. What a shame for the family. On this side, Zeke heard the gossip and he was not surprised as if he was already familiar with it. These people never change. It doesn't matter. There are many ways to become stronger other than through awakening. Zeke silently said to himself. But at this moment the system sent him a notification. I'm sorry. Zeke Draco. Due to an error in processing, a message was hidden. It was discovered that the necessary information was lost from the identification system. During the professional identification process, the profession information was entered using system administrator rights. Through the required information has been detected as lost. The input of the profession information has been completed. The system has identified the user's talent as a healer. confirming that your profession has been unlocked. The received profession has been identified as a rare profession. A series of notifications began to be issued, making Zeke somewhat confused about the situation. Something was different from his previous life. The required information was detected as lost. Impossible. Thinking, he immediately turned his head towards the statue. And now, it was emitting a red light that was exactly the same as when that Reina girl awakened. This also made the group of guests once again look at each other with big eyes. This is the awakening of true blood. He started with red. Ignoring this, the system continued to issue a few other notifications. The system had created a connection. The blessing of the ancient dragon sealed in the user's soul had been activated. The talent of the gladiator bloodline had been awakened. Your awakened talents have combined. The combination of rare talents. A new profession has been created. A unique, immortal. Speaking of the group of guests who were observing on one side, looking at the statue that was originally emitting a red light, now suddenly turned to a golden light, they really felt like their minds were in chaos. Golden light. What is this? Is it the awakening of true blood? Just now there seemed to be a red light. Then that must be right. Someone said in an uncertain voice. On the other side, Zeke heard the sounds of discussion and was not too surprised. It was natural for them to be suspicious. But if he spoke up here, it would be harmful to him, Zeke said to himself, while the group of guests continued to whisper to each other. But the spirit lamp had nothing. So was the sword statue faulty? There was no spirit suppression. Then how could it be the awakening of true blood? In response to these questions, for some reason, suddenly Abel pretended to be a good person and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Why everyone? What a serious expression. We already have 2 people awakening true blood in one batch. Isn't this something worth celebrating? Hearing his words, everyone in the hall started to look at each other with probing eyes. Then, very quickly they understood each other's intentions. It seemed that if a person from the Draker family couldn't awaken the light, it would be a very embarrassing thing. So in the current unclear situation, it was best to let Zeke, who had successfully awakened true blood, preserve the family's honor. The surrounding guests also understood this and immediately clapped their hands in agreement. That's right. There were 2 people awakening true blood. What a blessing. They clapped their hands and spoke enthusiastically. Seeing this, Abel nodded in satisfaction and turned to head instructor Pan. What else to do? Quickly put on gloves for the newest member. Yes, sir. Pan bowed his head and spoke and quickly had someone bring 1 pair of gloves and threw it to Zeke. Looking at his gloves, the protagonist also tried to feel it a bit and muttered, "This is a bit heavy." Having said that, he also quickly left his position to make room for the rest of the people to awaken the light. And although he had received Abel's help, Zeke only felt the discomfort surrounding him. His intentions were too obvious. But to receive Abel's help felt like stepping on shit. Time quickly passed. After all the children of the clan had completed the awakening ceremony, Pan also stood up to announce, "This is the end of the blessing ceremony. We will have a celebration party soon. It is for everyone, so please enjoy it." Around, the children who heard about the party started to laugh happily. It seemed like their miserable life in the cradle had finally gotten a little better. Only Zeke was the only one didn't pay any attention to this and turned to leave the hall. What a stupid party. There must be a training room somewhere here, Zeke muttered and quickly moved to find the training room. However, before he could take a few steps, his big brother Abel's voice rang out. "Hey Zeke. The party just started. Where are you wandering around?" he said with an extremely gentle face. But the main character felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. "I didn't expect him to talk to me so quickly," he muttered. Then, Abel, with the appearance of a model big brother, also reached out his hand and congratulated Zeke. "Congratulations on awakening the true blood." In response to this action, Zeke also smiled and reached out his hand to greet, because he knew that if he refused now, it would reveal his hostility to him. So he had to do it for now. Just like that, when the hands of both the two were about to touch each other, when Zeke suddenly stopped. At this moment, Zeke immediately remembered a certain sad scene from the past, causing the atmosphere around him to change. Abel immediately realized this. Haha. This was really awkward. Zeke. On the opposite side, Zeke also gritted his teeth and thought, even if he wanted to save face, He couldn't shake hands with this scumbag. Turning back to Abel. He seemed to not see Zeke's angry expression and waved his hand, saying, "It can't be helped. I have to be satisfied with seeing you. Then, see you again," Zeke said. And he also gave him a pat on the shoulder and left immediately. Meanwhile, Zeke waited for this guy to leave before hurriedly wiping his shoulder clean, as if he was afraid that the other guy would dirty his shoulder. "Okay. See you again." He gritted his teeth and thought in his heart. Inside the party, everyone was still talking about Zeke. The two new True Bloods appeared. That's right. Zeke's golden light was quite surprising. This is the first time it happened, right? I thought he had failed to awaken. Where is he? Someone asked. At the same time, our main character was currently inside his private room and tiredly took off his party clothes. Phew. I thought I would suffocate in there. Ignoring that, how could I be safe? All awakened True Bloods would carry suppressing spirit energy. It was the ability to prove that you were an enemy of the dragon, the source of spirit energy. However, since most machines used spirit energy as fuel, True Bloods were required to use clan gloves. If I was really a True Blood, there should be a problem as soon as I took off my gloves. Thinking about it, he also opened his status window to check the information. And sure enough, however, it had changed significantly. His profession from healer had been changed to immortal. His skills had added rookie A-level spirit energy reflection and rookie A-level overall buff. And his current karma points were also 100 points. Looking at this information, a sense of curiosity immediately appeared in Zeke's heart. This was different from that. It wasn't spirit energy suppression but spirit energy reflection. But he had to read it more carefully. Having said that, he also focused on this spirit energy reflection skill and very quickly the system gave an explanation for it. Spirit energy reflection created a distortion field to neutralize nearby spirit energy. After reading the description, Zeke's eyes also gradually understood a few things. So spirit energy reflection was classified as a skill. Spirit light was fine because it wasn't a passive skill. Before the ceremony I was a rare healer but now I became a unique immortal. Wait a minute, come on. All the graduates awakened normally with blue aura. Only Reina awakened red True Blood. Mine was also red at first, but it turned golden. The system said the identification device had lost essential information. The identification device. Did it mean that bronze statue? As soon as the system input the information, the statue that had paused emitted a red light. Damn. Really? So that's how it is. That bronze statue doesn't determine whether one is awakened or not. It determines the user's characteristics and their profession. Red is for rare profession and golden is for unique. The bronze statue is an ancient treasure that was used before the time of Tarakan, the founder of the Draker clan. This time the concept of profession didn't exist. So it was only used to determine whether a person was awakened or not. Maybe they mistakenly determined that the red light, the manifestation of a rare profession, was a sign of True Blood. Honestly, wasn't it which master discovered this? Now I have the karma points. Did I receive them at that time? Let's try using them. Thinking. In order to satisfy his curiosity, Zeke quickly pressed the button to confirm the use of dragon skill points. Then, his dragon skill points from 100 had dropped to 90. And in front of him also popped up a series of notifications from the system. Your dragon skill is now available for viewing. Dragon skill is open. Dragon skill level 1. Dragon Eye. Allows the user to view the detailed information of an individual after careful observation. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Dragon skill level 1. Dragon Prestige. Allows the user to make the enemy surrender with light. Locked. Requires 30 points to unlock. Dragon skill level 1. Devour. Allows the user to eat and digest a lot. Locked. Requires 50 points to unlock. Returning to Zeke. After reading the information about the skills, he also muttered to himself. Should I unlock which skill? Because his current points are only enough to unlock 2 skills. Let's see. I have Dragon Eye and Dragon Power now. But eating and digesting a lot. This requires 50 points. It's better to take something that is obviously good than something risky. Thinking about it, he quickly unlocked his own Dragon Eye and Dragon Power skills. Dragon Village really seems dangerous. Saving it to help here, then let's use Dragon Eye to see. As soon as the skill was activated, One of Zeke's eyes immediately turned yellow like a dragon's eye. Oh my god. I was expecting more since it said detailed information. But really nothing has changed. Zeke said dejectedly. Before he went out to the balcony to observe more closely. Then, the scene before his eyes made Zeke shocked. Haha. This is really absurd. The statue in the middle of the garden is right in front of my eyes. This could be real usefulness. Zeke laughed out loud. Next, the system suddenly sent him a reminder. Do you want to receive the detailed information of the detected object? Looking at this, Zeke was a little curious and clicked on the agree button. Then, a series of information appeared before his eyes. From the table and chairs made from Oliver wood to the drawers made in the Merc Empire. Back to Zeke. Before he could study further, the light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Then he also felt a dizziness coming over him. What is this? My body. Are all dragon skills like this? Then I can't use it much. Zeke said tiredly as he lay down on the chair. But at this moment, the healing and vitality recovery skill automatically activated, causing his fatigue to instantly disappear. However, Zeke was also a bit curious about how it worked. What is this? I didn't intend to use healing. The young master said curiously and checked his status. Then right after, his eyes widened when he saw the changes in his skills. Wait a minute. All of my sex skills have been converted to passive abilities and my level they have increased. This is too much. Before, being able to heal was considered a very powerful skill, but it was not something that I could use continuously. And its healing effect also had a limit. However now, self-healing was limitless. I had to test it. Thinking was doing. Zeke also took a fruit knife from the side and immediately slashed his bicep, causing his bicep to bleed non-stop. However, just a few seconds later, the wound closed and healed as if the wound had never appeared. Looking at this skill, Zeke suddenly felt like he would have to change his plan a bit. No way. It would take 5 years to graduate from the academy. 5 years. But I would only need 2 years. Zeke let out a laugh. Draco Academy? The greatest knight academy on the continent. Where those with knightly ambitions are willing to pay a high price to study. The dukedom of Troy, where the academy is located, is filled with vitality every new semester in spring. At this time, Zeke's group of people after awakening the light chi have also enrolled here. And while walking around, Zeke also looked out to observe and evaluate the students of the same age. The senior students are no different from adults because they are trained to perfection. However, compared to those who come from the cradle, they are a bit inferior. But they are still children of great families. Thinking of this, Zeke also glanced at the group of people who have gathered in groups of 5 or 7 to divide into factions. Then shook his head in disappointment. It seems that they have already marked their sovereignty. This family is rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families that support the transcendent Draker family, there are 3 families with the greatest influence called the 3 Great Families. First is the Turuan family with the title of Strength. The Zims family representing wisdom. And finally the Vardek family. The family famous for money. Even the children of those 3 families are in this state. But whatever. It has nothing to do with me. He shrugged and thought and quickly returned to the dormitory. His dormitory is the most high-class dormitory. The Platinum Building. The Platinum Building is a dormitory with a training hall, library and all kinds of facilities. It is only for high-level students and even those who come from the cradle cannot easily enter. As for the true-blooded awakened people, they are given special privileges called the floor master of an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. At this moment, as soon as he entered the building, a maid was already waiting in front and bowed to Zeke. Welcome Zeke Draker. We have been waiting for you to come here. We will escort you to the designated floor. On the side, 2 rows the servants also bowed in unison. Welcome young master. Turning back to Zeke, seeing himself being treated like this, he was also a little embarrassed and unfamiliar. Because in his previous life, he wouldn't have dared to dream of this situation. Isn't this a bit too much? Even if it was true blood. Haha. Zeke laughed awkwardly. Then an old man also spoke up to remind Zeke. Mr. Decker was waiting for him in the room. Listening to this, Zeke also quickly returned to his room and asked Old Man Decker. What's the matter, Decker? In response, the old man also said that there was something to deliver to the protagonist and gave him a luxurious box. What was contained inside was a pair of high-quality gloves prepared for true bloods. The gloves he had received before after awakening were only temporary goods. On this side, Zeke also nodded humorously after putting on the gloves and feeling the feeling it brought. Heart. Oh. It's on a whole other level compared to those temporary gloves. It's nice to see you like it, Decker said with a smile. Hearing that, Zeke also continued. I've already received new gloves, so I want to get a new sword as well. What do you think, Decker? In response to this, Old Man Decker also said that Zeke's choice was extremely excellent. Because the territory of the Duke of Troy is close to the giant mountain range, where there is a lot of high-quality iron and excellent blacksmiths. To the point that many people say that a student's first weapon after graduating is a work. Next, Decker also offered to find Zeke a skilled blacksmith. However, the protagonist refused because he already had a candidate for this job. No need. I've already selected someone. I'll go personally. So let's arrange an appointment. As he spoke, he wrote down the other party's information on a piece of paper and handed it to his butler. After reading the name inside the paper, Decker's eyes also showed curiosity. Galleon Halbert. I've never heard of this name before. I'll contact them right away. Also, tomorrow the class will start. So please look through the relevant documents first. Always nagging. I know. Zeke complained. Next, waiting for Decker to go contact that blacksmith, Zeke also took the opportunity to look through the documents while thinking. With the platinum floor being completely isolated, he would have more freedom to develop dragon technique. Thinking up to here, outside suddenly a knock on the door interrupted his train of thought. Come in. Zeke spoke. And seeing that he had given permission, a maid also walked inside and announced. With your permission, the floor master Reina has sent a dinner invitation. Hearing this news, although a little curious as to why, Zeke also nodded in agreement. Okay. Take me there. The scene changed to the rooftop of the building. Dad, the layout of this place looked like a flower garden used for tea parties. And after Zeke arrived at this place, he couldn't help but feel a little confused by the scene before his eyes. It was quite interesting. It looked like a southern gang. On the opposite side, the swordswoman Reina saw that Zeke had arrived and also nodded in greeting. Welcome, Zeke Draker. My clan is a bit unusual. Sorry, she said. And then she snapped her fingers to signal her subordinates to leave. On this side, Zeke, although he was a bit surprised, didn't pay much attention to it. Thank you for your concern. Then let's finish eating and then talk about it. Reina continued. Speaking of Zeke, while that Reina was ordering, he also frowned and observed her. The Thunder Knight. She was optimizing her dantian to control the light chi and had also set her sights on the position of the Purple Knight. So why was her swordsmanship stuck? What a waste of potential. Zeke sighed in his heart. And just like that, the two of them calmly ate together. And after looking at the stack of plates that was 3 times thicker than Reina herself, Zeke also feels skeptical about life. Haha. I'm also a big eater, but her appetite is really beyond my expectations. Zeke thought as he looked at Reina with a strange gaze. Meanwhile, Reina seemed to not care about this gaze and calmly used a napkin to wipe her mouth and spoke to get to the main point. We're done eating. So I'll get to the main point. Let's accept the support of the Turuan clan. Zekedreku. On the opposite side, the protagonist heard and his expression immediately changed. Then he also reminded Reina to realize the problem. It seemed like she had forgotten. But we are both true blood awakeners. In response, Reina almost burst out laughing at Zeke's naivety. It seems like he misunderstood true blood awakeners. It's true that we get a lot of privileges. Just this platinum level alone is enough as proof. But we don't get any benefits when considering the development. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated in the academy. A personal instructor to effectively improve one's strength. Without these, no matter how rich you are, you will still be behind. That's why the support from the family is necessary. Speaking of this, pausing for a beat, Reina directly brought up a living example for Zeke to understand the problem. Even Abel Draker, a true blood like us, the youngest person to ever achieve the title of White Knight and the current Black Knight, also received support from his mother's family. The Zims family. Although the Turuan family head didn't tell me the reason. But he told me that you won't receive support from your mother's family. I'll say it again. Accept the support of the Turuan family. Zekedreku. the swordswoman said with a serious look in her eyes. However, even though she had, Zeke waved his hand in refusal. No, hearing his words, Reina's face also turned dumb. Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Why? Receiving the support of the Turuan clan is not a disadvantage for you." In response to this, Zeke started to stand up from his chair and gently replied, "It's not that. I don't need anything more than what I received as a true blood awakening. It's not much, but it's enough to repay the meal. I'll give you a piece of advice now. Your sword has too much power behind it. I guess you're too concerned about that guy. Listen carefully, Reina. Your greatest strength is the flexibility that comes from a supple body. Don't take direct attacks and crush your opponent with strength. Instead, flexibly deflect your opponent's attack aside and launch a delicate and precise strike. If she could do that, she would become much stronger than her current self." As she spoke, Zeke lightly waved his hand in the air, causing all the leaves around him to swirl around him like a tornado. After doing this, Zeke also waved goodbye to the swordswoman. "That's it. Thank you for the meal." Turning towards Reina, after hearing Zeke's words, she also unconsciously clenched her hand. "The Turuan family is a symbol of strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not that I care about others. But he's right. I've been obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turuan name. As a result, this has been unconsciously transferred into my swordsmanship." He simply saw through it. "When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius. And no one gave me any real advice. Zeke Draker. Who are you anyway?" She curious to say a sentence. Back to Zeke's position. He had already left the dormitory and was wandering around the schoolyard. All of his sex skills had changed. Their performance was insane. How could he still be fine even though he stayed up all night to practice? Sega sighed. This was thanks to his infinite vitality sex skill. It was a skill that allowed any fatigue to be quickly compensated by an infinite amount of vitality. It was an upgraded version of the abundant vitality skill. Back to the story. While walking, Zeke also looked around at the students practicing around him and thought. In his previous life, he thought this place was hell. But now that he's a full-fledged awakened person, this place has become heaven. Money and power aren't everything. But there's nothing like this. He sighed in his heart. At the same time, suddenly Owen called out to him from the side later. "Zeikadreiku. So you are also in the special class." Hearing someone calling him, the main character also slightly looked back to observe and quickly recognized the other party's identity. Owen Zimmons, the third young master of the Zimmons family. One of the three great families. Because of the Zimmons family's specialty in scheming. So he took advantage of others to bully himself and cunningly maintained a perfect image. But why is he acting so friendly now? On the opposite side, Owen at this time also pretended to be a good person and spoke. "I invited you to dinner last night but you didn't reply. Didn't you receive the letter?" In response to this question, Zeke also curled his lips remembering the letter in his room and asked, "Oh, is that the thing on my desk?" Seeing that Zeke recognized it, Owen also asked again, "So why didn't you reply?" Hearing this, Zeke chuckled and said with a cold face, "Well, you are so funny. Why should I answer?" Seeing Zeke's attitude, before the Owen guy could give the order, a hunting dog behind him stepped forward to show his attitude. "You are so rude. Even though the young master is so kind." Zeikadreiku. The owner of this voice is a big guy like a guardian with a face full of arrogance. But maybe because he is a small fry, Zeke can't recognize who this is. "Who is this?" he muttered. And the big guy heard it and covered his face and laughed like a fool. "Haha. Why don't you know me? It seems that people from the cradle are worthless." Turning back to Zeke, he didn't need to let this guy finish speaking. He already understood the purpose of this dog guy. But he didn't have time to act with him, so he turned around and left. "I understand that you want to show off to your young master. But remember that you are talking to someone." Behind, the big guy seemed to not want to say much to Zeke anymore. So as soon as he saw him turn around, this guy made a sneak attack, throwing a lightning punch straight at Zeke. Fortunately, Zeke reacted enough so his body was pushed back without any injuries. And through the attack just now he also had a relative view of the opponent's strength. It seemed that high-level students had the ability to manipulate basic light energy. Speaking of the big guy, seeing that Zeke was still safe after his attack, he also loudly introduced, "My name is Durban Roswell. Here they call me Mighty Durban. On behalf of young Master Owen, I will teach you a lesson. He declared eloquently without knowing that danger was surrounding him. Mighty Durban, huh? A student who is not yet a knight has an alias. How ridiculous. The main character said in a voice said full of ridicule. Then after that, only saw his body flash once. Disappeared on the spot and immediately pressed close to this Durban guy. At the same time, Zeke also put force into his fist and threw a punch straight at his stomach, causing the big guy to be in so much pain that both his nose and mouth were continuously spraying blood. Next, his body also flew back like a cannonball. But this was not the end. In order to avoid these flies and mosquitoes from bothering him, Zeke also looked at all of Owen's subordinates and challenged. After the Mighty Durban, whose turn is it? Quickly choose young Master Owen. On the opposite side, just as Zeke had assessed, Owen, who was famous for his cunning, did not show any anger when his subordinate was beaten to a pulp. Instead, he immediately led his dog legs calmly past Zeke and said, "You really like to bask in glory, huh? Zeke Draco." Funny, Zeke muttered as he watched the backs of the departing crowd. Drake Academy was mainly divided into two classes. There was the normal class, where it was taught that if one lacked talent, one had to overcome it through effort. And so they followed a strict regimen from early morning to late at night. The second was the special class, where one could freely choose subjects other than the basic subjects. Even in the academy, where the greatest elites gathered, was also in this special class. So I had some expectations. But most of the people here were just alumni of the cradle. What special class? There was a cradle class. Zeke sneered in his heart. When he looked around, there were only familiar faces that he had seen until he was sick of. Then, while the whole class was still noisily talking to each other, suddenly there was a loud voice of the professor reminding everyone. Order. To encourage the new students of the special class. Today there was a very special person who had come here. Not only was he the commander-in-chief in the war against the Eastern Empire 20 years ago, and he was the hero who stopped the imperial invasion with his own ingenuity. Please welcome General Howard Draker. As the professor's voice rang out, an old man with a big belly walked into the classroom and waved to the students. Nice to meet you. Back to Zeke. With his knowledge, he naturally recognized who this character was. He was the headmaster of the academy. Howard Draker. The war hero Howard Draker. They worshipped him as a war hero and a tactical genius. But the truth was he leaked information to the enemy for his own survival. But accidentally threw the enemy into chaos. He was just a lucky traitor. That rat was no hero at all but the mastermind behind my expulsion from the academy. I lost the only place I could return to and ended up wandering around the Principality of Troy until I was captured and sold to cartel region in the south. I will give him a taste. Zeke secretly promised in his heart as he looked at the fat man's unpleasant face in front. Then, after Howard greeted the students a bit, he quickly left this classroom. And the teacher also continued with his lecture. I believe all of you have remembered the principal's words. Now we will start the basic class immediately. So take your swords and go to the arena. Yes, sir. The group shouted in unison. The scene changed to the indoor arena of the special class. Although it was indoors, its area was also extremely large. Meanwhile, Zeke was showing an extremely bored face towards the teacher's lecture. Who would have thought that even the special class would have to learn the basics of dragon killing? In my previous life, just because I couldn't use the light energy, I spent 2 years learning things that a person could learn in 3 months. Please take it easy. Just thought. Zeke just rubbed his face in pain. At this moment, in front of them was a young knight who spoke. Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker and I will teach you the basics of dragon slaying. This is Rose Knight Andre Draker. However, perhaps because he was too young and had not yet built a reputation for himself, so the students did not recognize him. Who is he? So young. It was the official uniform of the Draker family. Whispers began to ring out among everyone. Only Zeke knew the identity of this person. Rose Knight Andre. Although he was not a pure-blooded awakened person, he had graduated early from Valhalla with the title of valedictorian. He was a rare genius in a century given to the Draker family. Even the teacher of the special class was on another level. He was famous for his uncompromising and tough personality. Zeke thought to himself. And just as he mentioned, as soon as Andre saw the students below being noisy and disorderly, He immediately shouted. Be quiet. If you're done talking, I'll start class. You guys draw your swords. Below. The students saw that he didn't seem easy to tease, so they quickly followed suit. At this moment, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. That student. What is that sword? Hearing that, Zeke immediately waved the sword in his hand, creating gusts of wind blowing around, and shrugged in response. As you can see, I use this sword. In response to this, Andre also ordered him with a cold face. Step onto the arena. Student. Don't you know that you have to choose a sword that suits your body? Hearing his words, Zeke also shook his head and sighed, knowing that this would happen. I deliberately made an impression when I drew my sword, but it was still useless. It's better to show him my skills. Thinking of this, the protagonist calmly said, I can defeat you with this sword. Teacher. His calm words immediately made the atmosphere around Andre change. Next, he also began to radiate spiritual pressure on Zeke. It was just a pity that it was blocked by his indomitable spiritual defense skills. Next, seeing that his own spiritual attack was useless, Andre also calmly touched the sword at his waist and raised his voice. I understand, student. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword touches my body even a little bit, not only will you be exempted from punishment for your rudeness, but you will also be exempted from this basic dragon slaying class. Don't worry. I don't intend to use spiritual energy on the students. He spoke up to remind Zeke to avoid panicking, not realizing that this suggestion actually made the main character feel like going crazy inside. Ho ho. Being exempted from class. So good. I could defeat Andre because I know his weakness. But with Abel watching, it would be dangerous if I draw more attention like when I was in the cradle. I'll just brush against his clothes and admit defeat. Thinking of this, Zeke gripped his sword tightly and spoke up. Fine. After saying that, his body immediately surged forward like a flash of lightning. And as soon as he got close to Andre, he swung his sword with all his strength, aiming for his throat. The swing was so powerful it created a wind-slicing sound. However, it still wasn't enough to trouble Andre. With just a simple sword swing, he easily knocked Zeke's sword away. Seeing this, the main character wasn't too disappointed. As expected from a blue knight, this wouldn't be easy. After saying that, Zeke began to move his body continuously and attack from all directions. But no matter what angle he attacked from, he couldn't break through the Rose Knight's defense. As time passed, the students below had been watching the two of them fight for 30 minutes. A Draker Knight is truly on another level. Yes, 30 minutes. And Zeke hasn't even brushed against his clothes yet. Someone exclaimed. However, they didn't know that after continuously fighting for such a long time, Andre's body had started to tremble with exhaustion. He began to look at Zeke with a puzzled expression. What kind of stamina is this? Even though I'm suppressing myself and not using spiritual energy, I can't believe I'm losing to a student. Sure enough, the existence of true blood is unfair. The more he thought about it, the more bitterness rose in Andre's heart. On the opposite side, Zeke saw Andre's breathing become more ragged, and he immediately realized that his plan was going smoothly. Haha. His stamina is still that weak. And suppressing his spiritual energy like this only makes things worse. The Draker family's method of cultivating spiritual energy is famous for its uniqueness. You must activate it during practice, in daily life, and even while eating and sleeping. It's basically supposed to be maintained like breathing. In other words, for Andre, he is essentially holding his breath, and the inconvenient swordplay only increases his stamina consumption. But to lose like this feels off. I have no choice. I must force him to use his spiritual energy. Creating an easily manageable situation is useless. I need something to make him use his spiritual energy unconsciously. In other words, a desperate situation. Thinking of this, Zeke began to activate his agile footwork skill, making his body move as fast as a flash, appearing and disappearing around Andre, causing his eyes to grow blank as he couldn't pinpoint Zeke's exact position. Impossible. How can a student use agile footwork like this? Andre thought in confusion. And at the same time, as he became distracted, Zeke's figure immediately appeared behind him, activating his critical strike skill. Sensing the danger, Andre immediately turned around. But with no other option, he was forced to use his spiritual energy and slowly retreat. At that moment, Andre raised his sword high above his head to use his skill. Dragon Slayer technique. Chapter 1. Section 1. Slash through the sky. Just like that. Andrei's earth-shattering slash was sent directly toward Zeke. Seeing this, the main character reacted very quickly, raising his sword in front of his chest to block the strike. And then a deafening explosion rang out in the air. After blocking the attack, a large gash appeared on Zeke's sword, and Zeke himself was injured badly. His eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Damn. That hurts. But I guess I can pass out now. After thinking it through, Zeke let go of his sword and rolled to the side to end the battle. Seeing this, Andrei slowly sheathed his sword. And although slightly unwilling, he had to admit, this student no longer needs to attend the audit class. Any other students want to be exempted? Below, witnessing their battle, all the students went completely silent upon realizing their teacher was furious. And now, if any foolish person dares to raise their hand, they'll definitely regret it with him. Up above, Andrei saw no one volunteering to take the challenge. So he began to vent his anger on the entire group. In that case, I'll treat this as no one else. Now, raise your swords. From now on, the students will witness everything. Time quickly passed, transitioning to the infirmary. At this moment, the main character was leisurely resting while the other students were exhausted like dogs in the training yard. To be honest, it was a good performance. Even though I didn't brush against his clothes, I made Andrei use his spiritual energy, something he said he wouldn't, and I earned his acknowledgement of my abilities. In the end, Andrei was taught a lesson, and I have free time now, so both of us win. However, Andrei's final attack, the most basic move of the Dragon Slayer technique. Chapter 1. Section 1. Slash through the sky. Since it was launched by a blue knight, wasn't that powerful. Still, I was able to defeat a blue knight due to my stamina and infinite healing. But that's still not enough. To live freely, to not be limited, I need to achieve unstoppable strength. Strength that ensures I never have to lose to anyone. Zeke silently said to himself. At that moment, suddenly, a strong smell of alcohol hit Zeke's nose. And then a voice echoed. So you're the youngest son of Arthur. Lying on the bed, Zeke suddenly saw a drunk man appear next to him. His eyes widened in surprise. Who the hell is this? Zeke thought to himself while looking at the stranger with a wary gaze, which seemed to amuse the strange man. You have the same eyes as that damn insolent Arthur. I couldn't detect him even with the strong smell of alcohol. Let alone that insolent Arthur. How dare he address the current head of the Draker family like that? Thinking this, Zeke immediately asked, Who are you? Without answering the question, the red-haired man turned the question back at him. What did you do earlier, kid? Saying that, the man started drinking non-stop, making Zeke even more uncertain about what kind of person this guy really was. He was clearly acting on a whim. Zeke thought to himself and then asked, What do you mean by that? In response, the strange man set his bottle aside and looked at him with sharp eyes. Are you playing dumb? You were injured earlier. But how is it that the injury healed so quickly? Turning back to Zeke, the man's keen observation made Zeke feel slightly panicked inside. Did he figure out the healing ability? I can't let myself be exposed. No one at the academy knows about my healing skill. Thinking of this, Zeke clenched his fist and decided to continue feigning ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Opposite him, the red-haired man wasn't too surprised by Zeke's response. So the story continues like this. Huh? Saying that, without any warning, he swung his hand directly at Zeke's neck. Fortunately, the main character was always alert to this man, so he managed to react in time and dodge to the side. If not, he probably would have been cut in half like the pillow behind him. Next, Zeke grabbed the blanket beside him and threw it straight at the man's face, blocking his line of sight. His instincts were screaming at him that if he didn't kill him, this man would kill him. With that thought, Zeke unleashed all of his strength, simultaneously using his agile footwork, thrusting accurately, and delivering a critical strike to attack the opponent. However, for this attack of his, the man simply raised his hand lightly and was able to easily grab Zeke's sword, preventing it from moving even an inch. The nameless man even complimented Zeke. Your ability to adapt to situations is impressive. You fight like a mercenary. The words struck Zeke deeply, making him scream inwardly. Who the hell is this guy? On this side, Zeke saw his sword being held and immediately let it go, gently retreating to maintain a safe distance. He then fixed a wary gaze on the man, wondering to himself, who the hell is this guy? A mercenary? Does he know something about my past life? Zeke silently thought to himself. Meanwhile, the red-haired man began to toy with Zeke's sword and said with amusement, a Draker dropping their sword and retreating. I think you'd be better suited as a mercenary than a knight. With that, he casually flicked Zeke's sword back toward him, and Zeke effortlessly caught it. However, his wary expression had not eased in the slightest. What does he mean by that? I've never felt this way since meeting my master. I'm sure after this brief battle, there's an overwhelming gap between our abilities. So vast that if he wanted to, he could easily kill me. He's at least a Crimson Knight. No, maybe even stronger. Thinking about this, Zeke slightly lowered his guard because, with his current strength, there was no way he could handle this man. In front of him, the red-haired man, unaware of Zeke's inner thoughts, spoke again. That two-handed sword is a basic supply weapon from the cradle. Right? You've got that talent. So why use that kind of weapon? Before Zeke could respond, the door to the room opened, and then the Rose Knight, Andre, entered. Upon seeing the red-haired man, Andre seemed to recognize him and said, So you're here, Dexter, the garden keeper. Hearing this, Zeke began to doubt himself, wondering if he had misheard. The garden keeper? With that kind of power? Zeke thought to himself. At that point, Dexter, the garden keeper, began to twirl his ear and complain to Andre. That damned annoying guy. How did you know I was here? You were in the training room earlier. Andre replied. You really are annoyingly sharp, Dexter said boredly. At the same time, as Andre walked past Zeke, he told him to leave the room. If you've been treated, you can go now, student. Upon hearing this, although Andre's words were a little unpleasant, Zeke didn't want to stay in the room facing that red-haired monster. All right, I understand, Zeke replied quickly before rushing to leave. However, before Zeke could leave the room, Dexter called out, Hey kid, if you have time, come to the West Greenhouse at the academy. I'll teach you a few useful things. Hearing this, Zeke paused for a moment, then shook his head lightly. Nah, never mind. With that, he quickly left the room without hesitation, leaving Dexter behind, who yelled in frustration. Look at your mouth. You're just like that damn Arthur. Back to Zeke. After closing the door, he immediately began to use all his mental energy to think. The garden keeper Dexter. Who does he think he's fooling? If he's at a level where he can mention Arthur Draker's name so casually, then he must be someone who's had only one disciple, Andre, throughout his life. If I'm not mistaken, this is Duke Draker, the Gale Knight, one of the Black Knights whose strength could rival an entire kingdom on his own. He was the subject of much talk when he suddenly disappeared one day. But I didn't expect him to be living in hiding within this academy. Perhaps because he's here. That's why Andre came here. The Duke is rumored to have a frighteningly resolute will. And there are even rumors that he became a Black Knight just because he liked the color black. But that's probably just nonsense. Right now, the Duke seems to be very interested in me. But receiving just ordinary teachings out of simple curiosity isn't something I'm interested in. If I'm going to learn something, it should at least be the secrets of his power. I'll turn that curiosity into determination. With this thought, Zeke grinned slyly, secretly planning how to deal with the Duke in his mind. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the magic theory class. At this moment, Professor Fannin, the Academy's magic theory instructor, was trying to teach. When something like this happens, do you all know what will happen? But no one seemed to know. He awkwardly said, glancing at the students who were lying on their desks, half asleep, showing no interest at all in the lesson. Seeing this, Fannin had no choice but to answer his own question. Haha. All right. When forming the spiritual formula through resistance, you really get injured. Before he could finish his sentence, Zeke suddenly raised his hand with a question. I don't understand the law of spiritual energy flow that you mentioned earlier, sir. On the podium, seeing that someone was paying attention to his words, Fannin's face lit up with joy, to the point where Zeke had to remind him again before he snapped back to reality. Oh, sorry. This is the first time I've gotten a question. As for the answer to the spiritual energy flow, he began to explain in detail so that Zeke could understand. In this way, time passed quickly until the end of the lesson. The students were still bored, chatting among themselves, wondering why they had to sit through this tedious magic class. Why do we have to learn magic theory at the Knights Academy? It's really just nap time. One person laughed and said, glancing at Zeke. Unlike the lazy students beside him, Zeke couldn't help but praise the ability of Professor Fanon. That was a very easy to understand lecture. He's not an ordinary professor. Thinking that, as he packed up his books to leave, Zeke suddenly heard Professor Fanon's voice. Wait, Zeke. Hearing the call, Zeke turned around and asked, what's up, Professor? In response, the professor took a deep breath to gather himself and awkwardly said, oh, it's nothing really. It's just that it's been a long time since I felt like I'm teaching a proper class with someone like you. So if you ever have any questions, feel free to come to my research lab anytime. I'm a former student who received a scholarship from Delphoa Magic University, so I know a lot of things. Hearing this, Zeke couldn't help but think more highly of him. I thought he wasn't just an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be a former student of Delphoa Magic University, the origin country of magic. With this in mind, since Fanon had said that, Zeke wasn't foolish enough to refuse. I understand, sir, he said with a smile, also grateful for his own luck. Having a mage as an ally wasn't a bad thing. Mages are great with mathematics and tend to think flexibly. They make better colleagues than knights. Fanon. Let's see if he proves to be useful. Zeke muttered quietly to himself. And while he was still thinking about how to make the most of his relationship with Duke, he suddenly realized that the Duke was already lying on a chair, seemingly waiting for him. The Duke was more impatient than he had expected. Only about a week had passed, it seemed. Zeke shrugged and thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duke noticed Zeke stepping out into the yard and glanced at him, saying, are you done yet, brat? Why didn't you go to the greenhouse? You should understand what I mean by teaching you useful things. In response, Zeke switched into acting mode and sighed dramatically. I told you. I'm not interested. Across from him, Duke, a black knight, couldn't contain his frustration after Zeke repeatedly rejected him. What? Why not? He yelled, clearly angered. Seeing this, Zeke quickly came up with a few excuses. I know you're very skilled, but right now I'm busy with personal training. Oh, I see, Duke replied. Of course, personal training can't be neglected. Do you think I'd say otherwise? As soon as Duke finished speaking, his massive frame suddenly appeared right behind Zeke. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Before Zeke could react, Duke swung his hand and struck Zeke's neck, causing him to roll his eyes back and instantly faint. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the flower garden Duke was tending to. At this point, Zeke slowly regained consciousness after his fainting spell, rubbing the sore spot on his neck. He hadn't expected Duke to actually hit him. It seemed that a week had been too long for the Duke. So, this is the greenhouse on the west side, Zeke muttered as he looked around, surveying his surroundings. Duke saw that Zeke had regained consciousness and paused his watering to take a swig of alcohol. Awake now, brat? He asked, his tone casual. Did you kidnap me? Zeke's voice was cold as he questioned him, and Duke responded without hesitation. Yeah, I kidnapped you. I'm interested in you, kid. Hearing this, Zeke understood that Duke had dropped any pretenses and was now openly admitting his intentions. It seemed that Duke was growing increasingly impatient. However, Zeke knew that now wasn't the right time to confront him. With that thought, Zeke activated his agile step skill and rushed forward like a gust of wind. However, Zeke was no match for Duke's speed. After only a few seconds, Duke's face appeared right in front of him, causing Zeke to quickly retreat in surprise. Duke still saw him as nothing more than a joke. Zeke needed something to spark a reaction, so he decided to probe for answers. What exactly about me interests you? He asked, hoping to get more insight. I asked you how you healed your internal injuries so quickly, Duke responded, his voice serious. After hearing this, Zeke couldn't help but smile, realizing that he had found the key to piquing Duke's curiosity. So that's what bothers you, huh? If you're that curious, you'll have to make me talk. Duke's expression darkened for a moment, as if he was deep in thought. Then, without warning, his figure vanished before Zeke's eyes. Zeke was momentarily startled, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Where did he go? Zeke wondered. But before he could get a clear answer, A spinning sword suddenly shot toward him from a distance. Reacting quickly, Zeke managed to dodge the attack by shifting his body just in time, narrowly avoiding the blade. He quickly grabbed the sword out of the air and turned to face Duke. "What are you doing?" Zeke asked, his tone filled with both curiosity and caution. Duke, with a wicked grin, proposed an unusual challenge. "You said I should make you talk. But that's too easy. How about we make a bet? If you can land even a single strike on my clothes, I'll grant you one wish. But if you give up during this fight, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding." As Duke spoke, his expression was one of madness, almost as though he found this whole situation amusing. The battle between Zeke and Duke continued with fierce intensity, and by late afternoon, the entire garden was shrouded in dust from their ongoing combat. As the fight dragged on, Duke couldn't help but feel frustrated and puzzled. "What's going on with this kid?" he thought. "It's been 3 hours now, and not only is his endurance and stamina remarkable, but his injuries seem to heal without limit. No matter how many times he's knocked down, he's back on his feet as if nothing happened." Despite not having been defeated yet, Zeke still hadn't figured out how to win. Duke thought to himself, "I could keep doing this all day, but I still can't seem to beat him." Zeke, on the other hand, started considering whether he should use the long roar skill he had learned before. Long roar? Huh? It's dangerous. So I've never used it. But against a black knight like him, it shouldn't be a problem. With that thought in mind, Zeke gripped his sword tightly, and the air around him grew colder. Seeing the intense determination in Zeke's eyes, even Duke felt a bead of sweat forming on his face. "Good. Now you're acting like it," Duke thought with a smile. Without hesitation, Zeke activated his agile step skill, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning. As he closed the distance between them, he swung his sword decisively. Duke, however, was unfazed. He wasn't afraid of the incoming strike. In fact, he still had the mental space to muse. He's repeating his attacks. He's fast. But compared to that damn leech and that girl from Turuan's house, he's nothing. Still, this malice, it's more than just persistence. I'm loving it. Maybe I should use a little bit of light aura. With that thought, Duke's hand began to glow as he enveloped it in light aura, preparing to block Zeke's sword. But just as Zeke unleashed his strike, he suddenly activated Long Roar. The overwhelming pressure and presence of the skill made Duke feel as though something incredibly powerful was bearing down on him. Instinctively, Duke raised his arm to deflect Zeke's sword. His strength was enough to snap Zeke's blade in half with a single strike. Just as Duke was about to analyze the strange sensation he had just felt, Zeke in front of him activated his Earth Scales technique, causing the surroundings to become engulfed in a cloud of dust. Did he block my sight? Duke thought. But it will be hard for him to find me in this mist. However, what Duke didn't know was that with his long eye skill, Zeke was able to easily pinpoint Duke's position. He immediately closed the gap between them and swung his sword at Duke's neck. The blade cut through the air, but Zeke quickly realized that his sword didn't strike anything. Instead, it had only slashed through an afterimage created by Duke's movement. As expected, Zeke thought. In the next moment, Duke's figure vanished from sight. Zeke found himself surrounded by a whirlwind of dust and debris, and he quickly deduced what was happening. This was Duke's secret technique, a rapid dash that created a strong gust of wind, which is why he was called the Whirlwind Knight. Zeke couldn't figure out how to counter this technique. Just as he was processing his options, Duke's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Without hesitation, Zeke swung his sword backward. But once again, Duke had vanished. The next moment, Duke reappeared directly in front of him. "Let's call this a draw, kid," Duke said. But his grin was still full of frustration. He threw a punch at Zeke, sending the young man flying backward with the force of a cannonball. The impact was so strong that Zeke's body was sent tumbling through the air. After being pummeled so badly by Duke, Zeke's recovery skills began to falter. Despite his impressive regenerative abilities, overusing his skills had led to an overload of energy. Warning: excessive skill usage exceeding safe limits. For your safety, consciousness will be forcibly shut down. Ugh. This is just like the saying, Zeke muttered under his breath as his vision faded to black. As time passed, Zeke slowly regained consciousness in his room, rubbing his head and taking in his surroundings. "This is my room, so Duke brought me back here?" he thought with a sigh of regret. "I was so close to winning. But it's true that he's a Black Knight for a reason. I thought I had done everything I could. But it was useless. I tried to distract Duke by repeating my attacks over and over. Then used Long E at the right moment to create an opening. Along with Long Eyes to target him. Yet it still wasn't enough. Zeke reflected on the last technique Duke had used, his high-speed movement technique that seemed almost unreal. It was a technique forged from extreme physical training. A secret skill that no doubt helped someone like Andre, who had less stamina, rise to the position of a Red Knight. Zeke felt frustrated that he had missed the chance to learn this technique. However, he still felt somewhat satisfied with the power of his own Long E. Even a Black Knight had been briefly affected by it. If it could have such an impact on him, then most lesser opponents would have fallen immediately to the skill. Just as Zeke was thinking this, a notification screen suddenly appeared before him, catching his attention. You have an unread message. Confirm to open it? Unread message? Zeke muttered in curiosity as he quickly tapped the confirmation button. The screen then flashed with several new notifications. Skill, Level D, Agile Movement has been upgraded to Level C, High Speed Movement. Your soul has developed through the display of strong will. And with this soul growth, system functions are now activated. You can unlock the next function by using more karma points. Miniature map, geographic features are now visible in the form of a map. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Storage compartments, can store various items within capacity. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock. Unlimited quest book, includes guidance and missions for the effective development of lower-level administrators. Locked. Requires 45 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. Zeke looked at the new information in surprise. He hadn't expected such an upgrade to his skills and system functionality. I've gained karma points. I can unlock more features now. Seems like my actions are starting to show results. He looked at the points he had accumulated. Just need a few more to unlock the rest of the features. Zeke sat up, contemplating how to proceed with his new abilities and the options in front of him. It seemed like this new power could be a huge advantage moving forward. Returning to Zeke, there were so many new things appearing that he couldn't help but be curious. A pile of things had appeared. And according to the description, the storage compartment seemed interesting. Let's check the storage compartment first, he thought. And then immediately spent 20 karma points to unlock this new function. As soon as he did, the system sent a notification: if you choose an item, it will be stored in the storage compartment. When retrieving an item from the storage compartment, you can think of its name or shape. The amount of space the item occupies in the compartment depends on its size and weight. If you want a larger storage compartment, you can use karma points to increase the size of your storage compartment. After reading the description, Zeke thought even a cow would be able to understand how to use it. So, I just need to choose an item I want? I can activate the skill by thinking of it. So putting an item into the storage compartment should be the same, he thought. Then, Zeke casually picked up his broken sword and silently said the words to store it in his mind. Immediately, the sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and was transferred into his inventory. The two-handed sword disappeared and took up 2 of the 28 slots in the storage compartment. So, this is what the system meant when it said the amount of space an item occupies in the storage compartment depends on its size and weight. To take it out, I just need to think of its name or shape, Zeke thought, concentrating a bit. And then, the sword reappeared in his hand. I was thinking about the spatial storage compartment. But this is even better. That treasure is very expensive. Obviously. But it's hard to find something to store it in. And I can even expand the storage space by using karma points. This excessive advantage is just the function of a low-level administrator. What will it be like when I reach a higher level? If the value of these points is this high, I can't just use them recklessly. It seems I need to change my plan. Zeke stroked his chin and thought for a moment. At that moment, the voice of the old butler, Decker, came from outside. May I come in, young master? Hearing that, Zeke nodded and said, Come in. What's the matter? In response, Decker took out a small piece of paper and explained. There's a message for you. He said you'll know who it's from if I mention the garden keeper, Dexter. On the opposite side, Zeke quickly took the piece of paper and observed it. The paper read, Kid, if you want to challenge me again, anytime will do. Looking at these words, Zeke smiled as if he had just caught a fish. It seemed that it wasn't a total defeat. Was this what he meant by a draw? Anyway, it still meant there was a chance. Thinking about this, Zeke clenched his fist and gradually felt the call of Duke's secret technique, as if it was inviting him to learn. Turning to the old man, Dexter, he continued to remind the protagonist. I have one more thing to tell you. I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up with joy and he immediately asked, "Oh, really? When is the appointment?" In response, the old man hesitated slightly before answering. Well, there's a problem. The blacksmith declined the appointment. He no longer forges weapons. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to an old, small forge. At this moment, Zeke's carriage stopped here, as this forge was where the person he had been paying attention to lived. Looking at the familiar scene before him, a hint of nostalgia appeared in the protagonist's eyes. It had been a long time. The Breath of Papnir was indeed a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking about this, he opened the door, stepped inside, and called out, "Is anyone home?" Inside the forge, the scene was extremely messy with numerous pieces of armor scattered across the floor. On a table, there was a young man, clearly drunk, with a bottle of alcohol in hand. "Graham, the Radiant Sword. It is a masterpiece forged by Galleon," he mumbled. He said it was the price for saving his life. Worthy of the title Soul Smith. It was known that Galleon read the souls of the smiths before crafting weapons for them, and he lived up to that reputation, creating the sword with the most necessary ability, the power to replace radiant energy with ether. The greatest smith on the continent had forged that sword. But why was this person in such a state now? Zeke wondered, looking at the drunken figure of Galleon before him. This was the Soul Smith, Galleon Halbert. At this point, Galleon noticed Zeke's presence and, in surprise, said, "What's this? A kid? This isn't a place for children. Go away." Zeke didn't respond to his words but instead began surveying the room, his expression growing slightly displeased. Although Galleon was a very emotional person, it didn't seem like he would fall into this extreme state for no reason. What had happened to him before meeting me? Zeke wondered to himself. Unable to accept seeing the smith he had chosen in such a drunken state, Zeke immediately grabbed a large bucket of water and splashed it straight onto Galleon, causing his eyes to bulge wide open. Then, Zeke smiled and greeted, "Are you awake now? I want to know why you rejected my request." In front of him, the young blacksmith, now a little more sober after the splash. Then, Galleon noticed the dragon emblem on the protagonist's gloves and immediately recognized his identity. He hurriedly bowed his head and apologized. "The Draker family. I'm sorry for showing such disrespect. Please forgive my recklessness. But right now, I am not accepting any requests. How can a fool like me create something someone wants when I can't even create what I need myself?" Saying this, the young blacksmith trembled uncontrollably, as if he were powerless. Looking at his current state, Zeke seemed to see himself in the past. So even Galleon had gone through such a phase. Zeke thought. Now that he thought about it, when he first met Galleon, he had already become the greatest blacksmith on the continent, and Galleon had never told him about his past life. Perhaps he didn't want to share such a shameful past. But Zeke couldn't wait another 10 years for him to come to his senses. Zeke silently thought to himself. Meanwhile, Galleon continued to pull at his hair, lamenting, "Why am I so useless? Can I even create weapons? A blacksmith who can't even make a weapon." The more he thought about it, the more his mind began to feel foggy, until Zeke's loud shout snapped him back to his senses. "Please forgive my rude behavior," Galleon quickly said. But Zeke wasn't too concerned and shook his head. "Don't worry. I want to see some of your failed products." Hearing this, Galleon was a bit confused as to why Zeke would make such a request. But he quickly led Zeke to the back. "Let me take you to the back." Zeke's request for Galleon to do so was because he wanted to see Galleon's current skill level. There was no other choice, he had to guide him back onto the right path. Zeke thought silently to himself. The scene then shifted to the backyard of the forge, a clearing with numerous identical swords sticking out of the ground. Looking at the messy scene before him, Galleon felt a little guilty and said to Zeke, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let everything get so disorganized." "Haha. It's fine. You could say it's quite captivating," Zeke replied with a nod. Then, Zeke walked into the Garden of Swords, casually pulling one of the swords out of the ground to examine it carefully. Behind him, Galleon, seeing this, anxiously warned. Sir, please be careful. Even though they are failed products, they are still very sharp. Back with Zeke. Of course, Galleon's warnings were completely unnecessary. Because how could Zeke possibly get hurt by these swords? After some time examining a few of the swords, Zeke quickly formed an overall opinion on the quality of the weapons here. These, and these as well, they were not failures at all. They were of the same quality as the weapons Galleon had forged when he was hailed as the greatest blacksmith on the continent. Thinking about this, Zeke began to wonder why Galleon considered them failures. To investigate further, Zeke activated his long eye skill and carefully examined the sword in his hand. Very quickly, he began to notice some unusual details. As expected. Just like I thought. Your forge has some issues, Zeke said. Which made Galleon's eyes widen for a second as he quickly asked, "How did you know?" In response, Zeke didn't give a detailed explanation, instead focusing on the issue with the sword. "Let me ask you, have you optimized your unique alchemy style?" Zeke continued. "It seems like you've chosen some other metals to create lighter, more refined materials. But their durability is too poor." Saying that, Zeke swung the sword with force. Then, suddenly stopping his arm, the sword in his hand snapped into countless fragments due to the backlash. Zeke quickly deduced the cause of the breakage, muttering to himself, "In such cases, it's caused by impurities that weren't properly removed during the heat treatment." Looking at Galleon, hearing Zeke's words, the young blacksmith's face went blank. Zeke hadn't made a single mistake. Everything he said was absolutely accurate. Not only did he recognize Galleon's forging method, but he also pinpointed the key flaw and cause of the issue. If it was this person, maybe he could actually help him, Galleon thought. His instincts began to urge him. And with a sense of urgency, he clenched his fists and said, "Sir, this is very coincidental. But I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Zeke asked, raising an eyebrow. To explain, the two of them returned to Galleon's private workshop. There, Galleon pulled out a drawing from a drawer and spread it out on the table for Zeke to examine. As soon as Zeke glanced at the drawing, his knowledge from the future quickly helped him recognize what it was. This was Galleon's secret. Something he had revealed only after many years, a design for a magical furnace. Zeke recalled the moment from his past life when the blacksmith had shared this information with him. "Haha. What's there to hide from the one who saved my life? This is a furnace that can adjust its temperature freely using magic. This is my secret." Galleon had smiled and said. Back in the present, now that Zeke knew what it was, he nodded in approval. "With this, your alchemy method will work perfectly." Upon hearing this, Galleon's eyes lit up with joy. "As expected. I knew you would recognize it." Then, Zeke asked why. With a complete design in hand, Galleon hadn't made the furnace. Hearing the question, Galleon's smile faded, and he bitterly explained. "The most important part of the design, the energy law for the magical energy, is still intact. But the cost to build the magical furnace tower is 10,000 gold." Upon hearing the sky-high number, Zeke's face stiffened. To fully understand the value of this amount, a normal family of 4 would spend 10 gold coins per month for living expenses. To create the furnace, it would cost 1,000 times that amount. Had it taken Galleon 10 years to save up that sum? Zeke sighed heavily and said, "That price is absurd." Back to the blacksmith. Galleon understood well that with the income from his tiny forge, he had no idea how many generations it would take to save enough for the furnace. So, he had no choice but to place all his hopes on Zeke. Galleon, with a serious look in his eyes, spoke up. "I have something to ask of you. You are a member of the Draker family and also one of the 2 true-blooded awakened of this generation. If you make this furnace for me, I will fulfill any request of yours. Free of charge. With no conditions. For as long as I live." Zeke, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Even though he was from the Draker family and one of the true-blooded awakened, it didn't mean that he could afford such a large sum. It would be possible if he were a family guardian knight. But even as a true-blood, he wouldn't receive such financial support, let alone the 10,000 gold needed. However, he couldn't abandon Graham, the radiant sword. Galleon's problem was the energy law of magical essence. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zeke's mind, and he smiled lightly. He then rolled up the blueprint and tucked it into his coat pocket. All right. I'll accept your request. I can ask a wizard I know. If I find the answer, I'll let you know. And stop drinking, Zeke said, waving his hand. Before he could leave, Galleon suddenly grabbed Zeke's leg and began crying like a child. Thank you. Thank you so much. Galleon, will serve you for life as my savior. Tears and snot were running down his face, even smearing onto Zeke's pants. All right. I get it. Stop now. I'll let you know when it's done, Zeke shouted in frustration. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the research building at Draker Academy. Zeke was heading there to seek help from his friend, the wizard Fanon. As he walked, he grumbled about the wizards at the magic tower. Why do those damn wizards charge such high fees? The structure looks simple enough. Fanon's specialty was the energy law design. So Zeke was hopeful. Let's see, where's his lab? Zeke muttered to himself. His steps halted as he heard the sound of someone being beaten from a nearby alley. The noise stirred unpleasant memories from his past life. He recalled a moment when he had been forced to kneel and beg Leon. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Lord Leon. I, the lowly one, dared to touch your body, Zeke had said, trying to force a smile. In response, Leon had kicked him without hesitation, mocking. Nice words, Zeke. As a reward, I'll let you clean the ground you've dirted. Thank you, Zeke. The recollection of those painful memories seemed to stir something deep within Zeke. As Zeke recalled the painful memories, his teeth clenched tightly, his anger building up. The scene shifted to the alley, where Leon was relentlessly punching someone, cursing as he did so. You're nothing but a bug, an obstacle to the existence of others. You scum. Zeke's the same. A golden light reaction like no other. A true blood awakened above all else. Damn it, Leon thought to himself, fury rising inside him as he kicked the head of the person he was bullying. He couldn't accept that he, who had been caught off guard by an unexpected attack before the fight even began, had failed against someone as lowly as Zeke. But why had that worthless scum, the one who humiliated him, become a true blood awakened? Leon's frustration boiled over, his lip trembling from the anger, blood trickling as he bit down hard. At that moment, a voice rang out from the alley's entrance. Wow. Face like that. You've already found someone to replace me. Zeke smiled as he spoke. But when he saw who the person being bullied was, his expression changed completely. I'll give all of you 3 seconds. Zeke's voice was cold and commanding. If you know what's good for you, get down on your knees and beg for mercy. On the opposite side, when Leon saw Zeke appear, he also began to sweat profusely. However, he gritted his teeth and said, What is this? Your arrogance has been completely shattered since you awakened the true blood. Zeke Draco. Are you sure you really awakened the true blood? Not allowing him to finish his sentence, Zeke didn't want to waste words with this little dog. So he coldly reminded him. Shut up. If you don't bow down, don't blame me, he said with a freezing gaze that made Leon's face turn pale, and he took a sharp breath in fear. From the protagonist, he started feeling an invisible pressure that made the sweat on his body pour out continuously. What kind of pressure is this? Just a few months ago, it still crawled through my crotch. And now I'm afraid of it. Thinking about this, an invisible anger began to rise in his heart, fueling him to face the protagonist. How dare you speak to me like that? You lowly bastard. What are you going to do? Hit him. He shouted loudly to his loyal henchmen. And these loyal dogs didn't know Zeke's strength, so they grinned and rushed toward him to take a beating. And facing their attack, Zeke could only sigh in frustration at their stupidity. Ha! Don't blame me for this. Understand? After saying this, he leaned aside to avoid the punch from the bald man. And before the man could even comprehend the situation, Zeke delivered a punch straight to his ugly face, causing him to spit blood nonstop and fall to the ground. Then, he executed an uppercut, striking the chin of the man behind him, causing him to continue spitting blood. At the same time, a student clenched his fist and attacked Zeke from above. But his arm was immediately caught by Zeke, who then spun and threw his body into the man on the other side. Afterward, Zeke delivered a knee strike to the face of another, causing his eyes to roll back in shock. And so, this group of insignificant pests began to be easily defeated by Zeke without a trace of mercy. For these weaklings, he only needed to use one move to easily send them to the ground. Behind them, Leon watched his henchman fall so easily and his face turned blank. No way. Could this really be Zeke Draker that I know? He asked himself in his mind. Meanwhile, after taking care of the useless bunch, Zeke began to turn his attention toward Leon. You don't have to be afraid. I believe you already know. It will only hurt for a moment, he said gently as if nothing. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly drew his sword from his waist and stammered. Stay away from me. If you come any closer, I'll slash you, he said with a strong tone. But his body trembling uncontrollably betrayed his fearful state. Returning to Zeke's perspective, upon seeing Leon draw his sword, Zeke's gaze became colder than ever. You really drew your sword outside the training grounds. You know what this means, right? To face the killing intent of Leon Conrad, the one who drew his sword outside the sacred training grounds. I, Zeke Draker, will respond with my honor. The upcoming battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility lies with us, and neither of us holds the other accountable for the result. Liam Stone, you will be the witness. Now, let's continue, Zeke said with a slightly excited tone as the foolish Leon had given him the chance to deal with him once and for all. However, before the protagonist could make a move, Leon on the opposite side was so scared that he wet himself. He let go of his sword and begged Zeke for mercy. I'm sorry, Zeke Draker. Please let me live. Please spare me, he said, trembling with an utterly pitiful appearance, causing Zeke to no longer have the desire to take his life. At this moment, Zeke simply swung his sword, grazing Leon's left ear, causing Leon to cry out in pain and hurriedly clutch his ear. As for Zeke, he sheathed his sword, grabbed Leon's hair tightly, and warned, I'll take your ear as the price. If your ear is reattached when we meet again, what I take next won't be your ear but your head. After saying this, he pressed his face hard against the ground, letting him experience the feeling of kissing the earth, something Zeke had once gone through in a past life. After doing this, Zeke shrugged and left as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Liam, the big guy, before Zeke left, supported his body and stood up, asking, Zeke, why did you help me? Hearing this, the protagonist gave a slight smile. Don't think about it. I didn't help you. I was helping myself, Zeke whispered, then officially bid farewell to the weak figure of the past. After walking out of the alley, Zeke scratched his head and reminded himself, oh my God. Has Galleon influenced me? I almost said something embarrassing. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the laboratory of his friend, the mage Fanon. At this point, Zeke had met him and showed him the design of Galleon. Is it feasible, Professor? Zeke asked. After a moment of observation, Fanon replied, let me be straightforward. It can be considered feasible. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes brightened. Really? So you want to take it on, teacher? He said excitedly. However, things were never as easy and smooth as they seemed, and Fanon didn't rush to take on the task, reminding Zeke, wait a minute. I think it would be better if you listen to my explanation first. As you said, the overall structure can be called simple. However, the issue is with the core responsible for the energy output. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the circuit path it follows has some extremely complicated limitations. Though it may seem small, it requires a sufficient amount of energy, and we also need a way to adjust the output without delays. This is something unprecedented. As he spoke, he began pointing at the drawing on the table, while Zeke, upon hearing this, gradually lost his smile and cautiously asked, but it is feasible, right? Yes. There are two options based on the condition of the core. I can personally adjust your design, but it will take at least a decade to modify the core design. No, perhaps it will take about 15 years. 15 years. Zeke exclaimed as if his house were burning. Yes. That's right. It will take a significant amount of time. And as for the second method, we can bypass the core design and use similar materials. But even though this would save a lot of time, the material required would be high-pressure spiritual stone. Hearing this, Zeke became so excited he couldn't sit still in his chair. What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that cannot be created with current technology? On the other side, Professor Fanon calmly replied. That's true. Ancient treasures are indeed rare. But finding treasures in ruins is even harder. To find a spiritual stone that can withstand our design will cost more than 3.000 gold. To summarize the issue, If you want speed, the key is still money. After hearing this, Zeke seemed to lose all his energy. I might get kicked out if anyone finds out I can't use light energy. But 15 years is too long. And 3.000 gold is an astronomical figure. Unbelievable. This is crazy. I can't give up the gram light glimmer sword. Most people think I use light energy because of what happened at the blessing ceremony. But it was just a reaction caused by my healing skill and ether. In reality, I still can't use light energy. Ether is considered a power that is hard for humans to control. But except for the spiritual awareness skill taught by my master, I can't use any sword techniques that rely on light energy. With that skill, I can only enhance and wield my whole body. Compared to others, light energy is much easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need the gram light glimmer sword. Damn it. How am I supposed to find a high-pressure spiritual stone? The more Zeke thought about it, the darker the future seemed to loom ahead of him. As if not noticing Zeke's expression, the mage Fanon was still examining the design, nodding in admiration. By the way, the creator of these designs is truly remarkable. Even considering the complex core, it is still an outstanding design. It will be hard to create, even among the treasures from the Golden Age. Turning towards Zeke, Fanon's words caused Zeke's body to suddenly shudder. And then, his eyes began to shine brightly. Treasures from the Golden Age. That's right. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Zeke smiled as if he had just come up with an idea. Without wasting time, he immediately stood up and asked the professor, "Please keep the design safe until I return." Professor. Upon hearing this, Professor Fanon turned to Zeke with a look that could only be described as that of an idiot. What do you mean? Are you asking me to spend 15 years to perfect it? In response to the question, Zeke, of course, would not foolishly choose the time-consuming method. Haha. Of course not. I'll bring one. I mean, a high-pressure spiritual stone. Zeke confidently declared, as if he already knew exactly where he needed to find it. The Golden Age. It was the era of the Liberation War, fighting to break free from the domination of dragons. And this era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut, who was vanquished by Tarakan Draker, the first head of the Draker family, bringing a century of peace to humanity. During this time, many ancient treasures were discovered in dragon caves, relics from the age of the Hero King, the peak era of magic. All the treasures found possessed techniques and magic far beyond modern standards. Among them was the high-pressure spiritual stone, containing essential spiritual energy capable of sustaining an entire village. A treasure from the age of the Hero King, transitioning to the central library of Draker Academy. Although rarely used, the central library was still maintained because it was believed to have been personally established by Tarakan himself. During the expansion of the archives room, treasures from the Golden Age were discovered, which led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and Archmage Nirvana, a member of the three great families in the excavation efforts. In those days, countless treasures from the Golden Age were unearthed, and news of them spread through the continent's press. Or at least that would happen in another 10 years. However, no one had discovered or even recognized the treasures as of now. As Zeke thought, he began pacing around the archives room. After a while, he could only sigh in frustration. I could search all day and still not find it. With no other options, he activated his Dragon Sight skill to search for clues. Indeed, Dragon Sight did not disappoint him. After using this skill and scanning his surroundings, Zeke noticed a tile with a strange red glow. He quickly ran over and tapped it to test. This is it. It makes a hollow sound when tapped. Exactly as expected. With this realization, without waiting another moment, Zeke used his strength, the spiritual awareness of the primal spirit, the only ether application skill he had learned from his master. Since ether materializes the user's will, applying certain attributes like cutting and using it in various situations was feasible. However, there was a limitation: the user had to expend ether to perform any action. At this point, the energy sword in Zeke's hand made it easy for him to slice through the stone floor. However, after doing so, he was drenched in sweat, feeling the exhaustion of the effort. It seemed that using it was still too much for him at the moment. Zeke whispered to himself, then carefully lifted the tile and crawled underneath. He placed the tile back in its position to avoid being discovered. Below was a dark underground chamber, forcing Zeke to use a torch to light the way. As he walked, he grumbled, The reports didn't say it was this deep. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching, which startled Zeke. He quickly extinguished the torch in his hand, then listened carefully to the footsteps coming closer, silently wondering. It should take at least a decade before someone finds these ruins. Could someone have discovered it first? With that thought, Zeke slowly peeked out to observe, and what he saw was two skeletons, each holding a pickaxe and a shovel. Skeletons? They're holding pickaxes and shovels? Zeke thought to himself. Okay. Looks like these weren't created by a lich. Then it's simple enough. Thinking quickly, Zeke took his sword from his backpack and activated his critical strike skill, charging straight at the two skeletons. In just 1 second, he easily decapitated the skeleton holding the pickaxe. Next, he swung his sword with precision, splitting the skeleton holding the shovel in half. After eliminating these two monsters, a notification appeared before him. You have defeated 2 skeletons, earning 2 karma points. Your current karma points, 22. Looking at the message, Zeke felt as if he had stumbled upon a new treasure. Oh right. I can earn points for defeating monsters. I completely forgot about that while focusing on the treasure. Isn't this the best way to farm karma points? Zeke said with excitement as he sheathed his sword and set off to find more lovable skeletons to send to their next life. What Zeke loved most about these monsters was how weak they were, while they provided him with karma points. They posed no real danger at all. Zeke began to happily farm karma points while also thinking about how to best use them. This is so easy. But I should be careful in case I find something that requires unlocking with points. He checked the costs. A beginner quest book was 45 karma points. A minimap was 20 karma points. And skills like Long Eyes, Terrain Mastery, and Level 2 locked skills all required 50 karma points. Looking at his current points, he could only afford the minimap. With that, he activated the minimap function. And immediately, a small-scale map of the area appeared on his display. The red dot represented his current position, and Zeke quickly figured out how to use it. It seemed similar to a magical map. As he observed, his eyes were drawn to an area in the corner of the map. What's this? He thought. Reaching out to touch the area, the system instantly switched the minimap from a 2D to a 3D model for easier viewing. Impressed with the system's smooth transformation, Zeke couldn't help but smile and give it a thumbs up. This is exactly what I wanted. His eyes then shifted to a room that stood out with its unusual red light. Why is this room the only one with a different color? He wondered. Reaching out to touch it, the system promptly displayed a notification. Do you want directions to the selected location? Storage room? Zeke's eyes widened at the sight of the notification. A storage room? In the past, the search team had spent days trying to find this place. And now, here I am, easily locating it. Without hesitation, Zeke selected Confirm. The system then responded, we will now provide the fastest route to your selected location. The 3D map on Zeke's screen automatically drew a path leading to the storage room. And Zeke couldn't help but laugh in exhilaration. Haha. This is unbelievable. With this, how could I possibly get lost? Following the map's guidance, Zeke soon found himself in front of a massive door. This must be the place. But how do I get inside? He frowned, noting that simply waiting wouldn't make the door open. With that thought, he reached out to touch the enormous door, curious to see if the system would provide any further clues. As soon as Zeke's hand made contact with the massive door, a surge of magic activated, forcefully pushing his hand away. He quickly realized what it was, a security spell. The connection between the magic tower and the great mage Nirvana must be due to this door. Zeke thought. Without these gloves, I might have lost my hand. With a sigh, he muttered to himself. I can't break through this spell. System, can't you open it for me? Unexpectedly, the system responded to his offhand remark. We have received your request. Administrator, we will now connect to the security device. The security spell has been deactivated. The automatic activation of the device was unsuccessful. We will now proceed with manual activation. Zeke paused, startled by the response. Wait, you're actually replying to me? He thought. The system confirmed. Yes. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker? For a moment, Zeke was stunned. He hadn't expected to actually communicate with the system. After a few seconds to regain his composure, He asked the most pressing question on his mind. If that's the case, why was I forced into reincarnation? The system's response was straightforward. I cannot answer that question. Frustrated, Zeke tried again. Then what is this administrator system? I cannot answer that question. Who created you? He asked next. I cannot answer that question. Do you have any other requests? Administrator Zeke Draker? Returning to Zeke. The system's constant rejection was giving him a relentless headache. Damn it. I'm not getting any answers to the important questions at all. Zeke sighed heavily and commanded the system to open the door. We have confirmed the administrator's request. The tomb of the Dragon Slayer. The storage vault has been opened. With the announcement echoing, the gigantic door began to rumble and slowly opened, revealing a vast chamber behind it filled with countless wooden chests neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Seeing these chests, Zeke's eyes widened as if he had struck gold. Treasure chests. Really, treasure chests, as the name suggests, are containers filled with valuable treasures and rare items. Even discovering a single treasure could be considered a miracle. Thinking this, to confirm his suspicions, Zeke eagerly opened the nearest chest. And sure enough, he wasn't disappointed. Inside lay a dazzling array of jewels and radiant gemstones, causing Zeke's eyes to almost go blind from the brilliance. Haha, there are actually hundreds of treasure chests like this, he exclaimed excitedly and immediately dashed forward, determined to open them all and gather as many riches as possible. I'll take this one. Oh, this looks quite good too. I'll save this for Fanon. Finally, I found it. Top-grade spirit stones. And there are even 4 of them. Well, that's even better. I'll use a point to expand my storage space by 4 more slots. But I still don't have enough room for everything. Looks like I'll need to come back here regularly until I graduate, he muttered, beginning to stash all the precious treasures into his inventory. Once the task was done, he straightened up, feeling satisfied and ready to leave. This should be enough for today, he murmured to himself. However, just as he was about to leave, an unusual aura suddenly filled the room, making him spin around in alarm. What's this creepy sensation? He furrowed his brows, placing a hand against the wall to investigate. And in that very moment, a sudden shift occurred. A complex magic circle appeared beneath his feet without warning, activating instantly. And within a heartbeat, Zeke was transported to an unknown location.
After a while, when Zeke found himself appearing in a strange location once again, he realized he was inside some kind of storage room. Startled by the sudden shift, Zeke became alert, scanning his surroundings and asking the system, where am I? The system quickly responded, the administrator is currently in the Holy Land of the Dragon Slayers. Zeke, now noticing that the room appeared harmless, lowered his guard and began to recall his knowledge from his previous life. The Holy Land of the Dragon Slayers? According to my past memories, the media never mentioned a room filled with coffins, he thought, puzzling over the situation. Zeke then pulled up a mini-map to check his current location. Quietly analyzing the situation, as he had suspected, the place wasn't too far from his previous position, but there was no clear path leading to the Holy Land of the Dragon Slayers. This must be an undiscovered location from my previous life, he thought excitedly. I can't let this pass by. With determination, Zeke approached one of the stone coffins in the room and pushed aside its lid. Inside, he found a full suit of armor. At the same time, the system sent him a reminder notification. Exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayers discovered. Intrigued, Zeke carefully lifted the armor and examined it, inspecting it for any unusual features. Exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayers. It definitely doesn't look like the armor from the Golden Age that I'm familiar with, he murmured. Then, he noticed something strange. There was a small hole at the back of the armor, which seemed like it was meant to slot something inside. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He pulled out a mana crystal from his backpack and wondered, wait, could it be? But I can't just leave it like this. Can I? Zeke cautiously placed the mana crystal into the slot. To his delight, the crystal began to release intense energy, activating the armor. Mana crystal has been installed into the exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayers. Activating equipment, the system announced. Zeke felt a surge of excitement. The activation of the armor was just the beginning of what promised to be an interesting new discovery. As the notification appeared, the eyes of the suit of armor suddenly illuminated. And then, to Zeke's surprise, the armor's body sprang to life on its own. Startled, Zeke quickly stepped back, but before he could process what was happening, the armor unexpectedly exploded. The system's voice sounded a frantic warning. Equipment malfunction due to overload. Activation failure. A small explosion is imminent. Please move quickly. But before the system could finish delivering the warning, the armor had already erupted into pieces. Leaving Zeke to groan. It exploded already. Sorry. The system apologized, its voice apologetic but powerless to prevent the disaster. Zeke, somewhat bewildered, couldn't help but wonder at the powerful energy required to activate the armor. So, a high-compression mana stone was just the power source for this armor? What functions does this thing even have that need such overwhelming energy? He pondered. He decided to ask Fanon later and moved on, telling himself to explore the area first. Zeke wandered around the storage area, but found nothing of interest. All the other rooms were empty. This is the last room, Zeke muttered, realizing he had reached the final space. As he looked around, it was a spacious room with a single glass cage at the center. Zeke let out a sigh of disappointment. At least compared to that treasure room, this place looks like a beggar's room. That was his cynical thought. Until the system suddenly issued another notification. You have discovered the legacy of Tarakan Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Zeke froze. Sweat began to bead on his face as his heart raced. Tarakan Draker, that lunatic, he thought. He left the heart of the dragon he killed as a legacy? The eerie feeling I got from the storage room earlier. So, that's what it was. But now, the sensation he felt was far more intense. Zeke noticed the strange, thickening aura surrounding him, and it began to affect his body. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. The system announced ominously. Zeke's mind raced as the atmosphere grew heavier, and the presence of the cursed heart began to reverberate around him. The situation was no longer just an unsettling discovery, it was becoming dangerous. Zeke's mind was clouded as the aura from the cursed dragon heart began to take hold. A strange thought seeped into his consciousness. All right, I've heard enough. It seems there's no other choice. I'll just kill them all. But in that moment, the system activated the unyielding mental defense skill, snapping Zeke out of his trance. His eyes cleared, and he immediately realized he was surrounded by an ominous, dark miasma. What is this? What's happening? Zeke shouted, his voice filled with confusion and rising panic. For the first time, the system gave Zeke an emergency mission. Emergency task. The challenge of Tarakan Draker. Overcome the curse etched into the heart of Bahamut. The task came with a reward, ownership of Tarakan's legacy. As Zeke struggled, one of his eyes turned dark. The effects of the cursed dragon's influence taking over him. Despite the system's attempt to activate unyielding mental defense, it failed. Zeke was left to battle the miasma alone, his mind assaulted by countless voices urging him to destroy everything around him. The pressure was unbearable. His skull felt as though it might crack under the weight of it all. In desperation, Zeke slammed his head against the glass cage in front of him, shattering it into pieces. The pain from the impact momentarily broke through the madness, allowing him to gain some clarity. This is so annoying. You talk about freedom? Freedom is something you have to take for yourself. Idiot. Zeke sneered through bloodied lips, his expression grim as the cursed energy receded. You have broken the curse of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. The emergency task has been completed. Reward. Ownership of Tarakan's legacy granted. The system's notification appeared, confirming Zeke's victory. As the glass cage shattered completely, it revealed a heart burning with flames within. But Zeke had no time to focus on it. His body trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it, I almost died. I can't believe my skill failed like that. Zeke lay there for a moment, still trying to process everything. Meanwhile, the system automatically activated some skills in response to the intense ordeal. Activating self-healing skill. Activating endless strength skill. Absorbing the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. The system's interventions began to heal Zeke, and his body started to absorb the heart's power. Though still shaken, Zeke's survival instinct kicked in, and he tried to steady himself. realizing that he had just survived a tremendous challenge, one that had nearly cost him everything. The heart of the evil dragon trembled and emitted a burst of light that shot directly into Zeke's chest. A searing pain exploded within him, as if his body were being torn to shreds. What is this? Pure condensed spiritual energy is rushing into my body. But I don't have a spiritual ring to absorb it. Zeke thought desperately. The overwhelming energy had nowhere to go, and it was destroying his body. I need to do something, Zeke reminded himself through gritted teeth. Enduring the excruciating pain. Soul body. Forbidden seal technique. Wrap the energy inside the ether and seal it in the ether chamber. Zeke thought fiercely, channeling all the ether energy in his body to lock away the massive influx of spiritual energy. Then, there was a terrifying explosion, causing smoke and debris to fill the air. Amidst the chaos, Zeke's body was miraculously unharmed, but the overwhelming energy continued to ravage his form. Only after a few moments did the intense power finally begin to subside, leaving Zeke to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm alive, he muttered, glancing around at the destruction and pondering. The heart is gone, so that spiritual energy must have belonged to Bahamut, Zeke deduced. It was at that moment that he noticed a strange symbol, an image of the evil dragon, emblazoned on his chest, reflecting in a shard of broken glass. Unable to resist, he reached out and traced the tattoo, murmuring, "Did this happen because I sealed Bahamut's spiritual energy?" As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming wave of notifications flooded his mind from the system. The absorbed spiritual energy has refined your body. Your physical constitution has transformed into the celestial bone body. The system has detected that your strength exceeds what you can currently handle. 95% of your power has been sealed. As the heir, you have gained access to Terracon Draker's secure vault. The Broken Heart mission has been activated, providing guidance for lower-level administrators. Zeke was bombarded with so much new information that he couldn't keep up. Celestial bone body? Terracon Draker's vault? Mission guidance? Another pile of nonsense. As usual, Zeke muttered with frustration. I'll look at it later. For now, I just need to focus on surviving. He waved dismissively, trying to shake off the overwhelming notifications. Zeke's eyes widened as a new notification appeared before him, and his expression shifted to one of intrigue. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's this? He muttered, a sly grin creeping onto his face. The new message read, "Would you like to open another legacy of Terracon Draker?" Time passed quickly, transitioning to Zeke's private chamber in the Platinum Tower. After carefully storing a few valuable pieces of jewelry inside his personal safe, he finally had some free time to assess his current condition. Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look, he said with a satisfied smile before swiftly opening his status window. As the translucent screen appeared before his eyes, he immediately noticed some changes. A new title had been added to his profile. Heir of Terracon Draker. Sovereign authority over Dragonkin. Physique. Heavenly bone body. Draconic techniques. Lingual arts. Imbuing words with power. Locked. Unlockable upon meeting conditions. Zeke nodded as he skimmed through the new entries. Quite a few expansions this time. Let's see what they do. With that, he tapped on each of the new descriptions, prompting the system to display detailed explanations. Sovereign authority over Dragonkin. Grants the ability to summon and command subdued Dragonkin. Heavenly bone body. Enhances physical capabilities. Accelerates martial arts learning, and increases ether transmission efficiency. Seeing these descriptions, Zeke furrowed his brows slightly. Descriptions alone don't tell me much. And earlier, I caught a glimpse of not just Terrakin's second inheritance but also an entire Terrakin-related system window. System, show me all notifications related to Terrakin, he requested. At his command, the system immediately responded with a new message. To access Terrakin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Please proceed to a designated synchronization location. Would you like the coordinates to be displayed on your minimap? And just like that, a minimap appeared before Zeke, displaying the designated location. However, upon seeing it, his expression flickered with surprise. This is Valhalla? Valhalla, the most prestigious knight academy in existence. A place where only those with authorized access could even get close, let alone enter. Even for me, Sneaking into Valhalla would be impossible. Zeke muttered to himself. Going there wasn't part of my plan at all, but if Tarakan's inheritance is inside, then maybe it's worth adjusting my schedule. A sigh escaped his lips. Looks like I'll be stuck in this cursed family a little longer than I expected. Shaking his head, he decided to check another new system entry. This time, he tapped on the description labeled Beginner Mission Log. Beginner Mission Log, a foundational guide for low-ranking administrators. After the initial tutorial, missions will become available to assist in the administrator's growth. Completing missions will grant additional rewards. After reading through the explanation, Zeke scoffed. Even an idiot could understand what this means. So I just need to accept quests, complete them, and get rewarded? Sounds like an adventurer's guild or a mercenary task system. But what does this tutorial part mean? Before he could finish his thoughts, the system suddenly activated the tutorial on its own. Initiating low-level administrator tutorial. As soon as the message popped up, the entire space around Zeke shifted. It was as if reality itself warped, pulling him into a simulated battlefield reminiscent of a video game. Caught off guard, Zeke's eyes darted around, taking in his new surroundings. What the hell? Where is this? Did I get teleported again? No, this felt different, not like a sudden displacement, but more like the world itself had changed around him. And then, a deep, guttural growl rumbled behind him. Zeke's instincts flared, and he whipped his head around, only to see a group of massive, savage orcs materializing before his very eyes. At the same time, a new system notification appeared. Tutorial mission. Defeat the summoned monsters within the time limit. Condition. Use at least 2 skills. Reward. System shop access points. Time limit. 60 minutes. Zeke's mind worked rapidly as he analyzed the situation. So this tutorial is designed to put me in scenarios where I actively use the system. This should have been available way earlier, he muttered, mildly annoyed. However, while he was still processing the mechanics of the tutorial, the orcs had already surrounded him. Without warning, they swung their massive spiked clubs toward him in unison. Boom! The sheer force of their attack shook the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Fortunately, Zeke had never let his guard down. Even while thinking about the system, his combat instincts remained razor sharp. The moment the orcs attacked, he activated high-speed movement and rapid slash. His body flickered as he weaved between their attacks, his sword moving like a streak of lightning. Shang! Before the orcs could even react, their massive bodies were shredded into countless pieces. Zeke felt no resistance in his swing, his sword moved like it was weightless. That's when he finally understood the effects of Heavenly Bone Physique. So this is why my movements feel so effortless. Heavenly Bone Physique optimizes my body's capabilities, accelerates my martial arts learning, and enhances ether transmission. With this level of power, I can easily take down a commander-class enemy. He smirked to himself. The moment the last orc fell, the system notification popped up. Tutorial mission complete. Simultaneously, the simulated battlefield began to dissolve, fading as if it had never existed. Zeke blinked. Oh, I'm back already? So that was just an illusion? The level of realism was insane. He nodded in admiration, before sheathing his sword back into his inventory. Then, the system presented his rewards. Bonus. Critical strike chance increased. Bonus. Extended duration for buffs. Mission rewards. 40 points. New feature unlocked. System shop. Zeke's eyes lit up with interest. So I can buy items through the system now? This is way too convenient. As he eagerly opened the shop menu, his gaze immediately locked onto a list of useful items. Titan's hide, 10 points. A mystical elixir mimicking a giant's tough skin. Temporarily increases defense. Flame Titan's breath, 20 points. A condensed elixir containing a fire titan's essence. Releases an inextinguishable flame. Low-grade rune stone. Speed, 7 points. A magic stone engraved with ancient runes. Slightly increases movement speed. Wings of the sky, 5 points. A potion crafted from skyborn feathers. Temporarily enhances agility. Zeke's smirk widened. Not bad. This system keeps getting better and better. Zeke stared blankly at the list of items. Stunned. Titan's hide. Flame Titan's breath. These are priceless treasures worth hundreds of gold coins. Just reselling these system items could make me filthy rich. As he was deep in thought, the system notification popped up again. Please place the item you wish to sell into the designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Then, a list of his eligible inventory items appeared. Training gauntlets, cannot be sold. Elf dagger. Sell for 4 points? Zeke's hand instinctively paused. Only 4 points? This dagger would fetch at least 100 gold at an auction. Selling items here is pointless unless I desperately need system points. Shrugging, he dismissed the sale window and let out a deep sigh. Phew, what a long day. I need a good night's sleep. The next morning, research facility. Zeke arrived at the research district, heading straight to Professor Fannin's lab to deliver the energy core. As soon as he pulled out the compressed spirit stone, Fannin's eyes widened in shock. You actually retrieved a high-compression spirit stone in just 1 day? His voice carried genuine disbelief. Zeke, of course, couldn't exactly explain the whole dungeon ordeal. So, he just waved it off casually. It's a long story. Fannin gave him a look but chose not to pry further. Instead, Zeke changed the topic. So, when will the device be fully operational? Fannin grinned slightly. It's already done. Zeke blinked. Wait, what? Already? You work fast, Professor. Fannin chuckled. Not as fast as you. Bringing back a rare spirit stone overnight? Now, that's what I call impressive. As Zeke sipped his tea, he subtly glanced at Professor Fannin, assessing him in silence. Highly suspicious. He knew that whenever a high-compression spirit stone was discovered, the major powers of the continent would register it using ancient numerical inscriptions. These records would document the date of excavation, location, and current owner. But the spirit stone Zeke had just delivered? There's no way it's in any registry. This is a completely new discovery, my discovery. Still, setting aside the suspicious circumstances, he had to admit, this guy's evaluation skills are sharp. Meanwhile, Professor Fannin finished his final round of inspections before turning to Zeke. I verified the serial number. Shall we begin? Nodding, Zeke followed him to Galleon's forge to complete the furnace upgrade. Now powered by the high-compression spirit stone, the furnace roared to life, unleashing a surge of energy. Seeing his workshop finally operational, Galleon couldn't hide the joy on his face. Zeke and Fannin exchanged a satisfied glance before Fannin checked the time. I have a lecture to teach. He turned to leave, giving a brief nod to both of them. Thanks again, Professor, Zeke called after him, offering a quick farewell. Galleon had been grinning so hard that his face seemed permanently stuck in that expression. I never imagined I'd witness a fully functioning magic furnace in my lifetime. Truly, thank you. Zeke shook his head. It was just a deal. No need for gratitude. You haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed on, have you? Galleon straightened up immediately. Of course. Please, state your request. Zeke reached into his backpack and pulled out an item. Forge me a sword with this. What he took out was the hardest fang of the Bahamut dragon. As a seasoned blacksmith, Galleon immediately recognized the rarity of the material. His eyes widened. A dragon's fang? Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. The size? The quality? Where in the world did you get this? For Zeke, this was Tarakin Draker's second legacy. From the dragon's heart to this fang, he was starting to feel like a grave robber. It's complicated, Zeke replied vaguely. Then, he noticed Galleon trembling, his entire body shaking uncontrollably like someone with a fever. You've not only given me a magic furnace, but also the chance to forge a dragon's fang. I will make sure to repay this trust. I, Galleon Halbert, will dedicate everything to crafting your sword. His passionate declaration was accompanied by a radiant aura that nearly blinded Zeke. Hearing those words triggered a memory. In his previous life, Galleon had said something very similar. This guy is truly steadfast. Zeke mused. He decided to leave everything in Galleon's hands. All right, I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you can create. I'm looking forward to it. The scene shifts to Zeke's bedroom. At this moment, he's still excited, eagerly anticipating the sword that Galleon will make for him. A sword, huh? I can't wait to see how it turns out. Zeke thinks happily, before remembering the message his uncle Duke gave him. It's been a week since he received the note telling him to return after the bet with Duke ended. It seems like it's about time. Zeke mutters to himself. And sure enough, at that very moment, the figure of his uncle Duke suddenly appears outside the balcony, glaring at him with eyes filled with anger. Why didn't you come this time? Kid, answer me honestly. Duke's voice thunders. Looking at his uncle's red hair and furious expression, Zeke can't help but tremble. He looks like he's ready to kill me. After a moment of hesitation, Zeke gathers his composure and responds. Well, you told me to come back if I wanted to challenge you. Naturally, I didn't have any intention of going, so I didn't. Before Zeke can say anything more, Duke seems to explode with anger. He rushes forward, grabbing Zeke by the collar and questioning him. I told you to be honest. Without giving Zeke a chance to react, Duke throws him out the window. Zeke's face goes blank for a moment as he plummets. It's so high, I'll die before I even have a chance to heal. In a panic, Zeke spins midair and reaches out, attempting to grab the balcony's railing. But before his hand can even touch it, Duke's hand shoots out and grabs his throat, coldly saying, You don't want to challenge me again? I don't think you're stupid enough to not understand my point. After all, you didn't come after losing. Didn't even go to the infirmary. It's like you're deliberately trying to provoke me. Duke's voice is filled with killing intent, making Zeke realize he's taken things too far this time. What's going on? He knows yet he still goes along with it? Zeke thinks, before looking at Duke with a mocking gaze. How absurd. You didn't even reveal your true identity. Am I wrong? Dexter, the gardener? Upon hearing Zeke's words, Duke suddenly broke into a smile and immediately threw Zeke's body inside, like tossing a chair, causing the furniture in the room to shatter into pieces. All right, you're right, kid, Duke said. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Zeke. After revealing his identity, Zeke placed his hand on his chest and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights. I sincerely apologize for my disrespectful behavior as a knight, Zeke said calmly, his expression completely unfazed, which made Duke pause with a hint of doubt. This expression, he knew it was coming? What's going on? Duke thought. Zeke quickly changed his expression to a look of confusion. Oh, nothing. Aha, ha ha ha. He chuckled awkwardly before curiously asking. But Duke, what do you mean you were a Black Knight? Duke shrugged and replied. It's simple. I was once a Black Knight. But now I'm a Red Knight. Zeke, hearing this, felt his mind get a little foggy. That can happen? I've heard of a knight's rank going up. But a demotion? I've never heard of that before. Seeing Zeke's confusion, Duke seemed to want to drop the topic and immediately change the subject. Kid, don't talk about that anymore, he said, his hands trembling as if trying to control himself. Zeke quickly understood that this was a sensitive subject for Duke and wisely decided not to push it. All right, since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest with you as well, Zeke said, and then he explained his reasons for purposely avoiding meeting him. After hearing this, Duke's eyes grew even more intrigued. So, from the very beginning, you figured out who I was and intentionally provoked me to become my official disciple. Huh? You've got guts, Duke said, a smile crossing his face. He then slapped his thigh loudly, which caused Zeke to widen his eyes in surprise. Huh, that's it? Just like that? Zeke thought, realizing he needed to act fast before Duke changed his mind. Without wasting a moment, Zeke immediately knelt down before Duke, and his mouth fired words like a machine gun. I, Zeke Draker, vow to you, the great Duke Draker, knight among knights, that I will dedicate myself to following your teachings, cultivating virtues, learning, and striving to preserve and elevate your honor. He said it so quickly, like a well-rehearsed chant, that Duke couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated by the speed of this change. You even know the disciples' oath? Duke asked, astonished. That's rarely used these days. Zeke replied calmly. Knowledge of culture is a knight's virtue. Isn't it? That's a crafty little brat you are. Duke chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Zeke grinned proudly, but then remembered something and turned to ask. Master, may I ask you a question? Duke sighed. You're calling me master already. Huh? Fine. Ask away. Quickly, Zeke asked. What was it about me that made you decide to take me as your disciple? Hearing this, Zeke's mind briefly wandered back to his previous life. Duke was notorious for not taking on disciples. Even the genius of the century, Andre had to beg for years before he became Duke's only disciple. So why was Duke so quick to accept him? Zeke had a theory. Duke must have seen his potential in the gambling event. Something far beyond Andre's talent. He clearly had an eye for talent. Thinking about this, Zeke couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Duke didn't rush to answer but instead asked Zeke in return. So, my disciple, what do you think? Why do you think I accepted you? Zeke, without missing a beat, answered honestly. Of course, it's because I'm an outstanding genius. Right? Duke couldn't contain his laughter. His entire body shook with amusement. Your confidence is admirable. Haha. If that's the reason, I would have already accepted Reina as my disciple. He stopped laughing and his tone turned more serious. It's because you have determination. Not all prodigies can reach the level of a red knight or a black knight. Those who grow up without facing hardships are more likely to crumble at the smallest challenges. Zeke completely agreed with his master's words. He was right. Many prodigies who were expected to at least reach the red knight level ended up stagnating at the silver or blue knight levels instead. Turning his attention back to his master, Duke, after explaining things to Zeke, seemed eager to begin teaching. Enough of this nonsense. Follow me, Duke said with enthusiasm. The first lesson starts now. Yes, master, Zeke responded eagerly. It seemed like he was looking forward to learning Duke's secrets. The two of them quickly made their way to the training grounds in the greenhouse to the west. As Zeke looked around the spacious training area, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Who would have thought there'd be a place like this under the greenhouse? Zeke thought to himself, what's he going to have me do here? He told me to run. And I've been running for 3 hours. What's next? At that moment, Duke, standing beside him, seemed to ponder something and suddenly instructed Zeke to stop. Hearing this, Zeke immediately stopped running in place and turned to ask, so, I can stop running now? Yes, but I want to ask you something, Duke said, nodding. Yes, master, what would you like to know? Zeke replied. It's nothing too complicated, Duke said, and suddenly appeared behind Zeke. He reached out and grabbed Zeke's hand. Instinctively, Zeke quickly swung his arm, knocking Duke's hand away, and immediately took a step back to create some distance. Looking at his slightly reddened palm, Duke sighed. Checking your energy is not going to be easy. Duke muttered. Alright, right from the start, something's off. Back at the infirmary, during the test, even in the greenhouse during the gambling event. And now, after 500 laps around the training grounds, I haven't sensed any aura from you. When I tried checking your pulse, you avoided me. Kid, don't tell me you can't use the aura? Duke's words made Zeke's heart skip a beat. The question left him frozen for a moment. Duke didn't immediately give Zeke a chance to respond or explain. Instead, he continued. The bronze statue reacted, right? That unprecedented golden light caused quite a stir and brought you here. So why did you stop me from checking your pulse? As he spoke, Duke's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he observed Zeke's face, who, in return, felt uneasy and couldn't meet his gaze. After a few moments, Zeke managed to regain some composure and briefly evaluated his master's expression. It seemed more curious than suspicious. A Draker not being able to use the aura is serious. But it appears he's more interested in my reaction. Zeke thought to himself, I'm lucky it's Duke I'm dealing with. Once I get the gram, I won't have to worry about being suspected for lacking the aura anymore. Until then, I must be careful. Zeke quickly decided that he didn't need to fabricate any elaborate lies this time. He would handle it differently than in his previous life, where he had been the first failure of his family's awakening. With that, Zeke slowly removed his gloves and activated his reverse energy manipulation ability. Sparks of red lightning began to crackle in the air around him. This would create a barrier of sorts, masking his true abilities. He took a deep breath and then began explaining. Just as you said, Master, I have the ability to influence the energy flow, a mark of true blood. But for some reason, I can't use the aura. I'm sorry for being so scared earlier. If it had been exposed that someone from the Draker family couldn't wield the aura, I would have been expelled. He even let a few tears well up in his eyes, presenting an expression of helplessness that was so convincing that no one would guess it was an act. However, Duke, ever cautious, didn't easily believe him. He placed his own aura into Zeke's body, checking for any signs. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. Duke furrowed his brows. deep in thought. As Zeke asked his question, he seemed to be weighing something carefully. A kid with this kind of determination at such a young age. But why can't I sense any aura? Despite you having awakened? Duke muttered, rubbing his chin. Zeke, feeling the pressure but not showing it, kept his composure. He realized that even if Duke checked his pulse, it wouldn't give him any clear answers. The blessing ceremony was crucial for the Draker family. Even if he couldn't awaken the aura, Duke would likely find a reason to explain the situation away on his own. Zeke quietly reasoned with himself. Just as he thought, Duke's conclusion was that Zeke was an anomaly. An anomaly? Zeke responded with a calm expression. Of course, Duke answered matter-of-factly. That's the only explanation that makes sense. If he doesn't understand the concept of professions, this conclusion is totally reasonable. Not surprised by this development, Zeke decided to play along. What exactly is an anomaly, Master? He asked. Duke then began to explain. An anomaly is a term used for individuals with abnormal abilities. For example, someone who can use both aura and spiritual energy, or someone who can see the future, things that defy the natural order. Because of that, anomalies are often treated poorly. Zeke listened intently, absorbing the explanation. Then why do you think I'm an anomaly, Master? Duke explained further. It's because of your physical abilities and abnormal healing powers. Even minor internal injuries should take time to heal. Yet you recover almost instantly. He then paused, his eyes narrowing. I'm certain a significant amount of energy has been consumed. What do you think that energy is? Zeke hesitated, then cautiously asked, is it the aura? Duke nodded in agreement. Exactly. My theory is that any aura you generate is immediately consumed by your stamina and recovery abilities, leaving no trace for you to sense. Zeke, now understanding the reasoning, thought to himself, well, if I didn't know myself, I might have believed him. This theory actually makes sense. He took a moment, then asked, so does this mean I'll never be able to use the aura, Master? Duke, hearing Zeke's comment, burst out laughing. Haha, no need to worry. The cyclone technique doesn't require the aura. It's a special technique. He went on to explain. Special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights. Typically, they involve enhancing or applying techniques that require aura. But my cyclone technique is based entirely on physical training. I'll demonstrate once, so make sure to watch carefully. With that, Duke tapped his toe on the floor. And in the next instant, a deafening sound rang out as Duke's figure vanished before Zeke's eyes. A series of rapid movements followed, with Zeke unable to keep track of where Duke's figure had gone. Moments later, Duke reappeared in his original position and asked, did you see that? Zeke, still processing, asked, do I just need to follow your steps? Duke smiled at his response. Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain any further. You've seen enough. Zeke nodded confidently, a look of determination on his face, which caused Duke to feel a slight sense of anticipation for what would come next. Your confidence is on par with a Black Knight. Let me see what you can do. Zeke lowered his body into a prepared stance, focusing his energy into his feet. He carefully began to replicate the steps Duke had made earlier, following the footprints left behind on the floor. As he moved, previously unseen paths seemed to materialize before him. Each step had purpose, whether to attack, evade, close the gap, or create distance. Nothing was wasted. Zeke silently reflected on his movements. Meanwhile, Duke stood beside him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Unbelievable. It's only been a week, and he already has this kind of talent, but this level. What exactly happened in just 1 week? Duke couldn't help but marvel at the progress. Sweating lightly in awe. This is a prodigy. Truly perfect. Seeing Duke's reaction, Zeke couldn't help but smile smugly. Does this mean I'm worthy of the confidence of a Black Knight level now? Zeke couldn't help but thank his Tien Guo Kai Ti, heavenly bone body, for its influence, which was enhancing his martial arts training to a whole new level. This was the reason Duke was so astonished. As Zeke basked in his self-satisfaction, Duke, seeing his disciple's smug expression, couldn't help but mutter to himself, if only this brat could lose that annoying arrogance. Thinking about it, Duke immediately rushed over and grabbed Zeke by the neck, lifting him off the ground. What? This brat was crying just a moment ago, and now he's puffing up like this? Duke grumbled under his breath. You're not planning on showing off, are you? Zeke, slightly worried, replied, that depends on your attitude, Master. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at how Duke was behaving. A former Black Knight acting like this? Zeke thought to himself, feeling a bit headached by the situation. Time passed quickly, and soon the scene shifted to the dining hall of the academy. As Zeke ate, his mind wandered, reflecting on the past month of training under Duke's guidance. His portion sizes had been increasing steadily before he could finish his meal. However, Andre's voice rang out. Can you spare me a moment? Zeke Draker? Although curious about why this so-called genius was seeking him out, Zeke shrugged and replied, if you're here, then I guess I can spare some time. Though I'm quite busy. Andre nodded and went straight to the point. Good. How did you manage to convince Dexter? Zeke felt a bit curious about why Andre seemed so urgent about this. But he shrugged internally, thinking, seems like he's panicking because I became Dexter's disciple, even though I'm not officially one yet. Zeke then replied calmly, it wasn't really about convincing him. Dexter chose me himself. At Zeke's response, Andre's eyes flared with anger. And he mocked, so it was because you're a Chan Huyat, true blood. Huh? Zeke froze for a moment, then stared at Andre, wide-eyed. What did you just say? You're that confident, huh? Is that all you got to say? Andre, his hands shaking with fury, replied coldly, just wait. Zeke didn't pay much attention to Andre's earlier words. He continued, no, not even halfway. Even if Dexter was initially attracted to my lineage, do you really think someone like him would take on a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple, aside from his interest, is because of my talent. So, instead of wasting time with jealous behavior to boost your self-confidence, why not work harder to become someone worthy of being chosen? Zeke's words made Andre's face twist in frustration. Unable to counter the younger man's logic, the scene shifted to the training field inside the greenhouse, where Zeke watched a knight running like mad in front of him. He turned to Duke and asked, what's going on here, Master? Duke, just as puzzled, answered, I don't know either. That brat asked to stay close. Even offered to do logistics if necessary. I told him to run 300 laps without using any Quan Ki if he wanted to stay. And now here he is doing just that. That kid's truly insane. Duke sighed, while Zeke observed Andre with a slightly different perspective. 300 laps without using Quan Ki. Zeke thought, I always thought he was arrogant. But seems like he has some serious determination after all. The scene shifted to the outside of the academy gates, where a large crowd had gathered, standing in a formal and solemn manner. Around them, whispers and murmurs filled the air. What's going on? Why are all the students gathered outside like this? One person asked. Another replied, you fool, don't you know what day it is? The family head is visiting today. As the crowd waited, it wasn't long before a carriage, adorned with the Draker family crest, approached. Upon seeing it, a young knight raised his voice, announcing, the family head is arriving. Hearing this, Howard, a plump man, stroked his beard and ordered, everyone, get ready. Yes, headmaster. The group responded in unison. From inside the carriage, a silver-haired man stepped out and greeted the old man. It's been a while, Howard. The elderly man quickly bowed and replied, I respectfully greet the head of the Draker family. At his words, everyone around them shouted in unison, we respectfully greet the head of the Draker family. Arthur, the family head, approached and patted Howard on the shoulder, saying, you've been through a lot. I can imagine. Howard shook his head. My efforts are nothing compared to yours. Sir. Arthur nodded and then turned to Howard. I'll continue to rely on you then. After the formal greetings, Arthur suggested entering the building since the sun was scorching hot. However, before he could finish, Leon stepped forward, raising his hand to stop him. He then moved to a higher position where all the students could see him and spread his arms wide, declaring, young Sat-Long warriors, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Focus on your training. Your growth is the growth of Draker. Upon hearing the family head's reminder, the students were filled with energy and shouted loudly in response. We will remember these words. Sir. Satisfied, Arthur turned and motioned to leave. All right, let's go, he said. Yes, sir, Howard answered. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to Arthur's private chamber. For some reason, Zeke had been summoned to meet him. Upon entering the room, Zeke immediately bowed and said, "I greet you, Lord Arthur Draker, the master of all knights and protector of the Sat Long warriors. I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, respectfully offer my regards and salute." Seeing his son so polite, Leon chuckled, "Haha, even those from the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that. Forget the formalities and sit down. I hear you enjoy tea, so I brought a fine one. I hope it suits your taste." Zeke, feeling the invisible pressure mounting in the room, thought to himself, "Just as I expected, even my tea preferences are being reported to the family. They say, even if the Emperor doesn't know, the Draker family knows everything. Now I can truly feel that." Zeke prepared to sip the tea in front of him to calm his nerves. However, the next words from the family head made it hard for Zeke to focus on drinking. "The reason I called you here is because I heard a surprising piece of news. Duke has taken on an apprentice," Arthur stated. Zeke couldn't help but force a small smile to himself, thinking, straight to the point, no beating around the bush. He then calmly replied, "It's simply that Duke wanted to show kindness to me." Arthur, upon hearing this, immediately knew that things were not as simple as Zeke was making them out to be. Still, he didn't press the matter further. "Is that so? If you say so, then it must be true," Arthur responded. "I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings." Before Arthur could finish, Zeke interrupted him, confidently declaring, "I will become the strongest on the continent." Hearing Zeke's bold declaration, Arthur's gaze subtly shifted, though it seemed he tried not to focus on it. Zeke continued, "Sharing his dream, so I can live more freely than anyone else. That is my goal." As the words ended, Lord Leon placed his teacup on the table and coldly said, "Then it includes surpassing me, doesn't it?" With those words, an immense pressure radiated from him, triggering Zeke's biological alarm system, making him break into a cold sweat. A feeling as though he could lose his life at any moment surrounded his mind. Was this the scope within which the life and death of all beings could be controlled? The sword of the heavenly body, the pinnacle of manipulating light energy, could only be reached by black knights. Although terrified to the core, Zeke gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course." Seeing the stubborn look on his face, Arthur, the family head, smiled faintly and gradually released the pressure. He then spoke, "Among all the things I've heard recently, this is the most interesting. I came to visit the academy to encourage you. But now that I see you, encouragement alone isn't enough." With that, Arthur reached into his inner pocket, seemingly to retrieve something. Meanwhile, Zeke studied his unfamiliar father. This is the current head of the Draker family. A true Black Knight. I thought Duke's level was unbelievable. But this is on a completely different level. Not knowing that Zeke's thoughts were drifting, Arthur retrieved a black card and placed it on the table. "This is a gift for you as you become Duke's disciple." Seeing the card, Zeke immediately recognized it for what it was. Thanks to his knowledge from his past life, he was stunned and broke into a sweat. "Is this really for me?" Seeing Zeke's astonishment, Arthur smiled, as if understanding Zeke's recognition. "It seems you know what it is." Zeke picked up the card, still in disbelief. "This is a black card, only issued to a very select few VIPs. It's known to bring immense benefits with no spending limits. I can't believe I'm seeing this legendary card with my own eyes." Arthur, beside him, chuckled, "I'll add you as a co-user, so feel free to use it as you wish." Zeke, not foolish enough to refuse, said, "Thank you, Father. I'll make sure to use it wisely." While his words were respectful, Zeke harbored some wariness inside. His words are kind, but his intentions are too clear. This card will track information, making my actions easier to monitor. Still, the fact that he uses a light-handed method instead of forceful coercion means he's not overly concerned with me, yet. Zeke thought to himself. As Arthur's voice shifted slightly, he said, "All right, leave. I can't waste any more of your valuable time. Zeke, the one who will become the strongest. You can go now." "Understood, Lord." Zeke bowed and quickly left the room. Shortly after he left, Duke, his mentor, entered the room with a sigh. "What an annoying kid." Hearing the familiar voice, Arthur calmly responded, "What's with the anger, Duke?" "Don't even ask," Duke said with sarcasm. "The kid was abandoned in his cradle. And now you're playing the role of the caring father?" His tone was dripping with irony. However, Arthur, clearly accustomed to his friend's behavior, didn't get angry. As the family head, I have no other choice. You know that, Arthur replied, and those words you just said are an insult to the head of the family. Duke slumped into a chair and waved his hand dismissively. All right, go ahead and make me your scapegoat. Arthur couldn't help but laugh at Duke's carefree attitude. This is why you're the only one I can talk to so freely. Then he pulled out a bottle of fine wine. The moment Duke saw the label, his eyes lit up like headlights. Dragon's breath, and it's red. See, you got some taste after all, Duke said, his excitement palpable. As they sat and drank together, Arthur's voice shifted to something more serious. Have you heard about the strange situation across the continent? I'm holed up in the academy. How would I know? Duke replied with a dismissive laugh. But Arthur didn't buy it for a second. You still have your eyes and ears across the continent, don't you? Arthur said, not letting Duke off the hook. Duke grumbled. You already know. Why ask me then? That old fox, the emperor obsessed with immortality, is searching all over the continent like a madman. Do you think it's possible? Arthur asked, his voice taking on a more contemplative tone. Duke responded without hesitation. Of course not. Eternal youth can be achieved through magic. But immortality? That's absolutely impossible. Arthur nodded in agreement but hesitated for a moment before adding, I agree. But what if it involves an ancient dragon relic? Duke suddenly sat up straighter, his drunkenness fading away, and yelled, What did you say? At that very moment, while the two were having a serious conversation, neither of them knew that Zeke was secretly eavesdropping in a room not far away. Using an artifact known as the listening, their conversation was transmitted directly into Zeke's mind. If it truly is an artifact related to the ancient dragons, it's possible. Duke hesitated to speak. Don't tell me you've already pinpointed its location, Arthur inquired, probing for an answer. Duke frowned as he looked at Arthur, who nodded in confirmation. Exactly. According to reports from the black market, the highest likelihood is that it's in the northern continent. Upon hearing this, Duke's expression grew serious as he asked, This is information the Empire hasn't yet gathered, correct? Yes, that's right, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. Arthur responded, It reminds me of the old days. That mad emperor who started a war right after taking the throne, aiming to unify the continent. I thought he would have given up on that impossible dream as he grew older. But clearly, that's not the case. If that artifact really can grant immortality, Duke started but was quickly interrupted by Arthur. Then the continent will be engulfed in flames once again, Arthur said gravely. This is such an important matter that I've decided to head north myself. Upon hearing this, Duke grew anxious and immediately warned. What, if you leave your position? That mad emperor will act freely. Arthur locked eyes with Duke, a look of expectation in his gaze. That's why I came to see you. You're a real bastard, Duke sighed, realizing what his friend intended. You always choose the toughest jobs for me. As predicted, the two of them raised their glasses, with Arthur smiling, while Duke began to sense the troublesome situation slowly closing in on him. Zeke's head was pounding, and it felt like it might explode from the intensity of the conversation he'd overheard. With no other choice, he decided to deactivate the listening artifact for a moment. I've been using this artifact for too long, Zeke thought to himself, feeling the effects. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't avoid its side effects. Ancient dragons, he muttered to himself, recalling the voice he had heard in his head before his death and the system message he saw after his rebirth. Now everything makes sense. I've stolen an artifact the Emperor desires. He even sent his hounds after me. Back then, I didn't care about what it was. However, he still found a lead. The system's function to turn back time. It was a feature of the ancient dragon artifact. But who created it, and why? Zeke leaned back against the wall, exhaling a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Duke and Arthur's conversation had concluded. I'll act right away, Arthur, Duke said as he waved his hand and quickly left. All right, I'm counting on you, Arthur replied, then began walking. But as he passed a door, something unusual happened. He suddenly stopped and looked at the door with a suspicious gaze. Inside the room, Zeke didn't realize his father was just outside the door. He was still deep in thought about the artifact. If that's really the artifact the Emperor is looking for, then how does rebirth relate to immortality? Zeke wondered aloud before hearing footsteps approaching from outside. Arthur opened the door suddenly. But the room was empty. He looked around, puzzled. Did I make a mistake? He muttered to himself, unaware that his son had just escaped through the window. The scene quickly shifted to Zeke's private training room. While Zeke was practicing, there was a sudden knock on the door, forcing him to stop and groan in frustration. I told you not to disturb me while I'm training. Dexter, Zeke grumbled. Dexter, the older man, responded with an apologetic tone. Sorry, young master, but a classmate came to see you. Should I send them away? Hearing those words, Zeke couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. A classmate? But I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Reina? As that thought crossed his mind, curiosity about the person coming to see him only grew. So, he gave his answer. All right, just like that. It didn't take long for Zeke to find out who it was. Turns out, it was none other than Liam Stone, the big guy. Of all people, Liam Stone? How am I even considered his friend? Zeke questioned himself internally. Meanwhile, Liam suddenly dropped to one knee and bowed his head. Please, accept me. Seeing him in this state, Zeke inwardly sighed and chastised himself. I should have just walked away back then. All right, asterisk. He let out a small sigh before asking. Accept you? You mean, as a subordinate? Yes, my lord, I swear my loyalty to you. Liam declared without hesitation. Zeke raised an eyebrow. Then what about Jakin? At the mention of that name, Liam clenched his fists, his face filled with barely contained anger. I've abandoned him. I had to get into Valhalla. He spoke with a pale, almost desperate expression. Like Zeke was his last hope. That only made the protagonist even more confused. It was the same in my past life. Just what is it with him and Valhalla? Please, accept me, Liam pleaded again. In response, Zeke simply waved his hand dismissively. Are you an idiot? You should have gone to Zimin or Tehran instead. I have no family backing me. Which means I'm useless when it comes to getting you into Valhalla. He narrowed his eyes. And why should I trust you? For all I know, you could be a spy sent by Jakin. The moment those words left Zeke's mouth, Liam's face turned deathly pale. Then, without any hesitation, he suddenly drew the dagger from his waist, raised it, and sliced off his own ear. Blood dripped to the floor. But Liam's gaze remained unwavering. Of course, you doubt me. I'll prove myself in any way possible. His voice didn't waver in the slightest as he continued. If you demand my silence, I'll cut out my tongue. If you ask me to cripple myself, I'll slice my tendons. My life belongs to you, my lord. With a determined look, he stared directly at Zeke. Please, accept me. Those words made the protagonist suddenly recall his past life, when he had once spoken the very same words to his master. I want to become stronger than anyone else. Please, teach me, master. Remembering that moment, Zeke made up his mind. He decided to give the big guy in front of him a chance. Without another word, he tossed the sword in his hand forward and raised a single finger. One move. If you can withstand just one move from me, I'll accept you. After that, Zeke allowed Liam to tend to his wounds before they began the test. But once Liam actually stood face to face with Zeke, he quickly realized that enduring even a single attack was far more difficult than he had imagined. I really thought taking just one hit wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a Draker family light aura user. But, is this guy really my age? Even breathing feels exhausting. As the realization struck him, an involuntary shiver ran through Liam's body. But before he could think any further, Zeke moved. With his sword gripped tightly in hand, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Liam had no choice but to roar and swing his own sword in defense. The clash was deafening. The sheer force of their swords colliding sent a shockwave through the air, creating an explosive sound that echoed across the training grounds. Dust and debris were blasted away in every direction. And then, Liam's sword was sent flying. As it clattered onto the ground far away, Liam himself stumbled backward, looking utterly disheveled. Zeke, seeing his sorry state, only sighed and muttered in disappointment. So that's all you've got? Pathetic. Looking at his friend Liam, who was still sitting blankly on the ground, Zeke waved his hand lazily and reminded the young man. You might have strong determination, but if it's for Valhalla, it's best to give it up. With this reminder, Zeke turned around and walked off the training ground. ignoring Liam's desperate attempts to hold on from behind. As he walked, the protagonist couldn't help but think, confirming something. It seemed that Liam's abandonment by Jaken was likely true. If Liam weren't one of Jaken's subordinates, he wouldn't have been allowed into the academy. He was just a man of lowly birth. This was an institution where even someone with a legitimate background like himself had been expelled. If Liam got expelled now, it wouldn't be surprising at all. It was understandable that he was worried. At that moment, Zeke's steps abruptly stopped, or more accurately, it was because Liam, the massive guy, had kneeled down and grabbed Zeke's right leg in a desperate plea. This caused the protagonist to turn back and reconsider everything. Was it worth it for Liam to cling to him this desperately? In his previous life, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and his mercenary corps had collapsed. Yet, he still reached the rank of the Crimson Knight and earned the title of the King of Mercenaries. Below him, Liam couldn't hold back the tears anymore, crying pitifully as he begged, "Please, give me one more chance, Sir Zeke." Seeing Liam like this, Zeke guessed that the young man had no intention of giving up. Then, not sure if it was out of pity or something else, Zeke decided to give him another shot. "All right, I'll give you one more chance. But with a condition. If I want you to be mute, you'll cut off your tongue. If I want you to be crippled, you'll chop off your legs. Am I right? If that's the case, then go ahead and cut off your right arm," Zeke said coldly, patting the big young man on the shoulder. Liam's face went blank at Zeke's command. "What's wrong? Regret it?" Zeke's voice was filled with mockery, while Liam's eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were tightly clenched, as though he was in an intense inner struggle. This didn't surprise Zeke too much. It was a requirement that Liam must give up his life as a swordsman. A normal person would certainly be unable to accept such a thing. Thinking about this, as though sensing that Liam had stopped clinging to him, Zeke stood up and said, "I still have countless training sessions to get through. If you can't do it, then get lost." After saying that, he slightly bent his body and slowly brought his sword to the back, preparing for practice. At the same time, Liam, who seemed to have made his decision, slowly moved forward. Seeing this, the protagonist glanced at him and thought, "I don't know why you're so desperate. But don't give up, Liam. Even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still reach an outstanding level." That was what Zeke thought to himself. However, Liam's next action left Zeke stunned. As Zeke watched, Liam began to grab the sword that had been knocked away earlier, slowly lifting it high, while his right hand also reached out. His teeth were clenched, as though he were trying to sever his own right arm. Looking at the expression on the big guy's face, Zeke immediately realized that Liam wasn't joking around. "This crazy guy," the protagonist mentally shouted, quickly rushing to stop him. At that moment, Liam swung his sword downward with full force. However, luckily for Liam, at the most dangerous moment, Zeke grabbed his own sword, swinging it forward with a speed that cut through the air. With just one collision, Liam's sword broke in two. The tip of his blade flew out of the training ground. Looking at his right arm, which was still intact, Liam panted heavily as if he were exhausted from the tension. But before he could catch his breath, Zeke rushed forward, grabbed his shirt collar, and demanded, "Hey, you crazy guy, what if I had changed my mind? You're already swinging your sword before I even say anything." In response to Zeke's words, Liam's face was filled with intense emotion. Because there's something more valuable than this arm that I cannot afford to lose." Upon hearing Liam's response, Zeke looked at him with a gaze that seemed to suggest he was dealing with an idiot. However, after a moment, he shrugged, delivered a punch to Liam's chest, and reminded him, "If you keep doing stupid things like that, no matter how loyal you are, I'll kick you out. Remember that." Looking at Liam, his expression brightened, and he asked eagerly, "Sir Zeke, does this mean?" Without answering the question, Zeke simply reminded him, "Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what will others think of me?" "Yes, I understand, Sir Zeke," Liam responded enthusiastically. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the protagonist's private room. Now, Zeke and Liam were sitting together, enjoying some tea. Liam's ear, which had been severed earlier, had been reattached by medical staff, and the only thing visible was a faint scar where it had been cut. Liam gently raised his hand, feeling his restored ear, and then asked, "I really get to use such good medicine?" In response, Zeke explained that it was an investment in his value, so there was no need to worry. He then calmly set his teacup down and asked in a serious tone. So, what exactly is it? Something more important than your right arm? No, more important than your life itself? Liam, looking slightly down after hearing the question, took a few seconds before sharing his story. It's about my mother. After being abandoned by Jakin, a few days later, I received news that she collapsed from a high fever. Luckily, the fever subsided quickly, but her body was covered in red spots like roses, and her health continued to deteriorate. The doctors in the village didn't even know the name of the disease. As he spoke, his body trembled with emotion, while Zeke asked, "So, is that why you want to go to Valhalla?" "Yes, that's right, because the medical benefits for students and families in Valhalla are the best on the continent," Liam said with a sigh. On the other side, Zeke exhaled deeply after hearing this. He then called for a servant to bring paper and a pen. Slowly writing something down on the paper. The red spots like roses. Periodic high fevers. These are symptoms of a disease that will cover the Middle Earth in the next 5 years. It's called Rose disease, a highly contagious disease with an extremely high mortality rate that has already taken the lives of many. However, a timely cure has been developed, which helped extinguish its spread. With that thought, Zeke handed the paper he had just written to Liam and explained. This is the method for creating a cure for the disease your mother is suffering from. It's not too difficult, so the village doctor should be able to make it easily. Liam quickly took the paper, his voice trembling as he asked, "Thank you, sir, but how did you know the cure for a disease even the doctors don't know the name of?" Upon hearing the question, two familiar figures appeared in Zeke's mind, two genius alchemists. Al and Jeff. They had invented the cure to save the decaying Middle Earth. However, the greedy Alchemist Association had exploited the lives of the desperate for profit. When the two brothers discovered the truth, they revealed the method for creating the cure to the world, allowing even mercenaries like himself to learn of it, and it spread throughout the continent. Zeke smiled lightly, then calmly replied, "Let's just say you have acquaintances who are alchemists. Now that you have the medicine, there's no need for you to go to Valhalla or stay under my command," Zeke said, casually sipping his tea. Liam, however, was not the type to overlook someone's kindness. At that moment, he suddenly stood up from his chair, knelt with one knee in front of Zeke, and swore, "I swear I will give my life to you, Sir Zeke. I vow to remain loyal to my master for life." Hearing this, Zeke felt a sense of joy, realizing that he hadn't helped the wrong person. A loyalty vow. The king of mercenaries from my previous life becoming my subordinate really puts my mind at ease, he thought to himself, quickly masking his smile and saying in a serious tone, "If you fall behind, I'll abandon you, so, make sure to follow me properly." "Yes, I understand, master," Liam shouted enthusiastically. Time quickly passed until late afternoon, and the scene shifted to the principal's office. At that moment, the principal was receiving a guest. "What brings you here, Student Owen?" The person standing before him was Owen, a cunning individual whose purpose for being there was unclear. Hearing the principal's words, he bowed and explained his reason for visiting. "Yes, principal, I have a proposal. Would it be possible to increase the difficulty of this year's semester exam?" On the other side, Principal Herod, a plump man, gently stroked his mustache and inquired about the reasoning behind Owen's request. Owen, confident in his explanation, responded, "You may think I'm being unreasonable, but the students in Class 1 this year are exceptionally skilled. The descendants of noble families are all present, and there are even 2 pureblood awakened individuals. If the exam is held with the same difficulty as last year's, it will fail to distinguish their true abilities." Listening to this, Principal Herod paused, deep in thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That does make sense. After all, they are the heirs of the Zimmons family. I will consider this positively." "Thank you, sir, principal. I'll take my leave then," Owen said, bowing before quickly leaving the office. If the other students were to learn that Owen had intentionally approached the vice principal to raise the difficulty of the exam, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of his peers. After Owen left, Principal Herod turned his chair to look out the window, his mind drifting as he silently pondered, Bloodline truly cannot be mistaken. I never imagined I would think the same way as him. Considering the future consequences, it's best to eliminate the source of danger early. Time quickly passed, and today was the day of the midterm dungeon exploration exam. To explain this exam, it was a midterm test at Draker Academy where each pair of students had to work together to escape from a dungeon within a set amount of time. The difficulty of each dungeon was randomly assigned to each pair, and every dungeon had a completely different level of difficulty. Inside the group, Zeke turned to look at Liam and asked, "Are you scared, Liam?" In response, Liam couldn't hide the worry on his face and nodded, admitting, "Yes, I'm a bit nervous." Upon hearing this, Zeke chuckled and said, "It's understandable. Being overly tense will lead to mistakes, and being too relaxed can make you complacent. But if you're just the right amount of tense, you'll avoid both of those. So a little tension is necessary." On the other side, the swordswoman Reina was also trying to regulate her breathing to stay calm, while the other students continued to chat and laugh, seemingly without a care in the world. Then, soon enough, a voice shouted, "Next, Zeke Draker, Liam Stone." Hearing their names, Zeke and Liam quickly made their way toward an entrance to the dungeon gates. However, before they could enter, an exam proctor stepped in front of them and motioned them toward another direction. "Wait a moment, you two need to go over there," the proctor said, pointing to a different side. From Zeke's perspective, as he saw the proctor suddenly blocking their way, his gaze became sharp, as if sensing some kind of scheme was unfolding. However, the proctor didn't seem to notice the sharpness in Zeke's eyes. With a cold tone, the proctor said, "Hurry up and go in. What are you standing around for?" Hearing this, Zeke quickly withdrew his cold gaze, shrugged, and replied, Yes, we'll follow the instructions." With that, the two of them proceeded to quickly enter the dungeon that had been prepared for them. Inside the dungeon, there was a long staircase that descended deeply down below. As they walked, Zeke mentally reviewed the exam. Although the difficulty of each dungeon varied, since this was a trial dungeon controlled by the Draker family, there was no significant danger. The goal was to escape the dungeon within the allotted time. Each group was given a countdown timer, which started as soon as they entered the dungeon. They had 96 hours in total. Since basic combat ability was also part of the evaluation, groups could earn extra points by bringing back materials from any defeated monsters. However, the most important task was still to escape the dungeon. If a group failed to escape within the set time, they would officially fail the exam. As time passed, Zeke and Liam had set up camp to rest. After finishing their meal, Zeke turned to Liam and said, "You've eaten enough. Now get some rest." Liam. In response, Liam quickly waved his hand in refusal. "You've done everything, from setting up the camp to preparing the meal. So you should rest first." "Sir." Zeke explained that he could go without sleep for about 4 days. So Liam should rest easy. Hearing this, Liam finally agreed. "All right, I'll go rest then." "Yeah, go ahead and rest. If anything comes up, I'll wake you." Zeke nodded in agreement. While keeping watch, Zeke pulled out his pocket watch to check the remaining time and thought, "It's been 16 hours since we entered the dungeon. I've been awake for nearly 90 hours after training for 3 days before the exam." The infinite stamina only helps with physical exhaustion, not mental fatigue. Inside a dungeon, where anything could happen, it's best to minimize risk as much as possible. When Zeke wakes up, I'll switch shifts with him. Thinking this, Zeke's face became slightly blank, his eyes clearly showing signs of fatigue. Before he realized it, Zeke drifted into a dazed state. In his mind, images of a battlefield filled with snow began to appear. In the midst of it, a beautiful girl with golden hair, dressed like a noblewoman, was lying in a pool of blood. At the same time, a strange bell rang suddenly, pulling Zeke out of his trance. After realizing he had dozed off during his watch, Zeke rubbed his face and scolded himself. Damn it, that dream again. However, right after that, Zeke's eyes suddenly turned cold as he realized something and reminded himself. Wait, that sound earlier definitely came from a bell. As if realizing something, Zeke quickly grabbed the water bottle next to him and splashed all the water onto the nearby campfire to extinguish it. At the same time, Zeke called out to Liam. Wake up, Liam, the enemy is here. I'll keep an eye on the situation, so don't turn on the lights. Inside the tent, Liam quickly woke up and responded. Yes, master. Back to Zeke. He gently approached the entrance of the room where he had set up some wires with bells attached above to ensure that if any monsters entered, the bells would ring to alert him. However, Zeke didn't intend to use his dragon eye right away. Using dragon eye in such a long test lasting 4 days was a huge risk. It would be better to get used to the darkness, Zeke reminded himself. Next, a strange smell began to drift into his nose. As soon as he inhaled it, Zeke froze. It was the smell of sulfur. Impossible. A creature with a sulfur-like scent that usually hunts in packs. A level 3 dangerous monster, hellhound. Even though Reina had hunted an orc during the previous test, I didn't expect to encounter a hellhound here. Realizing that his dungeon had an unusually high difficulty level, Zeke quickly deduced he was definitely being targeted. He gritted his teeth and gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the imminent danger. Soon, Zeke began hearing the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. However, this raised some suspicion in Zeke's mind. Wait, something's not right. Even if it's the hellhound leader, it should only weigh a few hundred kilograms. With footsteps that loud, it must be something weighing several tons. Could it be an abnormal mutation? Thinking about this, Zeke slightly extended his sword to the outside, using its blade's reflection to observe the situation. Then, after seeing something, Zeke couldn't help but curse. Damn it, just as he thought this, there was suddenly a huge explosion at the entrance. With smoke and dust flying everywhere, Zeke was thrown backward. However, the protagonist calmly landed, driving his sword into the ground to stop his fall. Seeing this, Liam hurriedly ran over and asked, "Master, are you all right?" Not responding to the question, Zeke frowned, looking ahead while silently cursing the Zimmons family in his mind. Those damn Zimmons are up to something again, aren't they? They're definitely trying to get rid of me. At that moment, both Zeke and Liam's gazes were drawn to the entrance where a massive troll monster entered the dungeon. In its hand, it was carrying the head of a hellhound. As soon as it spotted Zeke and Liam, it tossed the head aside and let out a loud roar. The sound of its roar was powerful enough to make an ordinary person feel dizzy and deafened. A troll, a level 1 dangerous monster, could easily destroy hellhounds or even orcs. Its blood was a vital ingredient for making healing potions, and it possessed an astonishing regenerative ability, making it incredibly hard to kill. Just the thought of facing a colossal monster the size of a building with such incredible regenerative powers was enough to make anyone feel hopeless. However, despite facing such an opponent, Liam wasn't worried at all. He stood up in front and said to Zeke, "I'll be the decoy. In the meantime, you should take the opportunity to escape." Behind him, Zeke heard these words and smiled with satisfaction. He walked forward, lightly tapping Liam's large shoulder, and shook his head. "What are you talking about? How could I abandon my subordinate? Trust in your own efforts, not mine. Liam, you're not weak. I'll support you. Just do what you want." Hearing Zeke's words, although Liam felt a bit anxious, he forced himself to respond, "Yes, master." The two of them then gripped their weapons tightly and charged toward the massive troll in front of them. With their lightning-fast speed, they began slashing its giant body, leaving countless cuts, while the troll didn't even have time to react. However, just as Zeke had mentioned earlier, with such a massive body, the wounds they inflicted were barely more than scratches on its skin. And thanks to its regenerative ability, all of the wounds healed within seconds. Still, Zeke couldn't help but silently praise Liam. Not bad at all. Inflicting damage on the troll's thick skin was already an impressive feat. But targeting its joints was even more impressive. Has he been studying monsters in his spare time? Right after that, the troll's massive body slightly staggered. At the same time, it swung its huge spiked mace toward Liam, causing him to freeze and fail to react in time. But just as the blow was about to land, Zeke immediately rushed in front of him and knocked the mace aside with his sword from above. Seeing this, Liam quickly apologized. "Sorry, master." In response, Zeke reassured him, "It's all right. For your first real fight, that wasn't bad at all. Targeting the weaker joints was a good choice. But you underestimated the troll's regenerative ability. Remember this. Small wounds on a troll's body will heal instantly. With regular attacks, you won't be able to keep up with its regeneration." On the other side, the troll looked at its weapon, now reduced to half, and its eyes bulged with fury, its face reddening like a furnace. Left with no choice, it threw the remaining part of its weapon behind it and used its giant hands to slam down at both of them. At that moment, Zeke, eager to end the fight quickly, declared, "Looks like you're still struggling. Then let me finish it." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on his sword, ready to strike. As time quickly passed, the bloodied head of the troll lay limp on the ground, no longer radiating any life. With its sacrifice, Zeke earned an additional 30 karma points. Looking at the system notification, Zeke nodded in approval and turned to Liam, saying, "This species should give us quite a bit of reward points. Hurry up and pack up." Liam, "Yes, Master." Liam quickly responded and dashed over to collect the corpse, taking his backpack with him. At that moment, another notification from the system popped up for Zeke. Sudden quest. 1 shot. 2 eagles. Defeat 100 monsters from 10 different species in the dungeon. Time limit: 72 hours. Reward: 2 karma points upon completion. 2 random gift boxes. Current progress: 2 types, 14 monsters. Only monsters capable of attacking count. Reading through the notification, Zeke was stunned, just like a beggar hitting the jackpot. 2 karma points? With 79 hours left before the test ended, the condition of 100 monsters wouldn't be a problem. But to cover 10 different species, now that would be tough. Even if the dungeon was huge, normal test scenarios usually only had 3 or 4 species. But if this was a trap set by those damned Zimmons, then surely there would be enough variety if he searched thoroughly. Complete the mission while escaping the dungeon. I'll probably be rushing through this, Zeke mused to himself. Not long after, Liam had finished his task and returned to report. "It's all done, Master." The large bag hanging from his back was the collection bag that came with the countdown timer. Although its efficiency was far inferior to spatial bags, it was enough to carry the spoils. Seeing his subordinate had completed the task, Zeke nodded. "Good, let's move out." Liam, "Don't drag your feet." With the pressure of completing the system quest while also passing the family's test, Zeke couldn't afford to wander leisurely through the dungeon anymore. The two of them picked up the pace, exerting all their strength to break through the dungeon. Time passed quickly, almost faster than a dog running across an open field. At this moment, Zeke and Liam had stopped for a brief rest when suddenly, Zeke spoke up. "So, how's it going, Liam? You've hunted quite a few monsters by now. Looks like you're starting to get the hang of real combat." "Huh?" Up ahead, Liam tied up the bag and turned to answer. "I'm still not too sure." In response, Zeke gave a slight smile. "Yeah, that's understandable. It takes time to adapt." With that, Zeke's expression grew serious again as he looked at the map in front of him. There were 50 minutes left on the mission, and the current progress was 9 species, 99 monsters. The mission had stalled just before completion, leaving Zeke feeling frustrated. "I've even caught blood-sucking leeches the size of a finger. And still, only 9 species. There's nowhere else to look. Honestly, those Zims bastards were utterly useless. Why didn't they prepare another species?" Thinking about it, Zeke angrily waved his hand, dismissing the mini-map from his view. Just as if answering his unspoken wish, the ground suddenly began shaking violently. Then, with a loud rumble, the earth split apart, nearly causing Zeke to lose his footing. Quickly, he turned and shouted to his subordinate, "Liam, hurry, toss that bag." On the other side, the big guy was still confused, not understanding what was going on. At that moment, Zeke rushed forward, using his sword to slice the recovery bag in half. At the same time, from deep within the earth, a massive monster shot up, sliding right past them and sending both of them flying to the side. Fortunately, Liam was unharmed, but when he regained his senses, he quickly noticed that Zeke's left arm was covered in blood. "Zeke, are you all right?" In response, Zeke waved his left arm nonchalantly and reassured him, "Don't worry, it's just monster blood. This time, you just stay put and watch." "Liam, I'm afraid I won't have time to look after you." At that moment, both of their eyes landed on the creature that had just attacked, a giant worm with a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. Its body radiated an aura of crazed, violent energy that made even Zeke heighten his guard to the highest level. This is a dungeon worm, a high-level, dangerous monster. It would take at least a dozen experienced Dark Knights to take it down. Those damn Zims, they sure did prepare well. Zeke silently cursed the people behind this trap in his mind. Meanwhile, the dungeon worm wasn't going to give Zeke any time to think. Immediately, it charged straight at him, as if confirming that he was the greater threat, not Liam. With its massive body, it slid forward with force, heading straight for Zeke. Liam stood by, watching in anxiety, a growing sense of helplessness overwhelming him as he saw his master struggling in battle, unable to help in any way. Then, as if a thought struck him, Liam quickly rummaged through his bag, desperately trying to find something to support Zeke as the scene shifted to his position. Meanwhile, Zeke was gritting his teeth, using his sword to block the sharp fangs of the enormous worm while his own body was being forced backward with every impact. The sensation of being relentlessly pushed back was becoming increasingly dangerous, so Zeke gathered all his strength into his arms, swinging his sword with all his might, knocking the worm's head to the side. However, the worm quickly took advantage of the opening, burrowing back into the ground, its movement causing the cave to shake violently. Zeke wasn't sure how to attack while it was underground. Even a skilled Dark Knight would hesitate when facing a dungeon worm in an environment like this, given its ability to move underground. If the time it took to defeat it dragged on too long, they would be buried alive in no time. At that moment, behind Zeke, there was a sudden cracking sound. He quickly turned around and witnessed the enormous mouth of the worm emerging from the earth, speeding straight toward him. Reacting with lightning speed, Zeke ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding its deadly bite. Without giving the worm a chance to retreat into the earth again, Zeke lunged forward and drove his sword deep into the creature's body. After that, Zeke gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly as he charged forward, dragging his sword through the dungeon worm's massive body, leaving behind a deep wound. "This time, I'll cut you in half," Zeke muttered under his breath. The gigantic worm, struck by such a deep injury, screamed in pain, its body writhing and thrashing violently. Eventually, it launched itself forward like a spring, pulling Zeke into the air as he was still holding onto his sword. Seeing this, Zeke couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn worm! Before he had time to react, the massive worm began to coil itself in a spiral shape, wrapping tightly around Zeke's body. An immense pressure began to crush him from all sides, causing his bones to groan in protest, and blood spurted from his mouth. With the worm's crushing grip, even someone like Zeke couldn't see a way to escape. Fortunately, Zeke still had his loyal subordinate, Liam. As soon as Liam saw his master in danger, he rushed forward, driving his sword into the dungeon worm's body. The worm let out a pained scream, and the pressure that Zeke was under seemed to lessen significantly. With the pressure reduced, Zeke took the opportunity to break free from the worm's grip and leap to safety. Thanks to his regenerative ability, the damage inflicted by the worm quickly healed at an incredible speed. Meanwhile, Liam anxiously asked, "Are you all right, my lord?" To this, Zeke, still catching his breath, curiously asked, "What exactly did you do, Liam?" "I applied a numbing agent to the blade," Liam replied, showing Zeke a vial of the numbing potion in his palm. Upon hearing this, Zeke finally understood why the worm had reacted so violently. "I see. The main ingredient of the numbing agent is belladonna. It has a mild paralytic effect on humans, but to a worm, it acts like a lethal poison. In a dire situation, you remembered belladonna, something that's inherently harmful to worms, and used it. Your reaction was incredibly quick, and your judgment and adaptability truly live up to your title as the king of mercenaries." Liam. Taking Liam under his wing had certainly been a wise decision. Thinking about this, Zeke couldn't help but smile and then gave a command to his big friend. "Liam, when I give the signal, drive your sword into the worm again." After saying that, the protagonist gathered all his strength into the soles of his feet and accelerated, running up the massive body of the worm. When he reached the top of its head, he shouted loudly to signal Liam. Down below, Liam understood immediately, gritting his teeth as he thrust his sword into the dungeon worm's body once more. The worm let out an ear-piercing scream, almost like a house on fire, even spewing a purple liquid from its mouth, something resembling blood. However, just as it screamed, the worm suddenly paused, sensing a greater danger than the pain it had felt before. In front of it, Zeke focused his energy into his sword and unleashed a powerful technique. Using his skill, Soul Body Slash, he generated a massive energy blade that cut straight through the dungeon worm's body. The blade, known as Death's Edge, split the creature in half in an instant. At the same moment, as a reward for the protagonist's efforts, the system issued a notification. The unexpected mission has been completed. The karma points earned from the mission reward have been doubled. 2 random gift boxes have been awarded as mission rewards. Current karma points, 780. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the area outside the central training grounds. By now, countless students had returned after escaping from their respective dungeons. In front of them, several wooden tables had already been set up, each meant for displaying and verifying the monster elimination proofs they had brought back. Students who have made it out, come here to receive your scores. Those who have completed the test may leave, a teacher announced loudly. At that moment, the swordswoman Reina stepped forward, carrying the proof of her monster kills for verification. The teacher glanced at the items laid out on the table before nodding and stating, "All right, I will now begin scoring. Base completion score, 30 points. Goblins, 20. Hobgoblins, 2. Orc, 1. Total score, 180. Hearing Reina's score, the surrounding students broke into a cold sweat, exchanging hushed whispers. That's nearly at the record high of 200 points set by Lord Abel. That's a pureblood for you. The difference in level is just on another scale. Not only the students but even the teacher couldn't hide his admiration. As expected of Reina, you exceeded the passing score by a whole 130 points. Reina's group responded by placing a hand over their chest and replying in unison. You flatter us, sir. Next up was the cunning Owen, who stepped forward with his own proof of eliminations. All right, I will begin scoring. Total score, 120. You exceeded the passing score by 70 points. Excellent work. The teacher nodded approvingly. Hearing this, a brown-haired teammate of Owen's grinned with excitement, as if they had struck gold. However, Owen himself was anything but pleased. His expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. Compared to Reina, he had fallen short by a whole 60 points, a number that was nearly half of his total score. His gaze turned cold as he shot a look toward Reina. Reina Tarun, you won't be able to keep acting high and mighty forever? No matter. If something happens, I'll just handle it the same way I did with Zeke. A sly grin crept onto his lips. By now, Zeke was probably nothing more than a corpse rotting away somewhere deep in that deadly dungeon. Typical of weaklings, they could only resort to underhanded tactics to trip up those stronger than them. However, there was one thing Owen never could have anticipated: the sudden sound of Zeke's voice ringing out from behind him. Oh man, how long has it been since I last saw the sunlight? The moment Owen heard that all too familiar voice, his face contorted in shock and fear. He spun around immediately, and sure enough, his worst nightmare had come true. Zeke and Liam had safely returned to the gathering area, without so much as a single scratch. To make matters worse, the towering Liam was casually dragging the severed head of a massive worm behind him. Their storage bag had been cut in half earlier by Zeke's sword, so carrying it like this was the only option. As soon as the other students laid eyes on the enormous monster head trailing behind Liam, their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Am I seeing things? Or is my brain lagging? Wait, don't tell me. That's a dungeon worm. I thought orcs were the highest scoring monsters, but why did something like that show up? Did they actually hunt down a dungeon ruin boss? Murmurs of shock and confusion rippled through the crowd. Liam dragged the worm's head over to the teacher's verification area and dropped it onto the ground with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, Zeke turned toward Owen, his voice dripping with mockery. You look pretty stunned. Owen, aren't you happy to see me again? What happened to that icy cold expression of yours? Ah, well, actually, I think this face suits you even better. Zeke grinned, thoroughly enjoying the sight of Owen's reaction. Owen's face had darkened to an almost purplish hue from sheer rage. Veins bulged against his skin. His jaw clenched so tightly it looked like it might snap, and his fists were trembling from how hard he was gripping them. Yet, before Zeke could continue taunting him, Owen abruptly turned on his heels and walked away. Zeke clicked his tongue, feigning disappointment before calling after him with a sneer. Wow, leaving so soon? Owen didn't bother responding, but inside, he was seething. Damn it, Those pureblood bastards. You'll all pay for looking down on me. His so-called hunting dogs quickly followed behind him, sensing their leader's foul mood. Watching them go, Zeke merely shrugged and smirked. Haha, someone's tense. Just then, a voice from the front snapped him back to reality. Are you done with your little verbal sparring match, student? It was Andre, the swordsman instructor, addressing him. Zeke turned forward immediately and responded with an awkward laugh. Ah, yes, sir, long time no see. Instructor Andre, not wanting to waste time on pleasantries. Andre got straight to the point. I'll begin scoring right now. Standing beside him, Zeke glanced at the massive worm's severed head and casually explained. There's nothing else besides this thing. Do you need to score it separately? Andre responded by pulling on a pair of gloves. His tone firm. I'm the examiner here, so don't expect me to just gloss over it. Zeke couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Didn't the retrieval bag get swallowed by the worm? Yeah, it did, which is exactly why I'm going to inspect it thoroughly. Andre nodded before rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. He began his examination with painstaking care, using both hands to sift through the gruesome remains. Blood splattered everywhere in the process, causing some of the watching students to recoil in disgust and flee the scene. From Zeke's perspective, watching Andre's dedication to the task only made him breathe an internal sigh of relief. Damn, I really lucked out. That damn dungeon worm's ambush cost me all the heads I'd collected over the past 3 days. I had no choice but to use its head as a replacement, but honestly, who else besides Instructor Andre would be meticulous enough to check every single scrap of flesh stuck between those teeth? Time passed swiftly. Before long, Andre finished his examination, tossing his bloodied gloves aside before announcing his findings. The confirmed monster remains include gremlin, goblin, hobgoblin, hellhound, orc, and lastly, a troll. A troll? Are you serious? The gathered students gasped in horror, their faces draining of color. The dungeon worm alone was already an incredibly terrifying monster, but now there was a troll in the mix as well? The mere thought of what kind of nightmare Zeke had walked into made their skin crawl. Ignoring their reactions, Andre wiped the blood from his hands with a cloth and continued. Judging by the amount of blood, I'd estimate there were at least dozens of them. However, if I were to count all of them, it wouldn't be fair to the other students. So, I'll only consider one of each type. He paused for a moment before adding. Additionally, while trolls and dungeon worms aren't listed under the standard scoring criteria, based on their documented strength, a troll is roughly equivalent to a group of 3 orcs, while a dungeon worm is comparable to 6. As such, I will award them 90 points and 180 points, respectively. Andre looked up and declared, your total score is 368. Congratulations, you pass. Meanwhile, the 2 other instructors, who had just heard the final score, were left completely dumbfounded. Hey, how many points did we even get back when we were students? One of them asked in disbelief. The instructor on the right, still jotting down notes with his pen, confirmed, back in our time, they didn't even include hellhounds in the scoring system. On the other side, the students stared at Zeke as if they were looking at some kind of monster. 368 points? How is that even possible? Across the training grounds, a black-haired student, unable to accept the reality before him, stepped forward and shouted, this is cheating. There's only the dungeon worm's corpse here. Hearing this, another student turned to him with a look of utter disappointment, as if he were looking at an absolute fool. You idiot? The dungeon worm alone was already worth 180 points. But so what? Think for a second, you and your group, whether it was a dungeon worm or a troll, do you really think any of you would have made it back alive? A heavy silence fell over them as the realization sank in. Zeke Draker, is he really that strong? While the other students were still in shock, Zeke glanced at them, his lips curling into a smirk. So noisy, he thought to himself. This feels completely different from before, when all they did was mock me. Not bad, but I just made myself stand out again. This test had been rigged. The Zims family had deliberately modified the dungeon to be far more difficult, all in an attempt to get rid of him. But was this really just Owen acting on his own? No, not a chance. Even Owen wouldn't dare tamper with an official academy examination. Which meant, the real problem was the Zims family itself. Looks like I'm being watched more closely than I thought. If I try to hide my strength too obviously, it'll just backfire. I'll have to keep things balanced and observe the situation for now. A bead of sweat ran down Zeke's temple as he felt the weight of the attention on him. The pressure was suffocating. Just as he was lost in thought about his uncertain future, Reyna and her subordinates passed by him. She glanced at him, her expression tense as she spoke. Zeke Draker, this time, you won. With that, she quickly walked away, leaving Zeke standing there, utterly confused. I won, but won what exactly? What the hell is she talking about? Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the familiar training grounds, where Zeke was preparing to experiment with a skill he had never used before. Guess I should start with this. Huh? Muttering to himself, Zeke glanced at his system screen. The skill he was referring to was Dragon Technique Level 1 Gluttony. This skill allowed the user to eat more and digest food faster. It required 50 points to unlock, and Zeke currently had 780 causal points. Having gotten rich fast over the past few days, he decided to invest in it. A useless skill I ignored before, but now, spending 50 points isn't a big deal. Without hesitation, Zeke unlocked the skill. However, the moment he reread its description, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a second, the description changed. His gaze locked onto the system screen, which now displayed Dragon Technique Level 1 Gluttony. While in the state of gluttony, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Moreover, if you consume a monster with an inherited skill, you can absorb its abilities. A bead of sweat ran down Zeke's face as he clenched his fists in frustration. Absorb monster abilities. Damn it, I should have activated this skill before the exam. But there was no use regretting it now. He needed to test its effects immediately. Convert energy. Huh? Only one way to find out. Zeke reached into his inventory and pulled out a fresh piece of raw meat. Activating gluttony, he braced himself. Immediately, a dark mist shot out, piercing into the meat. The sight startled him, and as he glanced downward, his own shadow began to ripple, spreading out tendrils of darkness tinged with a faint golden glow. The chunk of meat in his hand was slowly sinking into the mist. What the hell? It's like it's being swallowed by a swamp. Before his eyes, the meat shriveled up and disintegrated into the shadows. Zeke furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Then, as soon as the process was complete, the system sent a notification. Confirmation. Energy absorbed, restoring depleted energy reserves. The moment the absorption was complete, Zeke felt a surge of refreshing energy course through his body. His entire state improved instantly, like he had just taken a short but deeply restorative nap. Even the lingering headache that had been bothering him subsided. Though the effect was subtle, he could tell that even his mental fatigue had decreased. Not only that, but his body felt revitalized. And even his ether core had recovered slightly. These 50 points were absolutely worth it, Zeke thought, excitement bubbling inside him. With this skill, I can eliminate all the risks of my other abilities. Mental exhaustion, fixed with gluttony. Physical fatigue, countered by infinite stamina. If that's the case, I can train for 24 hours straight without eating, drinking, or sleeping. The realization sent a thrill through him. Without hesitation, he decided to test his limits immediately. Let's begin. He felt as if the path to his future had never been clearer. But just as he was about to dive into training, his smile suddenly froze. A familiar annoyed voice left his lips. Hey, Dexter, I already told you last time, unless it's urgent, don't bother me when I'm training. Standing before him was the old butler, Dexter, who immediately bowed his head in apology. I sincerely apologize, young master, but I have urgent news that you must hear at once. Zeke frowned. Urgent? What is it? Dexter's deep, steady voice rang out. Your sword has been completed. The moment those words left Dexter's mouth, Zeke's expression lit up once again. After all, he needed this weapon, the one crafted by his friend, Galleon, to help mask the fact that he couldn't use aura. Without wasting a second, Zeke rushed straight to Galleon's forge. As soon as he stepped inside, he didn't even bother with greetings. Galleon, the sword is finished, right? Galleon nodded. Ah, yeah, it's done. Just give me a sec. With that, he hurried to the back of the forge, retrieved a wooden case containing the sword, and tossed it to Zeke. What the hell is this? Zeke stared at the sword inside the wooden case. His brows furrowed in disbelief. His mind immediately recalled the weapon Galleon had crafted for him in his past life. A masterpiece forged from pure mithril and high-grade steel. The legendary solar sword, Graham. That sword was a thing of beauty. Just one look, and anyone could tell it was an extraordinary weapon. This time, however, the sword was forged from a dragon's fang, an even rarer material. Naturally, he had expected something just as magnificent, if not superior to Graham. But why does it look like this? Taking a deep breath, Zeke examined the weapon more closely. A deep blue-black blade rested within the case, its surface rugged and uneven. Compared to the sleek elegance of Graham, this sword looked ugly. Zeke reached forward and firmly grasped the sword, lifting it up to examine it more closely. He turned it over in his hands, scrutinizing every detail, but after a moment, he could only shake his head. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary sword. You didn't bother sharpening the blade? Zeke asked, his brows furrowing slightly. Galleon simply replied, this sword was made that way from the start. Zeke narrowed his eyes at the response. But after a brief pause, he let out a small grin. Thinking about Galleon's skills, he asked, so this is the form you believe suits me best? That's right, Galleon confirmed with a nod. Seeing that Zeke didn't question it further, Galleon felt a bit surprised. Most people would have been confused, even frustrated, by such a weapon. But Zeke, he understood. He saw through Galleon's intentions. If it's him, then this sword will be a perfect match, Galleon thought to himself. Then, pointing to the weapon, he added, by the way, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I've tried to come up with one, but nothing feels quite right. Why don't you name it? Me? Zeke asked, pointing to himself in mild surprise. At that moment, memories from his past life surfaced. The Holy Sunblade. Graham, Galleon had been the one to name it back then. And yet, this time, he couldn't find a name for the sword? Zeke had assumed this was still Graham, only with a new appearance due to the dragon fang used in its construction. But now, he wasn't so sure. This blade, it was something entirely different. As that thought crossed his mind, a strange determination flickered in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached into his inventory, pulled out a dagger, and slashed deep across his own wrist. Blood immediately began pouring down his arm. Across from him, Galleon's eyes widened in shock. What the hell are you doing? Stop. You need to stop the bleeding, he shouted in alarm. But Zeke paid no attention to Galleon's panic. Instead, he focused inward, deliberately suppressing his natural healing ability. His healing factor was always active. But if he concentrated, if he applied the right skill, he knew he could hold it back. I can control this, he reassured himself. As if responding to his thoughts, a system notification appeared before him. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily disabling passive skill, healing factor. As soon as the notification appeared, Zeke's regeneration ability immediately stopped. Alright, that's settled. Now, let's do this, he said, reaching out toward the sword and letting his blood drip onto its dark blade. Watching this unfold, Galleon's expression shifted. He quickly pieced together what was happening. Wait, is this the sword naming rite? The sword naming rite was an ancient ritual of the dwarves. In this ceremony, the wielder would imbue their sword with their own blood, containing traces of aura or mana. Once the blood was absorbed, the ritual would activate. The wielder would then be drawn into a deep, subconscious state, wandering endlessly until they discovered the name of their blade. Because of how dangerous it was, the rite had been almost entirely forgotten. How the hell does he even know about this ancient dwarven ritual? Where did he learn it? Galleon thought, his eyes filled with shock. Back to Zeke's perspective, everything happened exactly as Galleon described. His consciousness sank deep into a vast, boundless mental realm. It felt like he was submerged in a deep, endless lake, surrounded by countless names floating all around him. Among all these names, I have to find the one that will guide me forward, the name of this new sword. Zeke murmured to himself. He swam through the vast, ethereal waters, searching, until at last, he found it. Black Sword Bahamut. At that very moment, a system notification appeared before him. The Black Sword Bahamut has been successfully registered as an equipped weapon. Zeke blinked at the message. momentarily questioning everything. The name I chose is the same as that dragon's? Is my subconscious really okay? Returning to reality, Zeke had just finished wrapping a bandage around the wound on his left arm. Galleon, still in awe, burst into excited praise. You're truly incredible. Even among dwarves, very few know about the sword naming right. Zeke waved off the compliment with a casual gesture, explaining that he had only learned about it while studying dwarven history. But just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Galleon's expression shifted. He quickly called out, "Do you want to rest for a bit? There's something I absolutely have to give you." Hearing Galleon's words, Zeke couldn't help but feel a little curious. Still, he nodded in agreement. "All right, take your time looking," Galleon said, before suddenly dashing off somewhere. Meanwhile, Zeke glanced down at the wound on his hand. The ability to control his regeneration was a crucial skill. It allowed him to hide his abnormal traits, preventing others from realizing just how extraordinary he was. Being able to regulate his healing, even though it was constantly active, held immense significance. If I had known about this before, I could have hidden my abilities during my bet with Master Duke. I wouldn't have had to reveal all my cards. Then, turning his attention back to his injury, he muttered, "Sorry, Galleon, but I'm taking this bandage off as soon as I get back. For now, the more important thing is testing this out." His gaze shifted toward the sword lying beside him. At that moment, a system notification popped up, displaying all the information related to the weapon. Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master blacksmith using the clairvoyant eye, infused with azure flame mana, and crafted from the hardest fang of a cursed dragon. Bahamut, unique abilities, indestructible, aura conversion. Note: currently sealed. The sword will gradually unlock as its wielder grows stronger. Zeke, despite having seen countless unbelievable things in his past life, still couldn't help but be taken aback. The seal unlocks as the user grows? I've never heard of a sword like this before. And its core trait is indestructibility? Even if it's made from a dragon's fang. That's just ridiculous. But no matter how absurd it seemed, the most important feature was aura conversion. All the effort he had put into creating the mana battery for Galleon and having this sword forged, part of it was because of Galleon's immense skill. But the true reason was the core function of Graham. Aura conversion, the ability to transform ether mana, or any form of energy, into aura. It was this very ability that had allowed him, someone born incapable of wielding aura, to reach the level of Scarlet rank. As he thought about it, Zeke closed his eyes, focusing his energy and channeling it into the sword to begin the aura conversion process. At the same time, Galleon returned, holding a scabbard in his hands, panting slightly as he spoke. "Ha, I finally found it. Sorry to keep you waiting. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you?" But just as he was about to hand it over, his eyes landed on Zeke's sword, now completely enveloped in a sharp blue aura. He froze, stunned. A razor-sharp aura is surrounding the blade. Has he already surpassed the boundary of a purple knight? Zeke, noticing Galleon's dumbfounded expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "You're back, and this sword is truly extraordinary. You've done incredible work, Galleon." In response, Galleon extended the scabbard toward Zeke. "This is nothing compared to the forge. But take a look at this. This scabbard was made by my master." Hearing that, Zeke furrowed his brows, stroking his chin as he pondered. "In my past life, I've never heard of Galleon's master before. Let's see." His gaze fell on the engraved name on the scabbard. Golan Jobber. Zeke muttered the name under his breath, before suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as realization struck him. Wait, Golan Jobber? The Golan Jobber? The one known as the greatest blacksmith? Golan Jobber, the legendary dwarven blacksmith, renowned across the entire continent. Every single one of his creations had reached a level of absolute perfection, imbued with unique properties. To collectors, his works were worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Realizing this, Zeke couldn't help but reevaluate Galleon in his mind. "I never would have guessed you were a disciple of Golan." Galleon blinked, momentarily surprised. "So you can even read dwarven script? Impressive." Setting the language aside for now, Zeke probed further. "If this was made by Golan, then this scabbard isn't just an ordinary one, is it?" "Of course not." Galleon grinned before demonstrating. If you rotate this roller near the scabbard's opening, it transforms into a shield. It's crafted from mithril and wyvern bones, making it virtually indestructible no matter how much damage it takes. And if you roll it back down from the handle, it reverts to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you've granted me, this still falls short, but please, accept this gift. With that, Galleon firmly extended the scabbard toward Zeke. Seeing this, Zeke awkwardly accepted the scabbard, then hesitantly asked, "But if you sell this, wouldn't you be able to build your own forge?" "Haha, I can't just sell my master's creation to just anyone," Galleon replied with a cheerful smile. "But this thing is worth tens of thousands of gold." Zeke questioned again. Hearing that, Galleon's face broke out in a nervous sweat. He hadn't realized it was that valuable. "What, are you serious? Either way, I'll gladly accept it. Thank you," Zeke said, his voice filled with gratitude. Then, he turned his gaze toward the scabbard and his oversized sword. This scabbard seems a bit small compared to the sword, but if this is a work of Golan Jabbar, then there must be something special about it. Thinking this, Zeke carefully attempted to slide his sword into the scabbard. As expected, the scabbard immediately began reshaping itself, expanding to fully encase the sword and forming a perfectly fitted sheath. Unbelievable, this has exceeded even my wildest expectations. I've received an incredible gift. Thank you, Galleon, Zeke said with a bright smile. On the other side, Galleon was just as happy, as if he had struck gold. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the familiar training grounds. At this moment, Zeke was examining the pair of gloves he had just received. Glove information. Forged from cloud iron, both sturdy and lightweight. Special ability. None. Feature. When the full cloud iron set is equipped, a special ability will be activated. After reading the description, Zeke couldn't help but be impressed. Cloud iron, that's an incredibly rare material. This was something he had received from a random reward box, a bonus from an unexpected mission. I thought it was just another treasure chest. But the things inside are far more valuable than I expected. Alright, time to check the second box. With that, Zeke turned his gaze toward the remaining box and slowly opened it. However, what he found inside made him even more curious. What Zeke pulled out from the second treasure mirror was a tattered map, worn, incomplete, and missing large portions, making him question whether it was even a real map at all. However, before he could dwell on it for too long, the system promptly issued a notification. You have discovered a map bearing traces of the great sword Saint Kaishir. As soon as Zeke saw that name, his interest skyrocketed. The name Kaishir was far too famous. Wait, Kaishir? Don't tell me this is referring to Hero King Kaishir? The Hero King Kaishir and the Knights of the Clock Tower. This was the most renowned book on the continent, chronicling Kaishir's journey and his knights' exploits since the founding of the Kronos Kingdom, a once glorious civilization. However, due to the book's seemingly exaggerated content and the lack of any historical evidence to support its claims, it had long been regarded as nothing more than a fictional novel. The thought that he had just obtained a map tied to such a legendary figure sent a tremor through Zeke's hands, though not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Did Hero King Kaishir really exist? He muttered, voice shaking. Meanwhile, the system began analyzing the map and issued another prompt. Initiating restoration and decryption of the damaged portions. Decryption complete. The designated location has been marked on the minimap. At that moment, a small, holographic map materialized before Zeke. Scanning the highlighted markers, he quickly recognized the location. The Giants' Mountain Range? That's the territory of the barbarian tribe. This might actually be easier than I thought. But before he could strategize further, yet another system notification popped up. Based on the user's level, further guidance will now cease. You have discovered an item linked to a quest. Achievement Quest. The Hero King Kaishir's Vision. Objective. Search for Kaishir's Vision at the ruins bearing his traces. Time limit. None. Quest reward. System authority upgrade, administrator rank. Low to intermediate. At this point, even a dumb ox could understand the situation, let alone Zeke. So that's how it is. The guidance system was just a stepping stone to help me reach a certain level. Everything up until now was just the beginning. Which means, from here on out, This is the real game. And the rewards? They're on a whole different level compared to before. Alright then, so that's how it works. I'll sweep through everything, leaving nothing behind. First things first, time to use the points he had accumulated. With a confident grin, Zeke decided to go all in and upgrade his skills. You have spent 50 points to unlock Dragon Arts, Level 2. You can now check the details of Dragon Arts, Level 2. Checking the details. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form an even tougher armor, significantly enhancing magic resistance. Unlock cost: 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summons a powerful dragon's claw, capable of annihilating enemies with a single swipe. Unlock cost: 80 points. Seeing these two skills, Zeke couldn't help but feel tempted to unlock more. But he held himself back. I still have a decent number of points left. But who knows when I'll have another chance to earn a large amount like this. Damn, what a waste. But for now, I should just invest in a few potions and these two skills. I'll hold on to 400 points as a backup. With that thought, he unlocked Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Unable to contain his excitement, Zeke immediately decided to test them out. Starting with Dragon Claw, he whispered the skill's name, activating it. At that moment, energy surged from his palm, condensing into a massive dragon's claw. Without hesitation, Zeke swung his arm forward with all his might. With just that single motion, deep claw marks were instantly etched into the solid floor, stretching out a dozen meters away from him. Seeing the sheer destructive power of the skill, Zeke could only let out a nervous chuckle. Ha ha ha, this skill is absolutely insane. Alright, time to test the next one. Without wasting another second, he activated Dragon Scale Armor. Almost instantly, shimmering golden dragon scales materialized around his left arm. To test its defensive capability, Zeke didn't hesitate. He pulled out the black sword from his inventory and swung it down onto his own arm with full force. However, what truly shocked Zeke was that his own sword was sent flying backward by the force of the armor's defense. The skill's defensive capability was so overwhelming that even he found it hard to believe. Even without using aura, my strikes should be powerful enough to cut through anything. And yet, my sword just bounced off? My body might be bare, but it feels like I'm covered in a full suit of heavy armor. Dragon Claw for offense. Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple, yet incredibly effective. Alright, my body's all warmed up. Let's keep going, Zeke said with a grin before diving back into his usual training routine. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the central arena of Draker Academy. Today was the day of the semester evaluation exam. Countless training dummies had been set up across the practice grounds, while the students stood in formation below, awaiting their turn. At that moment, the voice of an instructor rang out. Today marks the start of your semester evaluation exam. Before we begin, I'll explain the rules. The instructor gestured to the dummies behind him. These dummies have been specially crafted. If you rely on ordinary strength alone, you won't even leave a scratch. However, if you infuse your attacks with aura, you can destroy them with ease. That said, if you fail to make even a single scratch, you will be immediately eliminated. All prior evaluations will be nullified, and you will have to repeat the year from the very beginning. His cold, indifferent tone sent a shiver down the spines of the students below. Repeat the year? That means we won't be able to advance at all. The students whispered anxiously among themselves, their eyes filled with worry. Ignoring their murmurs, the instructor continued, his voice sharp and commanding. Silence. Those whose names are called, step forward. First up, Aaron. Present. Aaron responded promptly before dashing up to the platform. Meanwhile, within the crowd, a sly smirk crept onto Owen's face. It's only natural for rookies to be nervous. But for me, this academy's training methods are no different from the aura cultivation system of my own family. His golden eyes gleamed with arrogance as he mused to himself. After all, the Zims family is the one that originally established this academy's aura training curriculum. Even among pureblood awakened ones, none of them can match my control over aura. As he thought this, he subtly glanced toward Zeke and Reina, observing them from the corner of his eye. Not long after, the instructor called out his name. Next up, Owen, if you're ready, begin. In response, Owen confidently unsheathed his sword and assumed a striking stance. However, What caught everyone's attention was the radiant blue aura enveloping his body. The moment they saw it, the other students broke into a cold sweat and gasped in shock. That's sword resonance? He's only 13 years old. Yet he can already use sword resonance? That's insane. The instructor himself narrowed his eyes at the display before glancing back at his fellow faculty member. The bearded instructor behind him nodded in agreement. Indeed, as expected from someone of noble lineage. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Owen's body vanished like a blur, dashing forward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, countless sword slashes rained down upon the red dummies, each strike leaving behind deep, jagged cuts. Down below, the other students could only watch in horror, their faces turning pale. Some of them even had their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Once Owen completed his test, one of the instructors walked up to examine the dummies before exclaiming in admiration. Absolutely remarkable, as expected of the Zim's bloodline. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses Lord Abel. The instructor smiled as he spoke, completely unaware that his words had made Owen's face turn as dark as coal. Owen's jaw clenched, his grip tightening around his sword. Then, in one swift motion, he violently swatted the instructor's hand away, startling the man. What a rude brat. What's his problem? The two instructors exchanged irritated whispers as Owen's expression twisted in frustration. Regardless of his mood, the exam continued as usual, but the results were far from promising. As they assessed the next set of dummies, the instructors shook their heads and muttered among themselves. Looks like everyone's struggling. Seems like Owen's overwhelming performance shook their confidence. That said, no one has outright failed yet, even if it's just a tiny amount. Every single student has managed to channel aura into their sword, as expected from the special class. But even in a place full of geniuses, the weak will still be weeded out eventually. Now, it was time for Reina, the swordswoman, to take her test. She stepped forward, bowed respectfully to the instructors, and confidently made her request. I look forward to your guidance. Instructor, I have a request. I would like to be evaluated using Dragon Slayer judgment. Her words made the instructor's eyes widen in surprise. That's a high-level assessment standard. I'm aware, Reina replied firmly, her eyes unwavering. Down below, Owen overheard her request, and a mocking smirk crept onto his face. So, after awakening as a pureblood, she's letting it go to her head? Ha! Infusing aura into a weapon and performing Dragon Slayer judgment are two completely different levels. Just maintaining aura on a blade already requires extreme focus. But Dragon Slayer judgment? It's a whole other beast. Not only does it demand precise aura control, but it also requires meticulous aura consumption regulation for every movement. At best, she'll manage a few swings before all her aura disperses. Her arrogance is only leading her to humiliate herself. Reina to run. Owen could barely contain his glee, grinning from ear to ear as he eagerly awaited Reina's failure. Meanwhile, on the testing platform, the bearded instructor asked one last time. If you choose Dragon Slayer judgment, the failure criteria will be much stricter. Are you certain? I am, Reina affirmed once again, seeing the unshakable determination in her eyes. The instructor decided against further warnings. Do as you please. Then, thank you, sir. Reina bowed slightly. With such an extreme challenge ahead, the entire testing ground fell into absolute silence. All eyes were glued to Reina, breaths held in suspense, afraid to miss a single movement. Then, under the weight of everyone's gaze, Reina's body became shrouded in golden aura as she slowly raised her sword above her head. And in the next instant, a storm of slashes erupted at lightning speed. Each strike tore through the air, generating an intense shockwave. The sheer force of her attacks didn't just leave marks on the dummies, they were sliced into countless pieces. By the time she sheathes her sword, the battlefield was unrecognizable, the dummies completely annihilated, reduced to nothing but shredded fragments. Seeing this, the other students could do nothing but laugh in disbelief. Wow! Even the will to compete is completely gone. I thought Owen was the undisputed master of aura control. Turns out he's not even in the same league. These hushed whispers kept echoing in Owen's ears, making the fool bite down hard on his lip. His eyes twitched uncontrollably, burning with frustration, as if he were on the verge of a breakdown. But then, his gaze was suddenly drawn to Reyna as she lowered her sword. What the hell? Damn it, is she mocking me? The thought hit him like a punch. But the next moment, his expression froze in shock. His eyes darted behind him as panic set in. No, that's not it. She never even acknowledged me in the first place. The tip of Reyna's sword wasn't pointed at him. It was aimed at Zeke. It was clear now, this swordswoman had chosen her true rival. As Reyna's challenge echoed in his ears, Zeke could only scratch his head awkwardly, sweat trickling down his forehead like he had just run a full kilometer. This is so awkward, he thought to himself. She's staring at me like that. How am I supposed to just ignore it? I guess I have to go along with it now. Or this'll be way too embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, Zeke raised his hand with determination and declared loudly, "Instructor, I'd like to be evaluated using the Dragon Slayer technique as well." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Some people looked so shocked their faces twisted like they had just bitten into a rotten lemon. One of the instructors nearby, his eyes filled with doubt, stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "You're Zeke, right? Do you think the Dragon Slayer technique is something just anyone can perform just because Reyna made it look easy? She's a pure-blooded awakened." But before he could finish, another instructor beside him waved his hand dismissively and cut in with a firm tone. "As long as he meets the same conditions as Reyna, there's no problem, right?" Hearing that, Zeke flashed a confident smile, one so dazzling it was as if an angel had descended from the heavens. "Of course," he replied. He then stepped forward, ready to put on an impressive display, ignoring the buzzing murmurs of disbelief that erupted around him like a swarm of bees. "Why would you approve this, instructor?" one of the students questioned. "Sure, his name is on the roster. But I've never even seen him in class before." The instructor remained unfazed, his tone as calm as if he were recounting an old tale. "That's the result of a bet between him and instructor Andre. Ah, you're new, so you wouldn't know. A pure-blooded golden awakener. Something never before recorded. The freshman who shattered Lord Aben's record during the dungeon exploration exam. That's Zeke Draker." Meanwhile, Zeke closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the powerful energy welling up from deep within his body. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "The Black Blade Bahamut has detected the activation of the Dragon Slayer technique. Unique ability activation. Aura conversion of the Black Blade Bahamut. Converting detected energy into light aura." In an instant, brilliant light aura erupted, wrapping around the sword in his hands. Even Zeke himself was momentarily taken aback by the sheer radiance of his weapon. He muttered under his breath, "TCH, controlling my strength is harder than unleashing it all at once. Alright, this should be enough. Right?" Zeke raised his sword high, gripping it tightly as a slight tremor of excitement ran through his fingers. Across from him, Reyna stood frozen, her eyes widening to the size of dinner plates, mouth agape in sheer disbelief. That, the first form of the Dragon Slayer technique, Heavenly Ren's opening stance. Not only does it match mine, but it's on par with instructor Andre's as well. At that moment, Zeke's sword slashed downward in a blur. The wooden training dummy before him split cleanly in two, the sharp crack of splintering wood echoing through the hall. Yet he didn't stop there. His movements flowed seamlessly, his blade carving through the air with an elegance that was both effortless and absolute. Inside his mind, a thought flickered. I repeated this technique over and over for 2 years before my regression. The path of the sword, the positioning of my feet, even the flow of light aura, my body still remembers it instinctively. I used to be sick of it. But polishing the basics like this isn't so bad after all. After a few more fluid strikes, Zeke finally halted, taking a moment to glance around. A smirk tugged at his lips. That should be enough to get Reyna fired up. However, what followed was far more than just Reyna's excitement. The spectators erupted into hushed whispers, their voices rippling through the hall like waves crashing upon the shore. Did he really just coat his entire sword in light aura? Yeah, I saw it too. The whole greatsword was glowing. That means Zeke's already reached the level of a Death Knight? Zeke's breath hitched. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple as his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I was trying to hold back, but I must have gotten too into it. My light aura must have leaked without me realizing. I just wanted to keep my power on par with the regular students. And that stupid confident smile probably made me stand out even more. Even the instructors, normally composed and unreadable, now stood in stunned silence. Their eyes were wide, their lips parted in quiet disbelief. A first year, already at the level of a Death Knight? How in the world is something so absurd even possible? This revelation shattered someone's confidence beyond repair. Standing in the crowd, Owen clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. Shame burned through him like an unrelenting flame, drowning his pride in an overwhelming tide of humiliation. He couldn't deny it. Zeke's skill had crushed him completely. But while Owen was reeling from the blow, Reina was on the opposite end of the spectrum. Her eyes gleamed with uncontainable excitement, her chest rising and falling with exhilaration. As I thought, she mused to herself, I wasn't wrong about him. A short while later, inside the headmaster's office, the elderly man reached for his teacup, took a slow sip, then spoke in a deep, measured tone. I've heard about your performance during the semester evaluation. Truly an astonishing result. Zeke, seated across from him, responded casually. It was just luck, really. The headmaster let out a soft chuckle, setting his cup down before continuing. Reaching the level of a Death Knight at the age of 13, and you call that luck? So, Zeke, what do you think about taking the advancement exam? Zeke's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The advancement exam? You mean skipping a whole academic year? The headmaster nodded, explaining, that's right. It could be 1 year, or even more. This system is in place for exceptional students like you. Zeke fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, faster than expected. Huh? Well, I suppose I did too much to stand out. Then, with a confident smile, he declared, I'll take it. Without further hesitation, Zeke stood up, calmly closing the door behind him as he exited the office. As he walked away, his mind was already racing. He's definitely planning something. A smirk played at his lips. Fine, I don't mind playing along. Meanwhile, inside the office, the headmaster remained seated, his fingers idly searching his coat pocket as he muttered to himself. Reina Draker and Zeke Draker, 2 pureblood awakeners, will be taking the exam. This will be interesting. A voice rang out from the shadows. I understand, sir. I will proceed as instructed. A knowing smile spread across the headmaster's face. This is about to get very entertaining. At the Advanced Academy's Aura Training Hall, both Reina and Zeke were present. The atmosphere was unnervingly tense, as if everyone in the room was holding their breath, waiting for something explosive to happen. Reina, her face pale with embarrassment, thought to herself, at least pretend to glance at me. Would you? Just then, the heavy doors at the front of the hall creaked open. A commanding voice rang out, low and authoritative. So, you two were already waiting here. Huh? A figure stepped inside as an announcement followed. The one overseeing today's advancement exam is none other than the high-ranking knight of the Draker family, Sir Owl Draker. The man who entered was strikingly handsome, exuding an icy, almost unapproachable aura. His presence alone commanded attention. The moment Zeke laid eyes on him, his breath hitched, his heart pounded as a chill ran down his spine. That man, is the wooden flowing sword? At that moment, memories of the past flooded Zeke's mind. A gloomy day, the sky as dark as the sorrow in one's heart. Owl trudged forward, his arms carrying what seemed to be a lifeless body. His steps were heavy, and an air of grief surrounded him. Zeke had been there, watching from a distance, his brow furrowing as he blurted out in surprise. A Draker? That damn Imperial dog. What the hell is he doing here? But as he got a closer look at the face of the deceased, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. Meanwhile, Owl remained silent, lowering himself to the ground and beginning to dig through the dirt with quiet determination. Something about the scene made Zeke pause. His gaze swept over the numerous cold, lifeless gravestones surrounding them. Without a word, he reached for a shovel, causing Owl to startle slightly. Need a hand? Zeke asked. Before Owl could respond, Zeke had already begun digging beside him, his voice casual yet firm. Even if you refuse, I'd still help anyway. As he worked, he continued, I'm Zeke Moreta, from the Northern Alliance. You're one of the Drakers, aren't you? Owl hesitated before answering, his voice distant. No, I abandoned the name Draker long ago. Zeke chuckled softly. Oh, so, just like me, huh? Then what should I call you? For a moment, the man beside him seemed lost in thought before he finally murmured. Just call me the wooden flowing sword. Back in the present, Zeke snapped back to reality. Owl, a name that suits the cold demeanor of the wooden flowing sword. I suppose. But still, a high-ranking knight overseeing a mere first-year advancement exam? Despite his inner thoughts, he and Reyna quickly straightened up, bowing respectfully in unison. Greetings, Sir Owl, high-ranking knight. This title wasn't just for show. It belonged only to those who had earned unparalleled strength, prestige, and experience, the true pillars that upheld the Draker lineage. The instructor stepped forward, his voice firm and decisive. A sword duel, the most familiar form of combat for anyone raised in this institution. As long as you are not unconscious or have not surrendered, you may continue the challenge. Give it everything you have. Hearing this, Reyna stepped forward confidently. Then I'll go first. But Owl, standing tall and composed, merely scoffed. No need to take turns. Come at me together. Owl's taunt ignited a fire within Reyna. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she prepared to charge. Like a wild beast provoked into a reckless attack. But just as she tensed to lunge forward, a hand shot out, stopping her in her tracks with an effortless motion. Zeke's hand. His speed was so precise. It was as if he had just snatched a buzzing fly from the air. Don't be so hasty, he called out, his voice both urgent and laced with teasing amusement. You already know the gap in skill between us and him, don't you? Besides, the test started long before we even realized. If you had lost your temper and rushed in just now, we probably would have been docked a ridiculous amount of points. Reyna shot a sharp glance to the side, her piercing gaze landing on the proctor. The man was diligently scribbling away on his clipboard, his quill pen dancing across the parchment as if he were inscribing some kind of arcane ritual. She exhaled deeply, her breath visible in the cold air. Though she despised backing down, she ultimately lowered her voice, asking begrudgingly, "Then what do you suggest I do? Zeke Draker?" Zeke turned to her with a confident smirk, his mind already forming a plan. As expected of Reyna, the so-called prodigy of adaptability and quick thinking, he nodded approvingly before speaking, his voice filled with certainty. I have the perfect strategy for this situation. Now, let's make sure Sir Owl gets a real taste of what a lethal strike looks like. After finalizing their plan, the official match began. Zeke's sharp eyes focused on the knight's weapon, analyzing every detail. It was an unusual sword, sharpened only on one side. Its design distinctly belonging to the Eastern Empire. A Hone Dao, he murmured. He's been using it for as long as I've known him. Beside him, Reyna's expression was tense, as if this match was a matter of pride. But Zeke merely sneered inwardly. What do honor and pride mean to the weak? Forget about personal feelings. Just stick to the plan. And in the very next moment, both of them lunged forward, their swords slashing through the air like twin arrows loosed from the same bowstring. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sharp and explosive. Their blades cut through the air in a coordinated assault, striking from opposite angles, their movements swift and calculated. Yet Owl barely reacted. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged their attack as if he were dancing with the wind. His sword wove effortlessly through the narrow gap between their strikes before retaliating at lightning speed. His blade sliced downward. Reyna barely managed to retreat in time, the tip of his sword narrowly missing a few strands of her hair. But Zeke? His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. He surged forward without hesitation, eager to press the attack. Both of them resumed their relentless onslaught, their swords slashing like a torrential downpour. But Owl remained unfazed. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the room, ringing out so fiercely that it drowned out even the howling wind outside. With a single powerful strike, the knight sent both Reyna and Zeke skidding backward. Reyna cast a quick glance at Zeke, her mind racing. Is this the strength of a high knight? Even though I followed Zeke's instructions to the letter, constantly targeting his blind spots, not only did I fail to land a hit, I couldn't even leave a scratch. She clenched her teeth. This was unacceptable. Summoning all her resolve, she unleashed Dragon Slayer Technique, Chapter 3. First Form. I have to fight with the intent to kill. With that thought, she swung her sword down with brutal force. The blade howled through the air, its speed and power resembling a dragon's roar. It should have been a decisive strike. Yet, at the last possible moment, the knight tilted his body ever so slightly, dodging as effortlessly as water flowing around a stone. Reina's momentum carried her forward, throwing her off balance. Before she could recover, the knight struck, his arm moved in a blur. Smack! She was sent flying like a broken kite. Crash! Her body slammed into a stone wall, shattering it on impact. Dust and rubble exploded in every direction. Nearby support staff rushed over, concern written all over their faces. "Are you all right, Reina Draker?" She coughed violently, her body trembling from the pain. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her legs shook as she struggled to stand, but her arms hung limply at her sides, completely numb. I'm fine. It's dangerous. Stay back," she forced out between ragged breaths. But in her mind, doubt crept in. In just a split second, he shattered my concentration, exposing my defenses. With my current strength, I have no chance against him. But, can you really do it, Zeke Draker? Her thoughts drifted back to the moment before the battle. Zeke had laid out his strategy, but she had objected fiercely. "I can't agree to such a dishonorable tactic. Are you really willing to stain this match with trickery, Draker?" Zeke had simply replied, his tone indifferent. "And what, exactly, do you think honor is worth? Can you eat it?" He continued without giving her a chance to argue. "This isn't a knight's duel. It's a test, one that evaluates your ability to kill." Reina had hesitated, but in the end, she exhaled sharply and relented. "Fine, I asked for your input, so I'll go along with it. But do you honestly think this plan will work? Our opponent is a high knight." Zeke had been unwavering. "Then we just need to create a situation where it will work." And then, with a knowing smirk, he had asked her, "When we fought in the cradle, why didn't you dodge the rock I threw?" Reina had blinked in confusion. "Because I didn't expect you to resort to something so underhanded." Zeke had shrugged. "Exactly. A high knight is no different. Just wait for my signal. Even the smallest opening is all we need." Back in reality, the duel was still raging on. Zeke stood firm, executing a technique derived from the Dragon Slayer arts. His body suddenly split into multiple mirages, appearing at various points around his opponent, encircling the knight in an illusionary maze. Just looking at it was enough to make one's vision blur. Where was the real body? Which were mere shadows? A never-before-seen trump card, finally unleashed today. Tempest step, phantom footwork. But this knight wasn't a novice. He was well versed in the intricacies of combat and quickly caught on. "This is a technique from the forgers," he exclaimed, eyes darting from image to image, analyzing the pattern. Then, in a flash, Zeke lunged forward, sword slicing through the air. The knight reacted instantly, parrying the strike. Zeke smirked. "You'd better start bracing yourself from now on." At that moment, the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the battlefield whole. The knight's expression flickered with surprise. "Lights off? So that's it. He's exploiting the mana-disrupting trait of a pure-blooded awakened." His grip on his sword tightened. Then, he swung. A forceful strike sent Zeke flying back. Without missing a beat, the knight transitioned into an exquisite display of swordsmanship, his blade carving through the darkness with refined precision. Every slash, every block, effortless. To him, fending off Zeke's attacks felt no different than idly savoring a sweet treat. A high-ranking knight indeed. Zeke mused mid-combat. His strength isn't to be underestimated. The knight scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. A childish notion. Did he really think that obstructing my vision would create an opening? And yet, something felt off. A discomfort gnawed at him. A sensation he couldn't quite place. Even in the pitch-black void, where even he could barely make out shapes, Zeke moved as though he could see everything with absolute clarity. What is this unsettling feeling? Zeke's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Well, since we're testing things out." He flexed his fingers, activating a new technique. Dragon art, dragon claw. A burst of motion, lightning fast, razor sharp. Zeke danced through the darkness, his strikes coming from unpredictable angles. He toyed with the knight, forcing him into a desperate defense. The knight gritted his teeth. This is the swordplay of a first-year student? No, calling it swordplay didn't even feel accurate. It was something entirely different. Zeke Draker. He's far beyond the level of a mere student. Elsewhere, Raina Draker observed keenly. He's moving as if the darkness doesn't exist. Has he stripped away unnecessary energy sources and imposed a limit on me instead? She frowned. That strategy only works when the opponent is of equal strength. As she analyzed the situation, the knight continued his relentless pursuit, launching an aggressive barrage of attacks into the void, desperately trying to catch the elusive shadow that was Zeke. At that moment, the only thing left was the flash of blades colliding. The two swords clashed at such incredible speed that the naked eye could barely keep up. Before the sound of impact even rang out, the gleam of steel had already flickered in the air, sharp and icy cold. Sparks erupted like dazzling fireworks in the darkness, only to fade just as quickly, leaving behind the acrid scent of scorched metal. Observing the knight's reaction, Zeke smirked, thinking to himself, his movements are almost identical to before the lights went out. Did he really adapt to the darkness that quickly? Just then, the knight sensed something was off. On instinct, he swung his sword in a powerful slash toward the front, but his blade met nothing but empty air. His brow furrowed slightly in irritation. Vanished? I can barely make out his shape. It feels like I'm fighting a shadow. He continued striking blindly at the void, but every swing missed its mark. It was as if Zeke had completely disappeared from his field of vision. At that precise moment, a light fixture from above came crashing down right in front of the knight. But that was just the beginning. Zeke swiftly cut down more of them, sending a rain of shattered lights cascading to the ground. It was all part of his plan. The loud noise masked his presence entirely, erasing all traces of Zeke Draker's aura. The knight blinked in confusion, momentarily disoriented. Then, without warning, Zeke materialized in front of him, flashing a wide, mischievous grin. "This is it," he shouted, his voice echoing through the space. While the knight was still processing the situation, another fixture plummeted straight toward him. Zeke recalled what Professor Fan Nong had once said, the structure and materials are fairly simple. But if left as is, it would only work once. What kind of magic are you planning to imbue in it? Explosive magic? Zeke hadn't explained much at the time, merely offering a casual smile. No, nothing like that. Just a flash spell and a loud bang will do. As expected, a powerful explosion erupted. Boom! This was the perfect moment. Raina, the protagonist, stood there calmly, covering his ears, waiting for the magic to unfold. The deafening blast startled the knight, the sharp, thunderous sound ripping through the air, making the entire space tremble. By sheer reflex, his body flinched backward, dropping into a defensive crouch, his chest tightening as if something had clenched around his heart. It was only then that he realized he had been tricked. So I was wrong to assume it was just residual energy, he thought grimly. Seizing the opportunity, Raina and Zeke lunged forward, unleashing Dragon Slayer style. Chapter 4. First Form. Crescent Moon Severance. Two fierce sword strikes cut through the air, pressing the attack. A shockwave rippled outward, scattering dust and debris in all directions, sending a powerful gust of wind surging across the battlefield. As the dust storm gradually settled, the knight remained standing, his expression twisted in discomfort. He had not expected this move from Zeke at all. In the end, despite their best efforts, Zeke and Raina were unable to defeat Owl. Instead, they ended up sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised as if they had been run over by a horse-drawn carriage. Moments later, a team of medical assistants rushed onto the scene, hastily carrying the two off for treatment. Their hurried footsteps echoed through the air like an urgent rescue melody. Meanwhile, the knight remained standing, completely unscathed, looking as composed as if he had just returned from a casual stroll in the park. A fellow instructor approached Owl, bowing respectfully before speaking. "You've worked hard, sir." Suddenly, an enraged voice boomed from the distance, growling like thunder. "Owl, you bastard, did you have to beat my disciples to a pulp like this?" Following the direction of the voice, Owl turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he recognized the approaching figure, Duke. Lowering his head slightly in greeting, Owl spoke in a calm, deep voice. "Greetings, Tempest Knight." Duke strode forward, casually slinging an arm around Owl's shoulders, his usual playful smirk plastered across his face, still as stiff as ever. Huh? Alright, tell me, how did my disciples do? His grip tightened in a friendly yet forceful pat, causing Owl to tilt slightly. For a moment, Owl remained silent, his eyes reflecting a flicker of recollection. He thought back to the final exchange. Just as Zeke Draker's sword had reached him, Owl had intentionally loosened his grip, choosing to maintain his defensive stance rather than counterattack. Why didn't he strike when he had the chance? Owl mused. Was it because victory wasn't his true goal? Was he merely aiming for advancement, revealing only the bare minimum of his abilities? After pondering for a few seconds, he finally spoke, his tone steady. Zeke Draker has far surpassed my initial assessment. Sometime later, in the meeting hall, the Academy's promotion review was underway. After considering everyone's input, the headmaster straightened in his seat and made the final call. So, it's settled then? Everyone is in agreement on this resolution? A unanimous response echoed through the room. Yes, headmaster. With no objections, the decision was finalized. Zeke was promoted to Year 5, and Reina to Year 3. Following his promotion, Zeke did his best to live as quietly as possible, resembling a lazy cat curled up in a secluded corner. With Andre inheriting all of Duke's techniques and combat style, he naturally took over the position Zeke once held. Though Zeke maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon, they gradually drifted apart as he was recruited into the Royal Institute of Magical Research. Donning gloves, he left the academy behind. From that moment on, Zeke completely distanced himself from the heirs of noble families, steering clear of trouble like it was the plague. Interestingly enough, Owl continued seeking out Zeke for sparring sessions every quarter, as if he were a relentless hunting dog refusing to let go of its prey. Then, one day, something seemed to click inside him. His eyes lit up as if he had just uncovered some great truth. Without hesitation, he requested leave, packed his belongings, and joined a martial arts dojo for further training, leaving behind his prestigious title as a senior knight. Time passed, and 2 years later, Zeke graduated from the academy. Inside the dormitory, the jubilant voice of the old butler, Decker, echoed with excitement. Congratulations, young master, the youngest student ever admitted to Valhalla. I'm sure the family head will be incredibly proud. By now, Zeke was no longer the naive 13-year-old boy he once was. He had grown, becoming more refined, more striking, a confident, well-composed 15-year-old version of Zeke Draker. His acceptance letter to Valhalla had come with a personal recommendation from the headmaster himself, an honor so rare that it was practically unheard of. Clicking his tongue, Zeke sighed inwardly. So much for my 2 years of peace and quiet. That title of youngest student ever admitted just threw it all out the window. He spoke up, his tone indifferent. 3 months left until the entrance ceremony. Right? Standing beside him, Decker nodded. Zeke continued. Decker, head to Atlas ahead of me. The butler's eyes widened in shock, as if he had just heard the sky was falling. Though reluctant, he ultimately had no choice but to agree. Understood, but what about you, young master? Before Decker could finish, Zeke cut him off, his voice firm. I'll be taking a solo retreat. I don't want anyone disturbing me. Do you understand? Decker, realizing there was no room for argument, bowed deeply. Yes, young master. As Decker left, Zeke turned his gaze to the map before him, his mind churning with thoughts. The ruins of Kaishir are located in the Titan Ridge. Using my retreat as a cover, I'll go through the Argos Kingdom's Adventurer Guild to carry out an expedition. There's no reason to reveal my true destination to anyone suspicious. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Without hesitation, Zeke spoke. Come in. Liam stepped inside and bowed deeply. Your humble servant greets you, Master Zeke Draker. Zeke turned around, frowning. Liam, didn't I already tell you that this greeting is way too formal? Just a simple hello will do. Understanding the cue, Decker quickly spoke up. Then, I shall take my leave. Young master. Zeke nodded. Yeah, as for the Manhwa enrollment, just take care of it with the black card. Once Decker had left, Liam tilted his head in curiosity. So, what's the reason you summoned me all the way to the Platinum Estate? Zeke replied nonchalantly. I heard you got assigned to the special class this time, right? As your master, how could I just sit back and do nothing? I've compiled everything you'll need for your time at the academy. Predicted exam questions for the semester assessments. training curriculums, and even all the necessary supplies for your exams. With that, he handed Liam a thick stack of documents. While Liam stood there, frozen in shock, Zeke continued, "Head over to Papnir's Breath and show them this list. They'll provide you with everything. And one more thing, once you reach the 4th year, you're going to need a sword that truly suits you. Go to Papnir's Breath and have one custom made. I've already paid for everything, so don't worry about it. I know you won't disappoint me." Liam, overwhelmed with emotion, felt his tears welling up. Before he knew it, they were already rolling down his cheeks. He immediately bowed, his voice trembling. "Master's expectations. I will never let you down." Zeke sighed, mumbling, "Didn't I just say not to overdo it like a minute ago?" Liam let out a sheepish laugh. "I'll fix that right away. Sir." The kingdom of Argos was located in the far north of the central continent. Alongside Delpoa, Tabea, and Alencia, it was one of the 4 central kingdoms. The Titan Ridge served as the border between the Beast territories and the rest of the continent. It was home to countless dungeons, large and small, drawing hordes of adventurers eager to change their fate. The founding king of Argos, now little more than a faded name in history, had forged a connection between adventurers and dungeons, turning it into the kingdom's primary industry. With royal backing, the government divided the Titan Ridge into hundreds of zones, establishing transportation routes and supply hubs. This was the foundation of the Argos Adventurers Guild, an organization that had since spread across the entire continent. At the registration counter, the monotonous announcement echoed through the hall. "Next, number 546. Number 546. No response? Moving on. Number 547. Congratulations, you're now a registered adventurer. Zeke Murray, please submit these documents to the licensing office to receive your registration card." Having disguised himself with a wig and enchanted glasses, Zeke had transformed into an entirely different person. He smiled gently and replied, "Thank you." Before walking away, even he could barely recognize himself in the mirror with this getup. "Hey, let's see anyone figure out who I am now." He glanced down at the papers in his hands, feeling satisfied. "If I want to move around freely, it's best to have the identity of an adventurer. No way I'm wandering around openly with the Draker name." Carriages lined up, one by one, departing with groups of adventurers. Zeke had already taken a seat in one, officially beginning his journey. Sitting inside, he mused, with how crowded it is this season, getting a seat at all is lucky. Suddenly, a friendly voice called out, "Hey there, buddy, you an adventurer too?" Zeke slowly opened his eyes. The guy sitting across from him grinned. "Judging by how tense you look, this must be your first time in a dungeon." "Huh?" Another one scooted closer, his tone eager. "So, what do you say? Want to join our party? We might not look like much, but we're veterans. The dungeons near here are dangerous. You know, go in alone, and you'll end up monster chow in no time." Zeke remained silent, thinking, no matter where you go, these lowlifes always show up. Huh? They weren't giving up, still trying to lure him in. They say the first party you join in the dungeon world determines half your fate as an adventurer. Ever heard that one before? Zeke sighed in exasperation. The classic script for scamming rookies into dungeons, either to use them as bait or sell them off to slave traders. What a joke. Despite his thoughts, he didn't respond, nor did he accept or decline their offer. Meanwhile, their eyes were locked onto him like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing fresh prey. Fed up, Zeke suddenly stood up and snapped, "Shut the hell up." The group was taken aback. One of them stammered, What? What's the problem, buddy? Did I say something wrong?" Ignoring them, Zeke simply walked forward. He leaned toward a small opening near the driver's seat and spoke to the coachman. 500 meters back and to the left, there are monsters. Looks like orcs. So this area is a monster zone. Huh? The coachman blinked in shock. What are you talking about? This is a safe route. Laughter erupted from the adventurers around him. Haha, rookie nerves. Huh? You seriously think there are monsters here? This route is managed by the Adventurers Guild and directly overseen by the kingdom itself. Not even wild beasts can get in, let alone monsters. But then, Zeke's next words sent a chill down the coachman's spine. Then what's that, right behind you? His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Right behind him. A towering orc with bloodshot eyes and razor-sharp fangs let out a deafening roar. It stood menacingly, as if savoring the scent of fresh prey. Before anyone could react, the carriage was ambushed. Turns out, life is full of unexpected twists, anything can happen. And it wasn't just one monster, an entire horde of them emerged, swinging their axes and cleaving through the wooden carriage in an instant. Chaos erupted. They were massive, their bodies rippling with muscle, skin as rough as stone, and glowing red eyes reflecting their insatiable bloodlust. Heavy axes and rusted hammers came crashing down, splintering the carriage into pieces. The horses neighed in terror, attempting to retreat, but it was too late. They barely had time to cry out before collapsing to the ground, their blood pooling beneath them. Now, only the sounds of shattered wood and clashing weapons echoed through the forest. One of the men who had tried luring Zeke into his party poked his head out from the wreckage. Still dazed, he hadn't even processed what was happening when an orc's gaze locked onto him. As soon as realization dawned, the massive creature was already towering over him, his face drained of color, lips trembling. In his final moments, he prayed for mercy. But life isn't a fairy tale. Splat! His head was obliterated in an instant, chunks of flesh and brain matter splattering across the ground. A bitter end for a foolish man, Zeke thought. Without hesitation, he leapt behind a large tree, carefully observing the orcs feasting on their freshly acquired meal. They tore into the corpses, their grotesque chewing sounds filling the air. Watching them, Zeke analyzed the situation. The fact that these orcs are roaming freely in a supposedly safe zone, it means the outpost has failed to do its job. How long has it been abandoned? Once they had gorged themselves, the creatures trudged away, leaving behind a battlefield drenched in blood. Zeke stepped out, surveying the carnage. The bodies were piled up like discarded scraps. He realized he might be the only survivor. As expected, a complete disaster. Even Argos soldiers were wiped out? With their level of training, regular monsters shouldn't have posed a threat. Then, something caught his eye. His expression hardened. Each corpse bore a deep slash, a wound too precise to be inflicted by mere monsters. A realization sank in. This wasn't the work of monsters. This was caused by humans. Upon realizing this, Zeke's face darkened. The bodies have been deliberately mutilated to mimic a monster attack, but the cuts are too clean. If these were truly the work of beasts, the wounds would be jagged and messy. Not to mention, most of the victims died instantly with no signs of resistance. There's only one explanation. This was the work of Death Knights. His brows furrowed as he muttered, "Lingering here will only make things more complicated. Right now, my top priority is reaching Kaishir's ruins." With renewed determination, he pressed forward. After covering some distance, he came across an eerie sight. A pile of skulls and crossed bones stacked like a grim monument. Zeke paused, scanning his surroundings. Tribal markings, he noted, recalling their significance. Checking his minimap, he confirmed that he was close to Kaishir's ruins. But then, a sudden chill ran down his spine. I'm being watched, he thought, his jaw tightening. But how the hell are the Imperial Hounds here? The Imperial Hounds, an elite unit directly under the Emperor's command, only recruited the most exceptional knights in training. Their expertise in tracking and assassination was unparalleled. Even within the Empire, few knew of their existence. But soon enough, when war engulfed the continent, they would rise as a formidable force. Zeke clenched his fists. I've been watching their movements on my minimap this whole time. There's no mistaking it. This tracking pattern belongs to them. His gaze turned ice cold. Because before my regression, these bastards were the ones who killed me. He recalled Duke's words, how the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, had been scouring the continent in search of something. Even before Zeke's return to the past, the Emperor had been fixated on ancient relics. As if his insane ambition to unify the continent wasn't enough. Now he chases an impossible dream of eternal life? Zeke sneered. If that's the case, has the Empire already found Kaishir's ruins? There was only one way to find out. And in the blink of an eye, Zeke vanished. The Imperial Hounds, who had been tailing him, suddenly found themselves staring at empty space. Bewildered, they exchanged nervous glances. A scar-faced man sensed something was off. Instinctively, he reached into his chest pocket, searching for something. Just as he pulled out a firearm, a blur of motion descended upon him. Zeke struck. The gun fired a meaningless shot into the air, and in the next instant, a severed hand tumbled to the ground. His sword had cut cleanly through flesh and bone, leaving the man wide-eyed in shock. Zeke's voice was cold as ice. A yellow flare is the distress signal for an unexpected situation. That confirms it. You're the squad leader. Only 3 of you? This must be an outer patrol unit. Normally, a full squad consists of 12, doesn't it? Another soldier, standing at a distance, stepped forward and barked. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Zeke didn't bother responding. With a single swift motion, he silenced the squad leader forever, his head rolling cleanly off his shoulders. Lowering his sword, Zeke spoke again, his tone sharper than steel. Still don't get it? I'm the one asking the questions here. Think carefully, you have 2 mouths. If one goes silent forever, the other won't be far behind. Choose wisely. In the end, there was no choice. The entire patrol unit was wiped out, never to see daylight again. Once the dust settled, Zeke unrolled his map, scanning the layout of the area. So this is their temporary base. Quite the gathering. So they're the ones responsible for turning that outpost into a slaughterhouse? His eyes narrowed. They even dared to lay hands on the kingdom's soldiers. Have they really found the ruins? A smirk crept onto his lips. Well, there's only one way to find out. If they dared to draw their swords against me, they'd best be ready to die by them. Meanwhile, inside the supposed stronghold, a guard let out a loud yawn. Rubbing his tired eyes, he grumbled, seriously? Who the hell invades a barbarian stronghold and actually posts sentries? The soldier beside him nodded in agreement. Yeah, weird as hell. Before they could dwell on it further, a shadow flickered. One fell, then the other. Both sentries were dispatched in under a minute, so fast they didn't even get to yawn one last time. A silent figure moved through the encampment like a passing breeze. Inside, one of the cloaked figures stiffened, sensing something was wrong. Another man scoffed at his hesitation. What are you standing around for? Get inside already. Wait, the first man muttered. Didn't you hear something, from the gate? The second one glanced toward the entrance, shaking his head. I didn't hear a damn thing. Little did he know, his comrades were already dead. A sudden spray of crimson cut through the air, drawing the man's attention. He barely had time to register the sight of his comrade's head soaring through the air before sheer terror struck him like a hammer. Eyes wide, he screamed. Intru. His warning was cut short. Zeke appeared before him in a blur, driving a fist straight into his mouth with bone-crunching force. The impact rendered him speechless, choking back whatever sound he had left. Without hesitation, Zeke finished the job, sending him to meet his ancestors. Blood dripped from his blade, pooling at his feet. Zeke exhaled, thoughts flickering back to the past. This reminds me of that time, when I carried out the orders of the exhausted old general, a man worn down by 5 years of faction warfare. The mission against the Pavella cartel. The feeling back then, it's exactly the same as now. A rustling of movement snapped him back to the present. He was surrounded. From an elevated platform, a commanding figure surveyed the scene before speaking. The assassin's goo-gam technique from the Southern Front. Huh? McCain or Pavella? It doesn't matter which faction you belong to. You won't be leaving this place alive. A smirk played on his lips. But if you surrender now, I promise I'll grant you a painless death. Zeke followed the sound of the voice, glancing upward. So, he's their commander? Zeke mused. At best, he's barely at the level of a Blue Knight. Compared to the hounds I fought in my past life, these guys are nothing but green recruits. A scoff escaped his lips. How laughable. A painless death? That's rich coming from someone who just watched his own men die without flinching. Shouldn't you be avenging them by tearing me apart limb from limb? 3 generations wiped out to settle the score. That's what true warriors would demand. Isn't it? His voice dripped with disdain. Central Continent, huh? Just a bunch of spineless weaklings. The insult struck a nerve. The commander's face twisted with fury. You little, he roared. Grant him his wish. Rip him apart while he's still breathing. The order rang out like a war drum. The soldiers lunged, blades flashing, striking at Zeke from every direction. They hacked. They slashed. They attacked with reckless abandon, chopping wildly as if splitting firewood. But something was off. Zeke frowned. The hounds, were they always this weak? He evaded a strike with effortless ease. Is it them? Or have I just grown this strong? Either way, there was no need to waste time assessing them further. In an instant, he activated Mana Reflex. The world change. Darkness swallowed the battlefield, snuffing out all light. The cavern plunged into absolute blackness. From above, the commander stiffened. What the hell? A power outage? Now of all times? Panic flickered across his features. His mind raced. Is this a mana disruption caused by a dragon slayer? No, wait. He's been fighting barehanded this whole time. He hasn't even used aura. And that swordplay. It's clearly from the Southern Breaker style. He's definitely an assassin. So, could this just be a technical failure? He hesitated, then quickly barked an order. Do not panic. The light will return soon. Maintain defensive formation until then. But then, surprise, surprise, mother F. When the lights flickered back to life, the scene was nothing short of a nightmare. In mere moments, every last hound had been slaughtered. Corpses littered the cold ground, their blood pooling in dark, glistening puddles. The commander stood frozen in place, sweat pouring down his face like a torrential storm. His mind reeled, unable to comprehend the carnage before him. His lips trembled as he muttered, what the hell is this? Unbeknownst to him, Zeke had already closed the distance. Standing directly behind him, the Emperor's got some guts. Zeke's voice was as cold as steel. He dares set his sights on the ruins of the hero King Kaishir? The commander's body convulsed with an involuntary shudder. Kaishir's ruins? What the hell are you talking about? But the moment he turned to look, Zeke was gone. Only his eerie, phantom-like voice echoed through the air. Don't worry, even if you refuse to talk, I'll find out the truth myself. A hand, radiating pure killing intent, emerged from the darkness. A blade, honed to a razor's edge, pressed against his throat. It was only then that the commander truly grasped the reality of his impending demise. Wait, he blurted out, panic overtaking him. We really don't know anything. Zeke smirked. Oh, you don't know anything? His tone dripped with mockery. Then what about this? A swift slash. A burst of crimson. The commander's fate was sealed. With his final kill complete, Zeke strode toward the cave's exit, where the blinding light of the outside world beckoned. At the threshold, he casually discarded a blade onto the ground. Everything that happened here, he mused, will be blamed on McCain. McCain Cartel, one of the two crime syndicates that carved up the lawless wastelands of the southern continent after the collapse of Gusco Kingdom. A ruthless organization willing to do anything for profit. In his past life, Zeke had once been part of their ranks. He could have easily concealed his identity by relying solely on dragon arts. But instead, he had deliberately wielded the signature Southern Breaker style. He had even left behind one of McCain's infamous calling cards. Because having a clear target, he reasoned, is the safest strategy. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. The Empire will undoubtedly pin this on the Southern gangs. And if they decide to retaliate, well, he chuckled, they'd just be doing my dirty work for me. But that wasn't even the most shocking revelation of the night. Among the documents he had uncovered, one letter stood out, a directive from the Emperor himself. The core order was straightforward: locate the ancient ruins. But it was the accompanying campaign map that sent a chill down Zeke's spine. The Emperor's ambitions stretched far beyond the central continent. His forces had already begun their search in the eastern continent, where a fragile ceasefire still held. They had even dispatched units to the enigmatic Black Sea. The scale of their operations. Zeke's expression darkened. They've already reached the same level as they did in my past life. But if they haven't found Kaishir's ruins yet. His eyes gleamed with resolve. I need to move first. Then, from deep within the hound's hideout, a crimson flare shot into the sky. Zeke, already far from the site, cast a final glance backward. A knowing smirk crossed his face. A red signal flare? He mused. Could it be the beginning of Heaven's Net? Time passed quickly. The moment a signal flare lit up in the sky above, Zeke immediately picked up the pace. He could sense it. The Emperor's bloodhounds had begun closing in on the location of the Kaishir ruins. He hadn't made it far, though, before a sharp chill ran down his spine. Zeke could feel multiple presences closing in from behind. His eyes flicked backward for just a moment as he thought to himself. Already caught up to me? Seriously? He knew what that signal flare meant. It had 5 variations, each one deadly in its own right. This one represented Heaven's net, Earth's trap, a clear declaration that the target must be eliminated at all costs. With the flare as the center point, they'd comb through the surrounding area, tighten the net, and close in. The hunt order wasn't just some signal, it was a death sentence. Every hunter in the vicinity would maintain the encirclement indefinitely, until the one who issued the order called it off. Last time, even when I stole the relic the Emperor wanted from the northern continent, I died under this same formation, he recalled grimly. But now, I've got the system on my side. With that thought, Zeke immediately reached into his gear and pulled out 2 short swords. Gripping them tightly in both hands, right on cue, the assassins were already upon him, attacking from all directions. Blades whistled through the air, slicing toward him with terrifying speed. And yet, instead of fear, a spark of excitement flickered inside him. Looks like this could be fun, he murmured with a smirk. In an instant, Zeke's arms blurred into motion, moving like a machine. Afterimages trailed behind each strike as he knocked away every incoming attack with flawless precision. Without wasting a second, he leapt back, breaking free from their encirclement and putting some space between them. Now with a clearer view of his enemies, Zeke narrowed his eyes. Just as I thought, these guys are on a whole different level than the ones in the cave. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than a fresh wave of footsteps thundered behind him. Reinforcements. More assassins were arriving by the second. And within moments, the area around Zeke was flooded with black-cloaked figures. Even Zeke had to admit, this was getting messy. Now this is trouble, he muttered, exhaling sharply as he brought up his system map. It was littered with red dots completely surrounding the area, and more were still on the way. Closing in fast, Zeke muttered under his breath. If I use it now, I could still get out of here. But doing that would mean tossing away the entire McCain disguise I worked so hard to build. Isn't there any other way? I never planned to use it for something like this. Frustrated and running out of options, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a small whistle. The surrounding assassins watched with confused expressions. Taking a deep breath, Zeke exhaled with all his strength, unleashing a sharp, piercing sound that echoed in every direction. The assassins flinched, their eyes darting around warily. What the hell is that? Is he calling reinforcements? One of them snapped. Meanwhile, a scar-faced assassin noticed Zeke pulling out a few small spheres and shouted in alarm. Smoke grenades. The sound was just a distraction. Stop him. Now. The hunters lunged forward, but it was already too late. Zeke hurled the spheres at the ground. And with a series of loud pops, thick black smoke exploded outward, engulfing the area in a dark, choking fog. And just like that, his figure vanished from sight. The squad leader clicked his tongue in annoyance but quickly regained composure and barked out commands. Don't panic. Once the heaven's net has been cast, no one escapes. Hold your positions and scan for any movement in the smoke. Watch for distortions or shifting shadows. He scanned the area himself but saw nothing, only his own people scattered around him in the mist. His eyes narrowed. Suspicious. Not even the slightest trace? He really thinks blindiness is enough to make us pull back? Or maybe, it has something to do with that whistle? As if answering his unspoken question, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from within the smoke. One of his men was launched into the air like a rag doll, his body limp and flailing. The leader's eyes widened in shock. What the hell is going on? He frantically looked around, trying to find the source of the attack. And then he saw it. A group of shirtless, muscle-bound warriors, each one massive and built like a bear, was tearing through his unit like wild animals. His jaw tightened. These lunatics, the barbarians? What the hell is happening? We didn't provoke them. Not a single move against the barbarians. If it were just 1 or 2 berserkers, maybe I'd understand. But this is a full-on assault. Confusion turned to outrage. Off to the side, another assassin roared in frustration. Filthy savages, you dare attack us? He cloaked his blade in aura and swung it with deadly precision at a barbarian's waist. But when the blade struck the giant's body, it was like hitting solid steel. The force of the impact rebounded, sending his sword flying and his hands trembling uncontrollably. His eyes went wide with disbelief. What? Before he could recover, a bald barbarian stepped in and delivered a brutal, Bone-shattering punch straight to his head. Blood and bits of skull sprayed through the air. The man was dead before he hit the ground. And just like that, the assassins began to get crushed, literally. One by one, they were overwhelmed and obliterated. Watching from the sidelines, the squad leader felt his heart sink into his stomach. This is bad. I've never seen them this enraged before. At this rate, our current forces won't survive this chaos. Fearing that the reinforcements en route would end up as fresh meat for the barbarians, he quickly pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the sky. At the same time, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Abort the Heaven's Net formation. Everyone, fall back, retreat now." Hearing the order, the assassins looked like they'd just been handed a second life. Without wasting a second, they bolted, running with the kind of desperation you'd expect from a newborn searching for its mother's milk. The barbarians, however, gave chase, roaring with fury and relentless in their pursuit. It wasn't until the assassins had completely disappeared into the distance that Zeke finally resurfaced. He emerged from a small pit he had dug to hide in and chuckled. "That went even better than I expected." He glanced down at the now cracked whistle in his hand. "This is a barbarian warhorn, crafted for rapid communication in chaotic battlefields. It's a tactical tool used by the barbarians. In my past life, I happened to forge a strong friendship with the Moakan tribe. From them, I learned how to craft these horns and decipher their signal codes. The signal I just sent out meant, an outsider has trespassed upon the ancestral sanctuary. People think barbarians are nothing but savage brutes. But in truth, they have their own unique traditions and a surprisingly rich cultural heritage. Still, with how crudely this one was made, I doubt it'll work more than once." With that, Zeke tossed the broken horn aside and straightened up. "All right, time to find the real Kaishir ruins." Now that the assassins were out of the way, Zeke moved swiftly, following the path marked on his system map. Before long, he reached the ruins of Kaishir. But as he stepped inside, he realized those assassins weren't the only threat. Something far more dangerous and terrifying lurked within. Pressed against a wall, Zeke peered cautiously around the corner. What he saw made his breath catch. Standing in the middle of the chamber was a massive, nine-headed beast, its grotesque head swiveling and scanning its surroundings constantly. A system notification popped up in front of him. A corrupted dragonkin has been detected, its body tainted by unholy miasma. Zeke froze. Seriously? One threat after another. And now this. What the hell even is a corrupted dragonkin? He glanced up at the minimap and spotted a sealed door in the distance. "System, can you open that door?" he whispered. Hopeful. The system responded. "Administrator request confirmed. Initiating access to control system. Connection established with the Kaishir Hero King's resting grounds. Unlocking the entry gate now." As the system finished its announcement, the massive stone door rumbled and slowly slid open, revealing a hidden passageway behind it. But the moment the monstrous creature noticed the movement, it went absolutely berserk. Watching this unfold, Zeke could only force a wry smile. So much for sneaking past quietly. With no other choice, he took a deep breath and activated Wind Art, Shadowless Step. In an instant, his body shot forward like a missile, weaving through the monster's wild attacks as if dancing with death itself. His goal was clear. Use Shadowless Step to disorient the beast and make a break for the opening. Just a little more, Zeke urged himself as the entrance loomed just ahead. But of course, nothing ever came that easy. Before he could reach the gateway, one of the creature's enormous serpent heads lunged at him from the side. Its mouth opened wide, then slammed violently into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Luckily, Zeke narrowly dodged the attack in time. But now, frustration flared inside him. Time to teach this damn snake a lesson. Without hesitation, he unleashed Chapter 7, first form of the Dragon Slayer art. Sever the dragon's head. His blade carved into the creature with a flurry of precise strikes, each one slicing through its thick hide and drawing blood. The beast howled in agony, its screams echoing through the ruins. Crimson blood sprayed through the air, some of it landing on Zeke. But the moment it touched his skin, a harsh sizzling sound erupted, and smoke began to rise. Zeke instantly pulled back, alarmed. Its blood is acidic, he thought? Eyes wide, a nine-headed beast with acid blood. Even my master in the previous life barely managed to bring one of these down. A hydra? A real damn hydra? With that realization, Zeke gritted his teeth and tightened his grip around his sword. Across from him, the creature's 9 heads turned in unison, locking eyes on him, each one radiating a deadly intent that made the air feel heavier by the second. Just as the 9-headed hydra bared its venomous fangs and lunged straight at Zeke, he clenched his teeth and raised his blade to block the attack. Clang! Steel met fang with a screeching clash, the sound shrieking like a death knell echoing through the cavern. Before he could catch his breath, another head roared, its emerald eyes glowing like cursed gems, exuding a bloodlust so thick it made the air feel like sludge. But Zeke didn't flinch, not even with his body on the verge of collapse. As if he'd just run a marathon through hell, he staggered back a few paces, regaining his footing, grumbling under his breath like he was arguing with fate itself. Damn it, what's so great about this dragon slayer technique anyway? Dragons are extinct, and the closest thing I get is this freak of a dragonkin. No matter how I slice it, the damn thing just regenerates. This is so freaking annoying. It was a bitter truth. Zeke admitted to himself that he didn't have the power to take this thing down. Not yet. Just 30 meters ahead, the entrance to the sanctuary shimmered with promise. That was the goal. That was the only way out. Thinking fast, he roared, "System, close the gate." The system responded in its usual deadpan. Like an overworked office clerk, administrator request acknowledged. Commencing closure of the sanctuary gate of Hero King Kaiser. Boom! The massive stone doors groaned shut with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire cave like a collapsing mountain. Zeke plunged his sword into the ground. The stone cracked beneath it like it had been struck by a divine hammer. A wave of power exploded from the impact, sweeping through the air like a tsunami. The Hydra's heads recoiled, stunned, eyes flashing with a flicker of fear. Zeke bellowed, "Secret strike technique, wind slash." A brilliant arc of energy slashed across the battlefield, ripping through space itself. Shunk! One of the serpent heads flew into the air, spinning before crashing down. Purple blood sprayed like a grotesque firework, and the beast shrieked, the walls of the cave trembling with its agony. Not wasting a second, Zeke dashed toward the sealed gate like a streak of lightning. Perfect, he thought. It's panicking. One head down. It's thrown off balance. Time to vanish. Fighting can wait. But Hydra wasn't stupid. Its monstrous eyes lit up like headlights from some sci-fi nightmare, instantly catching on to Zeke's escape plan. One of its heads lashed out with whip-like speed, neck stretching unnaturally far, jaws snapped from every direction, trying to crush him like a slab of raw meat in a death sandwich. Zeke was only a few steps from freedom. So close. But then, snap, one of the Hydra's strikes tore clean through his left arm. Blood burst out like a fire hydrant, splattering across the freshly sealed door. He stumbled through the entrance, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, face twisted in agony. Through clenched teeth, he hissed, "God damn it, you snake bastard, you really chased me this far?" Rage flared like a volcanic eruption. Zeke's eyes burned crimson as he roared, raising his sword and pointing it straight at the beast. "You want my arm so bad? Fine, take it all." He launched himself into the air, aiming for the nearest head. His sword became a storm of steel, slashing and hacking like a man possessed. Blood poured from his severed limb, soaking his clothes until they clung to him like he'd bathed in gore. But his immortal body had already begun to regenerate. Bones reformed with supernatural speed, sinew weaving itself back together, a living spell rebuilding him in real time. The Hydra shrieked, not just in pain now, but in fury. It inhaled deeply and expelled a thick green mist, a poisonous fog so dense it drowned the battlefield in toxic haze. The air grew heavy, suffocating, as if hell itself had descended. Zeke furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath, "Poisoned bones now? Seriously? Is this boss fight ever gonna end?" The system chimed in with its usual robotic indifference. "You have been poisoned by the toxin of the venomous Hydra dragon." Without a moment's hesitation, Zeke poured all his remaining strength into a single, devastating slash. His sword ignited with a brilliant blaze, cutting through the air like a bolt of divine lightning and slicing clean across the Hydra's massive body. Shang! Another head went flying, purple blood splattering through the air like toxic rain. The Hydra's remaining eyes widened in horror, filled with regret, as if it realized, too late, that it had messed with the wrong immortal. Zeke was drenched in sweat. His face had gone pale. Lips drained of color as the venom coursed through his veins. But his grip on the blade never faltered. His eyes still burned with that same stubborn fire. "We're not done yet." The last head let out a final, feral roar and lunged forward, moving so fast it blurred, a desperate attempt to drag Zeke into hell with it. One life, one shot. Zeke clenched his jaw. All or nothing. I'm not dying here. In that critical heartbeat, he activated Dragon Might. A wave of sheer pressure burst outward like a meteor crashing down from the heavens. The air itself rippled, the entire cavern trembled, as if reality couldn't handle the weight of his unleashed power. Zeke's eyes glowed as he growled, voice low and cold as ice. "I'm not playing around. Leave now, unless you want to be chopped into pieces and turned into sausage links." The Hydra froze. For a second, it growled back in defiance, but then, like someone flipped a fear switch, its entire body began to tremble. Beads of sweat the size of grapes rolled down its scaly hide. Panic lit up its eyes. And just like that, whoosh, it bolted. Vanished like a scared mud dodging its owner's flip-flop. Without even looking back, Zeke finally exhaled and collapsed into a sitting position, panting like an old man after a week of unpaid overtime. Didn't think Dragon might work that well on Dragonkin. Damn, should have used it from the start. But before he could celebrate, a strange heaviness dragged down on him, like someone had strapped cinder blocks to his limbs. Wait, why do I still feel drained? I'm supposed to have endless stamina. The system popped up again, this time with a cheeky twist. You have etched fear into the corrupted Dragonkin's soul using Dragon Might. You are now contaminated with corrupted energy. Would you like to activate Dragonkin Domination Protocol to tame the target? Zeke blinked, then his eyes lit up. Wait, it remembers the fear? I can tame it? No way. I get a pet boss monster for free? He opened the interface with giddy excitement, but the second he read the message, his face froze like someone had poured ice water down his spine. Insufficient administrator privileges to dominate corrupted Dragonkin. Target taming failed. Zeke's jaw dropped. Insufficient privileges? You serious? Got me hyped for nothing. He was ready to curse the system into next week. But just then, bang, a wave of searing pain slammed into his skull. Like a dragon had kicked his brain through a brick wall. He doubled over, clutching his head, trembling like a puppy caught in a downpour. The system's voice remained calm. Too calm. Warning. Venomous Hydra Dragon Toxin has exceeded critical threshold. Zeke hissed through gritted teeth. Damn it, this cursed venom. Healing's useless? Is this it for me? Then, through the haze of agony, a wild idea sparked in his mind. Wait, Dragon Devour Technique, Level 1. His eyes widened. If I activate Devour mode, I can digest anything, convert it into energy. If I eat this thing, I might just absorb its poison resistance. Without hesitation, Zeke activated Dragon Devour. The severed Hydra head began to melt, steam rising from it like it had been dropped into a hell-forged furnace. The system's log scrolled wildly. Devouring severed head of corrupted Dragonkin. Corrupted energy detected. Target being consumed. The system kept updating, its voice calm and mechanical, like some bored office worker reading off a year-end report. Severed head of corrupted Dragonkin successfully digested. Corrupted energy detected. Target fully absorbed. Devour skill has leveled up. Novice right pointing arrow proficient. Strength restored. Bloodline trait absorbed. Incomplete total poison resistance. Detoxification in progress. In an instant, Zeke felt his body lighten, like soaking in a divine spring. Cool and cleansing, the venom vanished, swept away like mountain mist. His muscles re-tightened, his eyes sparkled like twin stars. And his skin? Smoother than a luxury skincare ad model. The system confirmed. Venom of the venomous Hydra Dragon has been fully neutralized and removed. You have gained the trait, Total Poison Immunity. Capable of resisting and purging nearly all toxins. A status window flashed open, gleaming like a gold-plated Student of the Year plaque. Admin rank. Low level 1. Name. Zeke. Class. Immortal, unique tier. Titles. Dragon blessed by the ancient bamboo serpent. Heir of Terrakin. Body type: Heaven Bone Constitution. Total Poison Immunity. Permissions: Dragonkin Domination. System functions: Inventory, 100 slots. Mini-map: Beginner Quest Log. Class skills: Self-regeneration. High mental defense. Infinite stamina. Combat instinct. Combat skills: Martial strike, rank, proficient. Spirit countershock, rank, novice. Wide north sweep, rank, novice. Dragon Arts LV.1. Dragon sight, proficient. Dragon might, proficient. Devour, proficient. Dragon tongue, locked. Dragon Arts LV.2. Dragon scales, proficient. Dragon claws, proficient. Dragon Arts LV.3. Locked. Requires 300 karma points. Karma points: 465. Trait: Total Poison Immunity. Resists and neutralizes most known toxins. Zeke smirked, satisfied. So from now on, anyone trying to poison me basically just poisons themselves. He glanced over the updated status screen, frowning slightly. Most toxins. Huh? That's the part that bugs me. But still, with this ability, poison's no longer a threat. His eyes widened as he spotted the skill update. Devour, leveled up from novice to proficient? No freaking way. That thing barely ever ranks up, unless... He paused, then nodded to himself, eyes glinting. That's it. It must have been a marked kill, some kind of flagged target in the system. And boom, rare loot drop. Springing to his feet, he dusted off his coat and marched forward like he hadn't just been nearly wrecked by a giant multi-headed murder noodle. Well then, that's very useful to know. Kill what the system hates, and you get juicy rewards. He muttered as he strode away, determination burning anew in his voice. That damn Hydra set me back too long. Time to pick up the pace. In his mind, Zeke thought about Hero King Kaiser, a half-human, half-elf legend whose name still echoed through the annals of myth. Born from the union of a wise sage and the Elven King, Kaiser's life was anything but peaceful. A dark witch had torn him from his parents and cast him away into the forest like discarded trash. Luckily, a divine wolf, surely in sulfur monosulfide rank beast or higher, found the newborn and raised him as her own. Thanks to that, Kaiser grew up strong and fierce, rocking chiseled abs, windswept long hair, and a vibe that screamed, mythical badass. He went on to free humanity from tyranny and founded the kingdom of Kronos at the very heart of the continent. A tale every child could recite like a bedtime lullaby. But now, Kronos was nothing more than faded glory. As if Kaiser had never walked the land at all. Just another dusty legend buried in ancient tomes reeking of time. Standing before Kronos' ruins, Zeke stood frozen. Crumbled walls stretched out endlessly, silent, yet majestic, whispering tales of old through the voice of weathered stone. Huh, looks kinda small, he muttered. I thought a legendary kingdom would be bigger. He shrugged. Whatever. The Dragon Slayer sanctum I passed through had the same vibe, holy. Mysterious. Definitely main quest material. As he approached the ancient gate, the system chimed like a security alarm. Analyzing, Kaiser's mark confirmed. Opening the sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser. Zeke didn't hesitate and stepped through. A dim light emanated from a glowing emerald crystal, pulsing like it carried the soul of the kingdom itself. He reached out, gently touching it, whispering, "Is this the vision of the Hero King?" The system blared to life like a burglar alarm. Quest triggered. Vision of Hero King Kaiser. Zeke jolted back. Yo, what? I didn't even say yes yet. The system didn't care. Cold and bureaucratic like a bank clerk denying a loan. Warning. You cannot exit the area until the quest chain is complete. Slam. The gate shut behind him with a thunderous boom, like a mom catching her kid gaming at 2 a.m. Zeke panicked. Wait, what the hell? The quest details popped up. Quest chain. Hero King Kaiser's path. Objective. Within the ruins where Kaiser left his mark. Uncover each of his footsteps. Time limit. None. Reward. Tears of the Elf King. Zeke squinted, reading the last line aloud. Tears of the Elf King? He rubbed his chin, mind spinning. Kaiser's mom, she was the being who granted blessings to mankind. Right? And I'm supposed to get her tears as a reward? He looked up at the glowing crystal, now pulsing like the eyes of an NPC about to hand out a hell tier quest, and whispered, I don't know about this. The mother of Hero King Kaiser. A being who can grant any wish, and the prize is her tears. That sounds terrifying. Zeke still hadn't recovered from the shock. His mouth hung open, muttering like someone whose soul had just left their body. I have no idea what this thing even does. But it's definitely some kind of god-tier treasure. He spun toward the system. Voice hurried. How do I get more progress like that? The system gave a single cold beep, replying with the apathy of an AI assistant on the verge of burnout. Administrator request confirmed. Retrieving data from Magical Recording Archive. 546 magical videos of Hero King Kaiser detected. 12 videos match your current progression level. Playing the first video now. The screen lit up with a flickering magical glow, like a busted stage light trying its best. An image began to take shape, hazy and dreamlike, accompanied by a voice speaking in a language long lost to time. The system chimed, auto-translating to the common language of the central continent. Poof! A figure appeared, radiating charisma so intense it was almost divine. Power surged from him like a storm about to swallow the world. The man spoke. A sword? It's a sword. What else would it be? All these old geezers yammer on about the philosophy of swordsmanship this. The spirit of the blade that, but they've never landed a single decent strike in their life. What a joke. In the background, someone yelled, "Hey, Satan, focus on the damn recording." The screen shook violently, like it just got kicked. Zeke's breath caught in his throat. Eyes wide as saucers. No way. The man speaking, he was Kaiser. The Hero King himself. And that voice off-screen? That had to be Satan. The legendary right-hand man of Kaiser. Immortalized in so many tales. This isn't a reenactment. This is real. These are actual records. The video continued. Kaiser raised his sword under the night sky. The blade flashed with a cold gleam, slicing through darkness itself. Zeke only watched through a screen. Yet he felt like a dagger was stabbing into his chest. His whole body shook. He collapsed backwards, drenched in sweat, limbs weak and trembling like a rookie on the battlefield. Only one thought echoed in his mind. That presence, that pressure. Just from a recording. How the hell am I supposed to match that? But then, Zeke's eyes lit up, like a kid seeing a brand new toy for the first time. He laughed, excited. I'm loving this. System, rewind that last video. I need to see it again, right from the start. Administrator request confirmed. Time passed quietly. 4 days had gone by since Zeke was locked inside this so-called sanctuary. From the outside, it looked like a dungeon. But in truth, it was a training chamber built specifically for Kaiser's successor. Before him stood 3 doors. The first led to a storage room packed with enough food to last a month. The second opened into a luxurious suite, bed soft as clouds. Comforts worthy of a 5-star hotel. The third was a war room, stacked with military tomes, training manuals, enchanted weapons, and combat gear. Every day, Zeke swung his sword thousands of times. Obsessively mimicking Kaiser's form, he poured everything into it, desperately trying to replicate that world-shaking aura. But no matter how close he got, that presence still eluded him. Then suddenly, the system chimed. Progress registered. You have learned. Basic elemental sword form, Hero King Kaiser's path. Zeke jolted in shock. Elemental sword form? Immediately, a barrage of system alerts hit him like a magical storm. Basic phase complete. Initiating application phase. Summoning the soul of Hero King Kaiser. A brilliant glow burst from a magical stone nearby. From within the light emerged a hazy but commanding figure. Cloaked in majesty. It was as if time itself had cracked open, and stepping out from the ancient world was none other than Hero King Kaiser. The immortal ruler of Chronos. Zeke went pale, stammering, "Wait, what? Don't tell me that's actually Kaiser standing right in front of me?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Kaiser suddenly gripped his sword tightly. Ice cold as ice. Like he was ready to slice Zeke clean in half. Zeke barely had time to panic before whoosh, Kaiser lunged like a lightning bolt. Blade swinging down. By pure reflex, Zeke yanked out his sword and blocked. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air like a war cry from the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "What the hell, man? You just gonna attack me out of nowhere? What the actual?" A second later, boom! Kaiser's sheer force flung Zeke through the air like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard, tumbling like an overcooked pancake. Cuts and scrapes lined his body as he gasped for air, looking like a fish stranded on land. Kaiser's voice boomed, heavy with authority. "Get up. You think sword training is some kind of whack-a-mole game?" Groaning, Zeke crawled back to his feet, mumbling to himself. "What is this? Training by beatdown? This is way too familiar, just like my old master back in the day." Kaiser walked forward, lecturing with the same tone sages use when scolding disciples. "Back in my time, we were told to hone the sword through our own strength. If the knights of the old era saw you now, they'd rise from their graves just to have a heart attack." The pressure radiating from Kaiser was like a mountain collapsing over Zeke. But he remained confused. What does this guy even want? A sparring match? Or is he just here to bully me for fun? Before he could think further, Kaiser slashed again. This time the blade cleaved through the ground, sending a shockwave straight toward him. Zeke screamed, "What the hell is this? He is trying to kill me." Cold sweat poured from his face. He dove to the side, narrowly dodging the blow by a hair. "Crap, I don't think I can handle this. This guy's a damn monster wrapped in human skin." Then he saw it. A faint smile creeping across Kaiser's face, and a glint in his eye that screamed, "This is fun." Zeke felt his blood boil. "Okay, nope, not thinking about it. Just gotta do what I always do. Go all in." He tightened his grip around the hilt, then drew his legendary blade. A radiant aura burst forth like a forge erupting into flames. Zeke inhaled deeply. "Let's do this." Kaiser blinked, then muttered under his breath, Are you Satan's pupil?" So he did succeed after all. That power, what was it called again? Aurora? Zeke didn't answer. He launched forward like a bolt of thunder, sword tearing through the air. But Kaiser casually lifted his weapon, blocking with the ease of a man slicing weeds in a garden. Tilting his head, he muttered, still not quite right." Zeke gritted his teeth, his face flushed bright red as he thought to himself, "After this move, I'll be drained dry, literally and figuratively." Kaiser smirked, launching a lightning-fast counterattack. "Doesn't matter, as long as it's fun. Now, let's see how long you can keep this up." Boom, boom. The two collided in a battle that shook the heavens. Swords clashed, sparks flying like fireworks during the Lunar New Year. But gradually, Zeke began to tire. Sweat poured down his face, and his limbs trembled. He knew he was losing, but he didn't expect to be crushed so effortlessly. So this is the real power of Hero King Kaiser? Zeke raised his head, a grim smile spreading across his face. "Almost there, but don't think I'm just some pushover." Snap. Zeke activated his skills in quick succession. The system blared like an alarm. Activating Dragon Skill. 1/kill. Activating Dragon Skill. Speed Dash. Activating Dragon Skill. Linked Slashes. Activating Dragon Skill. Dragon Claw. In an instant, Zeke transformed into a swirling dragon of fury, his body glowing with energy, his sword techniques erupting like a volcano. He charged straight at Kaiser, the sheer intensity of the battle shaking the space around them like it might tear apart. But Kaiser wasn't backing down. He summoned a giant hand, claws outstretched, and swung a devastating blow. Boom! The earth shattered and dust filled the air. Kaiser stood amidst the cloud of debris, clicking his tongue. Not bad. A dragon skill from someone who's not even a dragonkin? This is interesting. But by then, Zeke had already slipped behind him. Kaiser's eyes flickered with realization. He glanced behind him and muttered, "HMPH, now you're using elemental force?" Zeke unleashed his soul spirit technique, his body becoming an array of illusory afterimages, moving like a whirlwind toward Kaiser. Boom, boom, the two massive forces collided, erupting into a wave of energy that rippled through the air. Sword energy, killing intent, dragon aura, all merged into a chaotic symphony of destruction. However, after an intense clash, the inevitable happened. Zeke was defeated. There was no miraculous comeback, no last-minute trick. Zeke lay sprawled on the ground, as flat as an uncooked pancake. After a few moments, he blinked his eyes open, his expression dazed as if he had just woken up in the middle of a battlefield. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here surrounded by shattered earth? Nearby, Kaiser was casually sitting with his legs crossed, as if enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea. Seeing Zeke stir, he raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Oh, the weakling finally woke up?" He leisurely added, "But you've got some talent. Satan's skills, dragon kin power, and now elemental force? Quite the interesting combination." Zeke remained frozen on the ground like a piece of wood, his mind spinning in confusion. Kaiser furrowed his brow as if he'd discovered something even more intriguing. He stepped closer, leaning down to gaze at Zeke, his eyes sharp. Wait a moment. Your soul is intertwining with the spiritual realm, isn't it?" Zeke grimaced. "What the hell is the spiritual realm?" Kaiser continued, as if delivering a university lecture. "You've crossed the boundary between life and death, not just once, but multiple times. For a mortal body to accomplish that, using elemental force becomes quite understandable." Zeke's eyes widened, his thoughts racing. Another mystifying, logic-bending lecture smacking me in the face. He sighed, a look of frustration creeping across his face. "All I've heard from you are terms like Satan, spiritual realm, elemental force, and I have no clue what any of it means. Can you explain it clearly for once?" Kaiser smirked, his gaze cutting like a blade. "HMPH, are you pretending not to understand?" He turned his back and walked a few steps, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his voice low but filled with authority. "Aren't you after something bigger than all these petty things? I know better than you what you're truly learning." He stopped, turning back with eyes blazing. "It's the sword elemental force. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the very foundation that forms all things in the universe: water, fire, earth, and air, the four supreme elements. And the sword of the elemental force is the pinnacle forged from these four legendary elements. Not just talking the talk," Hero King Kaiser explained as he unleashed a terrifying wave of power. Like a divine storm sweeping through space, cracking the ground into deep fissures. He declared, his voice booming like thunder, "This is the Tempest Sword. The wind mastery, wind element in the four great elements." His voice rang with authority. "To wield the sword of elemental force. The core is none other than the cosmic spirit essence you've heard of." Zeke stood behind, his face as pale as a ghost, silently thinking, "Wait, what is this? It sounds like magic, but the way the technique is executed is pure swordsmanship." Before he could think any further, Kaiser suddenly turned and said, "Now it's your turn." Zeke froze, his mind spinning like a beehive on fire. Is the source of elemental force? But I can't feel any from him at all. Or is the secret in the transformation process? Hesitant, he took a deep breath and asked, "If that's the case, could you show me how to transform into elemental force?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, scratched his chin, and before he could respond, whoosh, his sword ignited, flames blazing bright red, as if it wanted to burn the very space around them. He laughed. "Well, just do it like this. No need for so many explanations." Zeke stood frozen, his eyes as confused as a lost puppy. "Why are all the potential masters I meet like this?" He silently thought. "It's not that I can't feel it, it's that I can barely sense it. Trying to use it feels like trying to catch a weak Wi-Fi signal. I have to concentrate fully just to get a hint." But he still nodded. "All right, I'll give it a try." Kaiser smirked. "Pretty cocky, aren't you?" In a corner of his mind, Zeke racked his brain. Don't trust everything you see. If Kaiser calls this skill elemental force, then doesn't my spirit soul skill have something to do with it? Without further hesitation, he summoned his wind spirit soul skill. But within 3 seconds, bang! A heavy blow from above nearly sent his brain into overdrive. The culprit was none other than Kaiser, sitting with his legs crossed, glaring at him disapprovingly. "I told you to use elemental force. Who gave you permission to mess around with those clumsy tricks?" Zeke clutched his head, his eyes wide with pain and confusion. "Clumsy tricks? The language of spirit technique?" Kaiser snorted. "Yes, the language of spirit technique is a forbidden art only the Dragon Clan can use. A human like you using it will only harm yourself. Every time you use it, your soul cracks a little more. And you won't even be dead yet before you lose everything. Ridiculous. Who dares to turn the language of spirit technique into some kind of party trick like this?" "All right, you got it. Now try again." Zeke suddenly recalled the moment he absorbed the heart of Bahamut in the resting place of the Dragon Slayer. At that time, the system had announced, Dragon skill. Spirit language, words with power. Locked. Administrator's level of maturity insufficient. He thought to himself, if the spirit soul skill is based on the spirit language, then when I grow and unlock it, wouldn't I be able to control the spirit soul skill as well? Another reason to become stronger faster. While Zeke was still lost in his thoughts, Kaiser, losing patience, raised his sword to the sky and shouted, "Do you need another hit to wake up? Get up now." Zeke sprang to his feet like a spring. Yes, I'm up. The applied training was indeed harsher than the basic stuff. But thanks to his divine body, Kaiser's godlike demonstrations, and the countless times Zeke got beaten senseless, he gradually grasped the principles of the sword of the elemental force. It was similar to magic using a magic circle to channel mana. But the sword of the elemental force used East as a bridge to summon elemental spirits. Once he understood how to operate casting the sword of the elemental force no longer seemed like an impossible task. After days of training soaked in sweat, tears, and blood, mostly from Zeke, Kaiser finally declared, "Now you're not too bad. But don't get cocky. The advanced stage will make you wish you were back licking rocks instead of continuing this training. Take the day off." Zeke saluted like a new recruit. "Understood, Master." Then, as if remembering something, he scratched his head. "By the way, during the break, may I ask a few questions?" Kaiser nodded slightly. "Go ahead." But as Kaiser hovered in midair, seeming like a divine being unwinding, Zeke paused. He noticed the faint, dancing lights around Kaiser, moving as if they had a spirit. "So, that too is elemental force?" His eyes gleamed, and he got straight to the point. "When you and I first met, you saw me use Aurora and called me a disciple of Satan. What does that mean?" Kaiser raised an eyebrow, a little surprised, then answered slowly, his voice deep as if telling an epic story full of drama. "Aurora. Yes, that's the name. I called you that because the technique you used was created by someone named Satan. He always said humans couldn't master the sword of the elemental force. Yet he created a technique based on worse still. He ignored my technique and only spread his own." Kaiser's eyes darkened, and his voice turned bitter. "That man, Satan Draker, that bastard." Zeke jerked back as if struck by lightning. "Satan Draker?" His heart felt as though it had been punched. "Isn't Satan the noble knight? The most trusted confidant of Hero King? The one who founded the aura cultivation method, known across the continent. He's from the Draker family? Does this mean the Draker ancestors aren't Terrakin, as everyone thought, but an ancient figure named Satan? Why has no one ever mentioned this?" The dizziness hadn't passed, and Zeke asked further, "Then, what exactly is the spirit realm? The place where the spirits reside? I can sense the spirit power, but I still can't imagine the true nature of that place." Before Zeke could finish his question, Kaiser snapped his fingers with a flourish, as if performing a street magic trick. Instantly, a fierce whirlwind howled toward them, twisting the air into a vortex, forming an invisible wall right in front of them. Zeke reached out to touch it, and the sensation was like pressing against compressed air solidified into concrete. His eyes widened with realization. "So the wind mastery can be used like this?" Kaiser's voice echoed from beyond the storm, deep and mesmerizing as if telling an ancient tale. "To be precise, it's a bit complicated, but here's a simple explanation. The spirit realm is the realm of the dead, while our world is the realm of the living. When a person's body leaves this world and enters the spirit realm, it's like crossing an irreversible boundary, one-way travel with no return ticket. Those who get stuck there can forget about coming back." Zeke froze, murmuring, "But didn't you say that part of your soul still lingered in the spirit realm? How can you be standing right in front of me now? In a spiritual form?" Kaiser relaxed, an invisible energy radiating around him, like the soft glow of moonlight spreading through the mist. He stretched leisurely before answering in a lazy tone, "Well, I've never encountered someone like you before. But there are ways to bypass the laws and cross the boundaries of the spirit realm." He glanced over at Zeke, smirking. "A prime example is me. Fortunately, I had a dragon to lend a hand." Zeke's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "A dragon?" He swallowed nervously, stammering, "That, a dragon helped humanity? Are you kidding? I've never heard of such a thing." Kaiser furrowed his brow, glaring at him as if ready to punch. "What the hell are you talking about?" Among all the races, dragons are the ones who value humans the most. Zeke stood there, dumbfounded, his mind in complete chaos. What is going on here? Dragons value humans? Didn't the primal monsters like Bahamut nearly wipe out the world? He thought to himself. So, the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times must have been completely different? What in the world is happening? Kaiser shrugged, his eyes twinkling with a hint of a smile. But his voice carried a layer of hidden meaning. I don't really need to explain in detail. Since you're living proof, he stepped closer to Zeke, reaching out to gently touch his chest. This heart of yours, and the tooth used to forge your sword, weren't they both given to you personally by Bahamut? He chuckled softly, his tone half teasing, half praising, though his temper is as prickly as a dog in the sun. He's someone who never refuses a genuine plea. Honestly, he's kind of adorable in his own way. Zeke didn't respond, scratching his head as he thought to himself. It seems like Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were close. It's probably best to leave out the whole part about punishment. He gave a forced smile and said, yes, that's right. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations. And we've been rewarded for our loyalty. I guess I misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Ha ha, he's still the same, always caring for his own. But I bet you've had a hard time cleaning up the mess caused by his strange temper. It's that fiery attitude of his that led to a lot of arguments with Kronos too. Zeke raised an eyebrow, thinking for a moment before asking. Wait, Kronos is also the name of a dragon? He continued, I've heard a lot about Kronos. But it's always been in reference to the Kronos kingdom. Isn't that a country? So, the kingdom was named after Kronos? Kaiser nodded, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Yes, because I was his contract holder. Back then, we were all brainstorming for a name for the kingdom, each of us tossing out ridiculous suggestions. He just sat there leisurely drinking tea. I got annoyed, so I just named it after him to get it over with. Zeke winced, giving a forced smile, but in his head, he was laughing. A dragon drinking tea? Please don't tell me it's like in the legends where they can shapeshift. Kaiser crossed his arms and closed his eyes, as if quietly chuckling at himself. Anyway, Kronos wasn't really surprised. He probably saw it coming. Honestly, I just wanted his name to be remembered by future generations. Back in the old days, when Kaiser still walked the earth, humans and dragons lived in harmony like close brothers. A golden age now only preserved in ancient books and inscriptions on stone. But if a dragon with such overwhelming power were to unconditionally assist humans, the balance of the world would be upset, pushing the present age toward destruction. So, the Dragon Clan made a historic decision to restrain their power. Use shape-shifting magic to become human, and form contracts with those worthy of it. They would no longer intervene directly, instead providing silent support as great shadows in the flow of history. Those who were chosen and formed contracts with dragons were known as contract holders. Zeke muttered under his breath. So that's how it is. He thought to himself. No wonder ancient relics are so powerful, there's a dragon's hand behind them. But if that's the case, how did the relationship between dragons and humans break down, turning from allies into enemies and becoming nothing more than a vague legend? I'll have to reread the history books. Suddenly, from the other side, Kaiser's voice grumbled. Hey, I've been waiting forever already. Zeke smiled sheepishly. You've been waiting for your heir for 2,000 years. A few more minutes won't hurt, right? Kaiser narrowed his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. You cheeky apprentice. Let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. He took a deep breath and declared. The final stage of advanced training is a direct duel with me. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy, an invisible pressure weighing down like a mountain. Zeke thought, well, this isn't much different from the previous battles. Kaiser smirked, his eyes gleaming with intensity. So, I'm adding a new rule to this training. He raised a finger. From now on, you're not allowed to eat or sleep. The duel will continue non-stop until I say, enough. Zeke swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. What's the next condition? Kaiser tilted his head, his gaze sharp like a blade. You're only allowed to use the elemental sword techniques from the same element as mine. What happens if you break that rule? Whoosh! The air erupted like gasoline meeting fire. Kaiser unleashed his fire elemental sword technique, setting the space around them ablaze. The temperature shot up, and the ground trembled lightly as though a furnace was about to explode. Before Zeke could even gather his thoughts, Kaiser was already standing right in front of him. His eyes locked on him. "You just asked what happens if you break the rule?" His voice was deep and menacing. "If you had more than one life, I'd say go ahead and try." The elemental sword is divided into 4 distinct fields, each aligned with a specific elemental force. First is the fire force field. Based on the fire element, it incinerates everything in its path with searing heat and terrifying flames, wielding overwhelming destructive power. Next comes the metal force field. Rooted in the earth element, it specializes in suppressing and restraining opponents, allowing the user to manipulate hardness and weight at will. Then there's the wind force field, derived from the wind element. While not as powerful as the fire force field, it shines in fast-paced combat with its superior mobility, rapid movement, and the ability to unleash sword energy. Finally, there is the water force field, which is the most versatile of all. Whether in offense, defense, suppression, or even support, its fluid, adaptive nature makes it harmonious and diverse, just like water itself. At that very moment, Zeke was instantly swept away by a powerful torrent conjured by the hero Kaiser. While his best friend took a deep slash across the chest, Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief as he silently screamed in his mind. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? The power, the scale, it's way beyond anything I can handle. Why is there such an overwhelming gap between us?" His thoughts flicked back to the moment he first successfully activated the water force field, managing to summon a towering column of water. He'd been thrilled with himself. Unfortunately, his temporary mentor, Kaiser, wasn't the least bit impressed. Without hesitation, the man smacked Zeke hard on the head, making him wince in pain. Zeke turned toward him and grumbled, "Come on, what now, master?" Kaiser barked back with a scowl. "You idiot, that's waterfall power, not flowing water power." Zeke blinked in confusion and asked, "Isn't it enough to just activate the attribute?" Descending slowly to the ground, Kaiser launched into an explanation to drill it into Zeke's head, with the other force fields. Once you activate the elemental attribute and swing hard enough, you can produce raw power. But how many times do I have to tell you, water force is different? It's about softness, flexibility, winning by yielding instead of brute force. Don't you get that? Now get up and do it again. Hearing that, Zeke cursed under his breath. Bullshit. Winning by yielding. What kind of nonsense is that? We submit because we don't have the strength to resist. We lose what we want to protect because we're too weak. I've chased strength my whole life, to survive, to earn trust, to repay what matters most. And now you're telling me to give in? How is that supposed to convince me? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Kaiser didn't give him any more time to reflect. He coated his blade in flowing water and charged straight at Zeke, forcing him to hurriedly raise his sword to block. Is this old man seriously sleep fighting or something? Zeke muttered internally. Of course, there was no way he could withstand the force of Kaiser's strike. The next second, he was sent flying backward. His whole body trembled as pain tore through him, his limbs barely responding. That's right, I gave up on that after day 15. It's been over a month now. Ever since this insane training started. No food, no rest, non-stop sword fights. That's how I finally realized, unlimited stamina isn't invincible. Standing in front of me is a monster whose power eclipses mine completely. Damn it, my arms have nothing left to give. And the ground, it's so damn slippery. Right after that thought, as if to prove his own words true, Zeke's foot suddenly slipped off the slick ground, sending his body tilting backward. At the exact same moment, a deafening explosion erupted from Kaiser's sword strike, scattering chunks of debris in every direction. Fortunately, Zeke managed to withstand the brunt of the attack, and though his body ached, a wide, exhilarated smile spread across his face. That heavy blow just grazed me. Overcoming force with softness, I get it now. From the strength to grip a sword, to the strength to stay standing. Only after letting everything go did I finally begin to understand what Kaiser meant. The way I'd been taught, to control the trajectory of the blade and to chain every move together, was actually restricting the sword's freedom. Once I severed those unnecessary shackles and let the sword fall like a cascading stream, it finally found its own path. Yes, that's right, he had felt this once before in a past life. The moment the boundary between himself and his sword vanished. That indescribable sense of becoming one with the world, flowing sometimes with fierce intensity, and at other times with graceful fluidity. Right then and there, Zeke began enveloping his entire blade with the element of water. Around him, waves surged and roared with raw energy. Across from him, the hero Kaisher mirrored his movement, with matching smiles full of excitement and anticipation. Both of them unleashed the water force field technique, Aqua Equilibrium Line. A blinding flash tore across the battlefield. The clash of their attacks was so powerful. It sent shockwaves rippling through the air itself. Back inside the training chamber, it was no surprise. Zeke stood no chance of defeating Kaisher. His body had completely collapsed from exhaustion. Unconscious, standing over him, the hero gave a satisfied nod, a proud smile on his face, and said, "Well done, my successor has taken the next step forward." Zeke Draker. No one knew how much time had passed. But eventually, our protagonist, Zeke, finally regained consciousness. His mind was still hazy, struggling to piece things together. Did I black out? Again? He tried to recall. The first time was during his duel with Duke, when he had overused the Dragon Lance and the system had forcibly knocked him unconscious. But this was the first time since his regression that he had passed out purely from physical exhaustion. As that thought settled, Zeke glanced around and called out for his mentor, Kaisher. But the hero was nowhere in sight. That led Zeke to suspect that Kaisher had returned to the spirit realm. What lingered in Zeke's mind, though, was curiosity. What happened with the mission? I think I managed to apply the water element pretty decently near the end. As if responding to that curiosity, a system interface suddenly appeared in front of him. Linked mission complete. Bonus time added to rewards. Mission rewards. Fairy King's Tear. 500 karma points. 3 random skill essences. Achievement mission complete. Bonus time added to rewards. Achievement rewards. System admin rank up. 500 karma points. 3 random gift boxes. System permissions upgraded to intermediate administrator. New system features unlocked. Novice mission log upgraded to intermediate mission log. Toggle equipment slot. Enabled. Teleport gate feature. Enabled. Mini-map. Enabled. Administrator soul has evolved. Partial soul growth unlocked. Bahamut's heart, current seal level, 90%. Staring at the flood of system windows popping up in front of him, Zeke couldn't help but mutter. Surprised. That's a lot. Just going through all this will take some time. First, he checked the seal level. It was at 95% after he had absorbed the dragon heart. Back then, he had tried to force it open immediately, but the system had locked him out. Of course, from experience, he knew what it meant to wield power far beyond his limits. Right now, it looked like he could handle up to 10% of the Bahamut's heart. Even things like Dragon Tongue, which couldn't be unlocked with karma points, and the Dragon Lord's Dominion, all of it probably tied into that seal level. I'll keep an eye on that for now, he thought. Next up, the random gift boxes. With that in mind, Zeke quickly opened the 3 gift boxes. And all 3 turned out to be gear. The first item was a pair of boots crafted from meteorite iron, strong yet lightweight. No unique abilities, but there was a special note. Set bonus. Activates when full meteorite iron set is equipped. The second reward was also personal gear, greaves. Also made from meteorite iron. Matching the boots. The final item was a pair of earrings, delicately carved from glass. Their unique ability increased the wearer's mana recovery speed by 15%. Special note. Goes well with a red dress. Out of the 3, Zeke was most satisfied with the earrings. With a grin, he said, I could sell these to a mage and make a fortune. Plus, now I've got boots and leg guards to go with my gauntlets. That makes the full set. And then there were the random skill essences. As the name suggested, they could contain, well, anything. Could it be? Zeke didn't waste another second. He immediately initiated the skill gacha. The system quickly confirmed the results. C-rank skill. Static shock has been recorded. Skill, static shock. Generates electricity to shock a target. C-rank skill. Flash bomb has been recorded. Skill, flash bomb. Fires a burst of compressed energy into the air, which detonates into a blinding flash that obstructs vision. C rank skill. Sound disruptor has been recorded. Skill. Sound disruptor. Emits an irritating noise that disrupts the target's hearing. Upon seeing all three were C rank skills, Zeke's expression dimmed with disappointment. All C rank? Damn, I guess if they handed out high-level skills for free, all my suffering would have been pointless. Still, he decided to test out static shock first. Instantly, the dagger in his hand became wrapped in arcs of electricity. Seeing that, a flurry of ideas started to flood his mind. This is C rank? Not bad. Actually, the power's decent for the level. And I could use this in a bunch of ways. If I combine it with flash bomb and sound disruptor, I could probably counter status effects even better than with the artifact I used during the promotion exam. Then there was the system rank upgrade. It had said that a new feature was unlocked. There it is. Zeke's eyes lit up as he let out a short grunt of interest. New system feature unlocked. Toggle equipment slots. You can now use items from these slots as if they were skills. Zeke paused for a moment, deep in thought, considering how best to use this. Using gear as skills, that could be huge in emergencies. Since I've got infinite stamina and self-healing, I should reserve these slots for things other than healing items. That was his initial plan. However, just a second later, his gaze shifted as he shook his head slightly. No, hold on, even so-called perfect powers have weaknesses. There's no guarantee I won't run into someone like Kaisher again, someone I can't handle even with bottomless stamina. And I still don't know the true limits of my regeneration. There's always the what-if scenario. So, to be safe, Zeke decided to invest in some emergency use items. You have purchased a rank healing elixir. Remaining karma points 1.465. A rank healing elixir recorded in toggle equipment slot. A masterwork of Jabibin Hassan. Instantly heals severe wounds and restores stamina. Special note. Due to its overwhelming potency, it cannot be used on the same target more than once. It may have undiscovered effects. Reading the item description, Zeke felt relatively satisfied. Unexpected expense. Sure, but for this level of power, it's worth it. It can act as a backup for either infinite stamina or regeneration. And now, the most important reward of all, the tear of the Fairy Cane. As he spoke, Zeke pulled a small sapphire blue vial from his inventory. According to the description, this was a tear shed when Hero King Kaisher fell victim to the schemes of a dark sorcerer. By using it as a medium, it could summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm one time. But instead of feeling excited, Zeke's face turned a shade of pale violet. He had personally witnessed how overwhelmingly powerful Kaisher was. Summon the Fairy King? He thought uneasily. According to legend, the Fairy King grants a wish to humans. If all the myths about Kaisher are true, then this might actually let me summon the Fairy King and receive a wish? But it's a one-time deal. I can't use it recklessly. Alright, he muttered. Better hang on to this. There's bound to be a moment when I'll really need it. With that, he tossed the bottle back into his pack and quickly made his way out of the ruins. Time passed swiftly. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the forest where a crimson magic circle suddenly lit up on the ground. In the next instant, Zeke's figure emerged from the center of the formation. He scanned his surroundings and quickly assessed the area. This is the adventurer's outpost. So the teleportation actually worked? He said aloud. The new system feature, the teleport gate, was surprisingly convenient. All he had to do was choose a location on the mini-map. And he could travel there instantly. The only limitation was that longer distances required more points. But aside from that, there were hardly any restrictions. With enough points, he could even cross entire continents. Not only was it efficient, it also gave him a reliable way to shake off anyone trying to track him. This is going to be a huge asset for my future plans. Zeke nodded in approval. Just then, his eyes caught a strange sight, blooming flowers covering the branches of nearby trees. They were overflowing with vitality. Yet the forest was deep in winter. A chill ran down his spine as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Flowers in the middle of winter? Don't tell me. No way. Time skipped again. Now cutting to the continent's top night training academy, Valhalla. Inside the headmaster's office, an exasperated voice rang out. Good grief. In 10 years of running this school, I've never seen anything like this. A student finally shows up, a whole month after the semester began. The headmaster sighed as he carefully trimmed the bonsai tree in front of him. Meanwhile, outside the office, Zeke could only cry internally. It's not like I wanted this. I was stuck in there for 4 months. Sir, his mind flashed back to the letter of recommendation from his mentor, which stated that missing the entrance ceremony could result in denial of admission, at the headmaster's discretion. If I have to wait until next year, I'm screwed. I need access to the sealed archives of Tarek and Draker. I have to convince the headmaster, no matter what it takes. With that thought in mind, Zeke bowed respectfully and began explaining himself to the headmaster. Headmaster, the truth is, I entered a state of deep meditation while training alone to make up for my shortcomings. I lost consciousness and remained unaware of time for an extended period. Hearing this, the headmaster of Valhalla Academy, Flaubert Borges, turned to face him with a cold, razor-sharp gaze. Meditation, is it? That's the excuse you came up with for missing the entrance ceremony? Switching to Zeke's perspective, he quickly recalled everything he knew about this intimidating man. Flaubert Borges, former captain of the Royal Guard of the Tabiat Kingdom and the longest-serving one in its history. A knight respected across the entire continent. The story of how Arthur Draker, the current patriarch, personally invited him 3 times to become headmaster is still widely told. A man of honor and discipline. Expressing emotion in front of him would only come off as insincere. Taking a deep breath, Zeke bowed lower and continued solemnly. I have no excuse that can justify missing the ceremony, even if I had 100 tongues to speak with. But what I've said is the truth. Headmaster. Flaubert's brows furrowed even tighter as if weighing Zeke's words carefully. After a few tense seconds, he finally replied, achieving a meditative state isn't something just anyone can do. If it were any other student, I would have dismissed this as nonsense and called it a lie. But you were personally recommended by the Academy's patron. I'll grant you a chance. If I judge your training to be more valuable than a month at Valhalla, I'll allow you to enroll. Hearing this, a hint of frustration stirred inside Zeke. As much as I hate owing that bastard Howard for paving the way for me, now's not the time to be picky. Forcing those feelings down, he replied promptly, thank you, headmaster. Flaubert pressed lightly on a small bell atop his desk. A servant quickly entered the room. Awaiting orders. I want a training room prepared immediately. Flaubert instructed. Summon all department professors for an emergency entrance evaluation. The staff member bowed and rushed off to carry out the command. The scene shifted again, to a private training hall within Valhalla Academy. The professors had already assembled. Just their sheer presence was enough to make Zeke break into a nervous sweat. Yep, this is Valhalla all right, he thought. Every professor here is a renowned knight whose name I've seen at least once in the Continental Gazette. Fully aware of the weight behind those names, Zeke turned toward Headmaster Flaubert. Once he confirmed everyone was present, Flaubert got straight to the point. We're all here. Now, show us the results of the training that kept you away from Valhalla for a month. Up ahead, Zeke slowly drew the sword slung across his back, trying to decide just how much of his strength he should reveal. Let's see, what should I show them? I can't just casually pull out elemental swordplay here. The pressure's intense. After all, these professors were the ones who trained the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked skills probably wouldn't even earn a blink from them. If that's the case, I might as well get serious. With that thought, Zeke began channeling a stream of blue mana over his blade. But the moment it flared to life, one of the professors couldn't hide his shock and let out a startled cry. Wait a second, isn't that sword aura? The others immediately turned to one another, their expressions filled with disbelief. He's only 15 and he's already reached the level of a blue rank knight? Wasn't the youngest before him Lord Abel at 19? No wonder, he is a golden awakener. After all, their words made Zeke inwardly curse himself. Ah crap, I forgot. After fighting Kaisher for months straight, I completely stopped holding back my aura. At least they still think I'm just at blue rank knight level. Truthfully, before his encounter with Kaisher, Zeke's aura had only been at the blue rank level. But after grasping the principles of hydraulic flow and learning elemental swordsmanship, he had broken past that wall and entered the next realm, the red rank knight. The difference between blue and red rank knights was immense, and it all came down to the mastery of sword aura. Sword aura was the technique of refining one's aura to its sharpest state. amplifying its destructive power by fusing it with imagination. While a blue-rank knight could only maintain basic forms, a red-rank knight could freely shape and sustain their sword aura based on their will and mental imagery. Good thing I kept it to just sword aura, Zeke thought with a quiet sigh of relief. Otherwise, this would have turned into a huge headache. Meanwhile, Headmaster Flaubert approached, surprisingly wearing a rare smile. Outstanding. Compared to a month of standard training at Valhalla, the results you've shown here are incomparable. A realization of this caliber, even if it took you several months, or years, it would still be worth it. The sudden warmth in his tone made the hairs on Zeke's neck stand on end. What the hell? He feels like a completely different person all of a sudden. Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. Instead, he bowed again and responded with quiet humility. You honor me, Headmaster. Once again, I must apologize for missing the entrance ceremony due to an unforeseen family matter. Zeke's humble demeanor only seemed to boost Headmaster Flaubert's mood further. Haha, I told you it was fine. Didn't I? Now, what about the rest of you? Any objections to admitting Zeke? Though Zeke stayed silent, the professors couldn't help but exchange confused glances as they looked at the uncharacteristically cheerful Flaubert. Inwardly, they all thought the same thing. Whenever it comes to geniuses, he's always more lenient. Eventually, they all voiced their agreement. No objections from us. That sword aura was sharp and well-formed, honestly. Rare even among the most gifted young knights. Exactly. No further testing is necessary. Hearing this, Flaubert nodded with satisfaction, his grin still wide. Then it settled. Congratulations on your admission, Zeke Draker. Midland Atlas, a colossal city with the scale and grandeur of a full-blown kingdom, stood proudly at the heart of the Midland continent. It housed not only Valhalla, the continent's top knight academy, but also the Draker family's prestigious Four Seasons fortress. Among them, the fortress served as the home base for the family head and its core members, making it the true power center of House Draker. The scene cut to Zeke's private estate within Atlas. Just taking in the sheer size and elegance of the place was enough to make the young protagonist feel overwhelmed. This is insane. A black card. And now this? Isn't this a bit much? Zeke muttered with a dry sigh. But the moment he opened the door, colorful confetti exploded all around him, accompanied by loud cheers. Congratulations. Welcome to Valhalla. The surprise party had been arranged by none other than his master, Duke, and his friend Andre. Their goofball antics caught Zeke completely off guard. Master? Even Professor Andre's here too? Up front, the disheveled-looking Duke walked over and gave Zeke a few hearty pats on the shoulder. My dear disciple, you're something else. This is the first time in history I've seen someone bold enough to miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony. Alright, now that the man of the hour's here, how about we get started? He gestured vaguely toward the interior, leaving Zeke puzzled. Started? Started what exactly? Long story short, the moment I stepped foot into my new estate, I was ambushed with a surprise welcome party thrown together by Duke and Andre. At first, I was confused. Why were these two, who should have been at the academy, here instead? Turned out, Duke had been summoned by the family head to return to the Four Seasons fortress and had casually moved into my estate, been living there for over a month already. As for Andre, he flushed slightly and offered an awkward explanation. I've decided to join Valhalla as an assistant lecturer. Sorry, but I guess I'll be crashing here for a while. With that, Zeke could only conclude one thing. These two had clearly schemed this together. Seeing them laugh and chat like it was nothing made Zeke internally scream. This is my house. Who gave you people the right to just decide stuff like this? Time passed quickly, and before long, the welcome party came to an end. After polishing off over a dozen bottles of liquor, Duke and Andre were out cold, snoring like pigs right on top of the dining table. Meanwhile, Zeke had quietly slipped away to a bar somewhere in the city. He placed a gold coin on the counter and told the bartender, "One dark beer. I'd like to see K." The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the bar shifted, as if some unspoken signal had passed between them. Every man in the place silently stood, drawing their weapons and surrounding Zeke. But Zeke only smirked mockingly, raising one gloved hand to flash the Draker family crest. Well, let's see what you've got. The moment they recognized the symbol, the thugs quickly backed off, Saying nothing more, awkwardly, they returned to their seats. The bartender, pale and visibly shaken, offered a flustered apology. "I'm terribly sorry. I should have stopped them. I'll take you to the branch chief immediately." He gestured toward a concealed passage behind the bar and led Zeke through. As they moved, Zeke took the chance to study his surroundings, nodding to himself in approval. Multiple layers of magic seals. Classic K. Before the regression, when people talked about the most powerful intelligence networks on the continent, two names always came up: the Draker family's Black Feather platform, and the Rome Empire's Central Intelligence Bureau. But there was one more group, unknown to most, called Syndicate. It had started as a scrappy smuggling ring, but then K, once just an errand boy, transformed its underground logistics network into the foundation of a full-fledged intelligence operation. Back then, after I was expelled from the academy, I'd ended up in the criminal underworld, joining the McCain cartel. After clawing my way up to the rank of assassin, K, the branch chief at the time, sought me out and tasked me with clearing out critical smuggling routes. Once those lanes were secured, he used them to rapidly expand his reach, eventually elevating Syndicate into an organization that could rival both Black Feather and the Empire's intelligence forces. With sheer determination and genius, he brought the entire Syndicate under his control. And when I lost everything at the hands of the Empire, K was the one who stepped up to help me pursue revenge. Maybe he did it to strengthen Syndicate's position, but the truth is, without him, I never would have gained access to that relic. I wouldn't even be here now. Information is power. Just like during the blessing ceremony where Abel made his move, no one could have predicted how the future would shift. K is exceptionally capable. If this deal goes well and we manage to build a good rapport, he could be an invaluable ally. By the time Zeke finished that train of thought, he had arrived in a vast storage hall. Up ahead, a woman struck a match and casually lit a short cigarette. With an amused look on her face, she blew out a puff of smoke and sized him up. "So, what brings the Draker family's latest prodigy all the way down here to see me?" On this side, our protagonist had no patience for drawn-out talk. He cut straight to the point. "Let's not waste time. I want to do business with Syndicate." K, clearly intrigued, shot him a curious look. A promising, pure-blooded awakened from the noble Draker family, already a blue-tier knight at just 15, wants to do business with criminals like us? At her words, Zeke's gaze sharpened. Internally, he was already piecing things together. Sounds like she's already caught wind of what happened at Valhalla today. Her intel really is fast. Without responding directly, he slipped a hand into his coat and pulled something out. "If all you're gonna do is talk in circles, I guess you're not interested. Still, you might at least want to take a look at the goods." He tossed a pair of earrings, ones he had received from the system, onto the table. Kay didn't seem impressed. "Earrings?" she asked skeptically. Zeke figured she didn't have much of an eye for quality, so he spelled it out for her. "These aren't just some trinkets. They're relic grade. Try them on, you'll be surprised." Somewhat reluctantly, Kay followed his suggestion, but once the earrings were in place, it didn't take long for the effects to kick in. "Let's see, enhanced mana recovery? This kind of low tier." She didn't even finish her sentence. As the earrings activated fully, her eyes widened in disbelief, and the cigarette in her mouth dropped to the floor. Her face flushed with excitement. "Wait, this isn't a 10% boost, it's 15%? Current relics barely hit 1%, maybe 3% at best. This thing's 5 times stronger. If a relic like this had ever been mass-produced, I'd definitely know about it. That means, he must have a private source. Or he dug it up himself. Who the hell is this kid?" She stared at Zeke, now burning with curiosity. Zeke, clearly enjoying her reaction, gave a satisfied smirk. "So, starting to get interested in a deal now?" Without waiting for a reply, he laid out his request. "Just use the personal information I've provided to open a new account. I've already registered myself as a representative. The goods can be collected at the North Atlas Bank branch." From Kay's point of view, just hearing the request from the young man in front of her, she had already pieced together part of the story. From the earrings, I could already tell. This is clearly an entrusted sale of a relic with an unclear origin. The commission fee is 10% per item. If the total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, a bonus is added. This is exactly the upper limit I've set for a deal like this. And yet, this kid knows I'm a sorcerer. He must have an intelligence network of no ordinary caliber. With those thoughts in mind, she quickly sealed the documents in front of her and smiled. The contract is established. From now on, I'll rely on you, young master. Hearing this, Zeke responded with a smile of his own. Likewise, but there's something I'm curious about. Is your ghost ship still in one piece? The moment Zeke spoke those words, the atmosphere in the warehouse turned tense. Kay's sharp gaze locked onto him, and shadows of bodyguards appeared all around, weapons in hand, their eyes glowing red. It was as though they were ready to tear Zeke apart on Kay's command. Fortunately, Kay remained calm enough to ask, "Where did you hear about that?" In response, Zeke wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He remained as composed as ever. "I was just asking, why the hostility? You can threaten me all you want, but do you really think that will bring me down?" Saying that, Zeke activated his Long Yi skill, amplifying his presence and aura to their maximum. The sheer pressure alone made everyone around him break into a cold sweat. Especially Kay. She began to realize that Zeke was not someone to be trifled with. Shit, I didn't have enough intel. Zeke Draker, the youngest blue-tier knight? No, that's impossible. Even if every branch of Atlas, or even all of Syndicate, attacked him, they still wouldn't win against this guy. Ignoring Kay's thoughts, Zeke noticed the tension around him ease slightly, and then casually asked, "Shall we change seats, partner?" Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the office of the branch manager of Syndicate in Atlas. Unlike the warehouse, this room was luxurious. In his hand, Zeke held a piece of paper, which intrigued him. A vow? This really does scream sorcerer. The vow was a ritualistic method used by sorcerers to establish contracts, ensuring mutual protection. It was simple, using blood as ink. One signed their name. Once activated, the other party's signature would be etched onto the arm of the signer. If either side harmed the other, both would die. From the perspective of the red-haired woman, it seemed like she was still annoyed. She deliberately muttered, "If you understand everything now, then good. Hurry up and sign. I need something to ensure my safety too. Who knows, one day you might want to deal with me, right?" At her words, Zeke didn't hesitate at all. He took the dagger in his hand, lightly sliced his wrist to draw blood, and without any delay, signed on the paper. He said, "As long as I can earn your trust, I'll sign as many copies as you want." Once the signature was complete, a red magical circle appeared above his head. This magical circle transformed into a beam of light, which then flew toward both Zeke's and Kay's arms, forming their signatures. After witnessing this, Zeke casually sat down on the sofa, as if it were his own home, and continued, "Now that we're officially partners, let's continue from where we left off. What you're transporting with your ghost ship is Soma from McCain, right?" The red-haired woman could only stroke her head in frustration, sighing and complaining to him. "I don't know where you got your information about my ship, but yes, I'm distributing Soma from McCain." Now, Soma was a banned magical drug, prohibited from being grown and used in most kingdoms. However, in the southern part of the continent, which had become a lawless land after the kingdom dissolved due to internal conflict, it had become a huge source of income. Zeke then spoke seriously, his voice full of intent. "Is it because of the new execution order from the super elite family?" Kay lit a cigarette, gently placed it on her full lips, and shrugged as she replied, "Exactly. Even McCain wouldn't be foolish enough to mess with a super elite family. The only land route that connects the center of the continent to the south passes through the desert controlled by the Ishtar family. A super elite family. But a few years ago, Ishtar suddenly closed all the borders, forbidding outsiders from entering. That's when the communication with the south was completely cut off. At this point, Zeke interjected, "The land route is blocked, and the sea route is under Pavella's control. So, you had to resort to using Syndicate's transportation network, right?" Kay responded, "Well, you're paying a high price. And for us, you're already a valuable customer. Let me explain it in more detail. McCain and Pavella are two major criminal organizations that split control over the lawless southern territories. Using the dense forest in the center as the dividing line, McCain controls the northern part, while Pavella controls the southern part. McCain profits by transporting Soma via land, But since they hold a monopoly on the only available route, Pavella has no choice but to shift to maritime routes. Then, when Ishtar closed off the borders, McCain lost access to the land route and quickly turned to the sea for transport. But by that time, Pavella had already taken control of it. Back to Kay, she became curious and asked, "By the way, how do you know about my ghost ship?" Her question made Zeke pause and think for a moment. The ghost ship of the syndicate was Kay's idea, using an invisibility spell to cover the entire ship. This way, it could avoid both pirates and the Navy. It had become the syndicate's most crucial financial asset, so secretive that it had never been revealed to the outside world. Of course, Zeke couldn't tell her that she had actually revealed it in a past life. He smirked and teased, "A master of intelligence gathering is asking about my sources? Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavella's offer first?" Kay nodded, acknowledging, "Yeah, Pavella has approached me recently. They're offering double the pay. As long as I cut off dealings with McCain. My superiors are still considering it." Before she could finish, Zeke quickly interrupted with advice. "Turn them down. Don't let Syndicate think this is just a move by Pavella to weaken McCain. If you give in, McCain will be left without any way to smuggle Soma. But what if it turns out that Pavella is made up of the same pirates that Silver Knights wiped out?" Zeke mentioned the Silver Knights. But Kay, not knowing who they were, reacted with a shift in her expression. Growing visibly pale at the mere mention, she shouted, "That's nonsense. Pavella is a group that values order. Completely different from those bloodthirsty pirates." To explain, Zeke shrugged nonchalantly and responded, "That's just the image they've built for outsiders. The real goal of Pavella is to take control of the only secret sea route they haven't discovered yet, the Syndicate's route. Unlike McCain, who keeps their ship for long-term profit. If Pavella knew the true nature of the ghost ship, they would seize it without hesitation." As Zeke continued to speak, Kay's face grew even paler. Hesitant, she asked, "But Pavella and the Southern Pirates are considered two completely different forces. How could you possibly?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zeke slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Kay, first and foremost, you owe me for the information I've shared. Right? What I want is simple. Help me get in touch with the big boss of McCain. Tisk. If you pull that off, I'll make you the new ruler of the syndicate." Zeke's proposition caused a slight twitch in Kay's body. Time quickly passed, and by evening, Zeke found himself wandering down a street, reflecting on his thoughts. Even though Kay has strong connections, it's still not enough. Before the regression, the fastest way to take control of the syndicate's network is to pacify the entire southern continent and absorb its power. Just wait, Tisk. The small spark I've just ignited will soon turn into a hellfire that will burn your entire empire to the ground.